so they don't really integrate Judaism in a very profound way, in a way that, for instance, the communities in America and Asian communities in Baghdad, they're for thousands of years, easily thousands of years. And so when I looked at the whole Joseph Faith thing, they were like, no, no. So because they have a much deeper education, so the smart world is a myth that's affected by the whole thing. And so it's not surprising that endurance never accepted the whole Shabbat business to begin with. It excommunicated him as soon as they could. That would be one of the largest last time. The two Kabbalistic schools take very different directions. The school we know in Jerusalem is going to take the form of really intense concentration or kavanah or prayer. And that school, again, will last basically until 1969. It'll last adherence of that school life. These Kabbalah school lasted for hundreds of years. Although very tightly guarded, very disciple student oriented. And of course, the other is a Clois in Poland. And that is going to be largely influenced by Polish and Lithuanian Kabbalah and Jewry. And Polish and Lithuanian Kabbalah are mostly remarked by intense intellectual Kabbalistic speculation. And so out of that will come a mountain of highly intellectualized Kabbalistic systems that are going to basically try to do the work of systematizing Lurian and Kabbalah, especially with the people who are there in system, which actually this period also saw, as I talked about last time, the rise of Hasidism. Hasidism is probably the most important, probably the most important movement in Judaism probably in the last 300 years. Hasidism went on to spawn an entirely new system of Judaism, a new system of social relations, a new system of customs, a new system of dress, all kinds of things that come out of the Hasidic world. So this solved the iniquities that have come over to America come out of the Hasidic world. And so it's from that world we have to focus on extreme piety, but also piety that is meant to find the divine every day. It's a piety in which God is learning all about it. If you can't see God, the divine is everywhere. I think of the line from the Quran, which I can easily imagine Hasidic Rabbi having written. The Quran says that Allah is judgment. That image in the Quran is always incredibly evocative. And I can easily imagine someone like Ahmed having something just like that. So the idea that the divine is that close to you. The obstacle is that you and your ego are fundamentally you and your lusts, desires, is your desire to get rich or to have fame or to be loved by someone or whatever. These things that get in the way of your relationship with the divine, because the divine ultimately must be right there. You just have to do the work of erasing the barrier between you and the divine, and it's in the erasure of the barrier that one can experience the divine in the everyday. Even the movements of one's physical body and the sound of a bird. Some of the Rabbi read just to be able to understand the language of the birds. They would listen to birds sing, they're singing, they're talking, they're having theological debates that the rabbis can understand the Zeilush Rabbi. And that the Zeilush Rabbi allowed them to hear the debates among the rabbis and the birds. And always something fun things in the forest, listening to the birds, rather than hearing what the rest of us normie people that only hear the birds. The rabbis that hear birds, they hear the debates among the birds of God. So I was found that to be a very beautiful example of Hasidism, where it's not just you're not just hearing birds sound, you're hearing theological debates among the animals. So again, of course, the Hasidic idea is a deep desire to experience the divine in every aspect of life. And to cleave to God, the Vegas is clinging to God, and to be clinging to God in the way that you do. And at some level, like your relationship with shamanic character in the Hasidic world, this is the Rabbi, sometimes they're exotic humans, and there are righteous people who have a unique relationship with God. They're intensely holy. And of course, it's really going to set up various courts, and those courts really operate a bit like royalty. Still do operate a bit like royalty to this day. And so you have a loyalty to the Rabbi, to your Rabbi, and successive encounters the divine primarily with your Rabbi. And it's in that Rabbi relationship So cliffhanger from last time was that what I think that no one really realized in the aftermath of the whole Shabbatai speed thing, as much as the Shabbatai speed is a total disaster, no one really saw what was happening in the background that was bigger. The senior the Shabbatai speed worked with Islam in apostatized in 1666. I'm sure as many folks in the room know 1666 is a dynamite year in history of science. It's a year that Isaac Newton discovered or invented calculus. Of course, he discovered it sometimes Leibniz, a bit debate about that. It's also the same year that Newton discovered the fundamental of light and also basically figured out Newtonian physics now. He published all that in 1666. This is called the Year of Miracles. So at the same time that Newton is figuring all that out, inventing calculus and all this stuff, that's the year Shabbatai converts to Islam. So it's difficult. I know that for many people, and for me too, when I think about Shabbatai conversion, I think that this Eagle thing, that's something that happened a long, long time ago. And I think that somehow Newton not having happened a long, long time ago, it feels very hard. It feels like I could just you play chess with somebody in Star Trek. And they happen at the same time, they happen the exact same year. And so it's coming down to life. And what I think the Jewish world did not see in the aftermath of the Shabbatai is the enlightenment. The enlightenment happened all around the Jewish world, in France and in North America and England and Holland and Germany. The enlightenment was developing this huge completely worldview. It was a dynamic and oriented war with its emphasis on rationality, its emphasis on science, its emphasis on sustained logic. And so we were getting big philosophers like Descartes, like Spinoza. Spinoza's philosophy rejects that the God is separate from nature. It's just nature. Nature is God and God is the same thing. We're getting the mechanistic philosophers, philosophers that believe that all of nature is a giant machine. If you study it carefully, you can understand how it works. If you understand how it works, you can predict it and therefore make it do things. This is an incredibly mechanistic philosophy, which is in many ways very wonderful and quite bad. Inside the Jewish world, they never saw this coming. They just sort of landed on their doorstep. When I say landed on their doorstep, I mean what I really mean is the moment it showed up. What Hegel called the world spirit or force type of quality shows up in Central Europe and the Eastern Europe and marches all the way to Russia. So everywhere Napoleon went, Paul, he brought with him these white activities. Army was a sort of a white army. Such as armies are white. And Napoleon brought with him the metric system. He brought with him for revolutionary ideas. He brought with him the idea that you're a citizen of a country. You should have equal protection under the law. You should never be, there should never be second class citizens. You're a citoyen or you're not. If you are a citoyen, you have the rights and privileges of everyone else that's protected by the rational law. So of course, I'm saying Napoleon was perfect or anything like that, but he was a big enough deal that people thought that somehow represented the very hope of Christ, the very hope of God, and the realization of Godness in the world. Of course, Hegel got disappointed with it later, but made a big impression on the young Hegel. And so this is at the same time that the Hasidim take over. And so when these two movements come into conflict with each other, there's going to be a break off in the Jewish world where some Jews are going to become very attracted to enlightenment values, and they're going to incorporate those enlightenment values into the Jewish world. And that is going to have to come out of the enlightenment. And I think for almost everyone here, this class, and almost everyone hearing my voice, all of us are pretty touched in some level by enlightenment ideas. The idea that you protection of the law, you can't be just killed because of what you believe in, that we have a rational system of weights and measures in this country, but many times, most countries in the world. That the scientific, the very fact that I am talking to you through this machine is proof of the success of enlightenment. So for many Jews, the enlightenment was a solution to so many problems in the Jewish world, both in terms of the inner backwardness of the Jewish world, what they thought to be a superstitious world ruled by elite dynastic rulers who divine the will of God, who knows how to figure these things out. They believe in werewolves and vampires, they believe in all this stuff and come along. Many Jews were very disenfranchised with that. They wanted to rush into the whole of the Enlightenment, and they did. They did, in fact, to the Jewish folks here. I imagine for many this class are the children of the great grandchildren of the Muslim of the Enlightenment folks. Because the Enlightenment was very, very successful, for better and for worse. So what ends up happening is that this new kind of rational integration of Enlightenment values with Judaism became incredibly polarizing. We also, speaking in the Jewish folks in the room, we live in an incredibly easy world compared to our ancestors. Because in many ways we can adapt both worlds. We can be religious and we can be enlightened somehow. Well, that seems there was no middle ground in the 18th century. Either you jump ship and you join the Enlightenment camp, or you stay behind the shuttle and you stay in the world of the pre-Enlightenment, or the traditional world, I suppose we could say. And so in the traditional world, they realized how much of a good this was. They were terrified of this. And they doubled down on the traditional aspect of the world. And so in many ways, both Enlightenment Judaism and, as we say, the black hat, the Orthodox Judaism that we recognize now, are both actually creations of the Enlightenment. So I know that sometimes Haredi folks like to pretend that they're the legitimate continuers, they're of a discrete continuous line of Judaism reaching all the way back to Moses. You ask them, most are black hats, Yiddish. But I guarantee you, he did. The reality of modern Judaism is some of all of it is a response to Haskalah. It's all of this. Either you double down on tradition and you retreat it into the world of the dynastic world, of the Hasidic world, of the Jewish world, or you drift it off into the secular world. You try to make it go at either assimilated, or you try to balance out assimilation is hard as the early experience. So what we have here basically is a choice between some level of assimilation, right? As much as those countries allow you to assimilate, there's the French and the Germans, who, as you know, terrifying history of how this will go, fail assimilation. Ultimately, was a failed strategy, not protect Jews. And neither did God, by the way, wasn't like Israeli people were protected when the first Panthers rolled in. And so what we have is dualistic, a polarized world by the 1700s, in which there are Haskalah Jews, and there are traditional Jews, and the world becomes polarized, becomes racist, polarized. Now, that's not to say that Kabbalah's not. If all the kinds of things that have not stopped the Kabbalah hadn't stopped the crusades, or to reinvent, or whatever pogroms or stuff to Kabbalah, well, this whole enlightenment thing didn't stop either. And so many of the traditional centers of Judaism and many more the early modern world, they continue to produce Kabbalah as if nothing was going on for them. And they may have not even known. And so, especially in the Hasidic world, there's this huge outpouring of literature. It's the type of literature the Chabad movement, contact with, they began very rigorously developing their movement. Also, it's worth pointing out that the Chabad movement becomes sort of the intellectual center in many ways of the Hasidic movement. They become much more interested in the world of mind, the world of intellect, as opposed to just the world of emotions. And so the Chabad movement actually becomes much more of a rigorous system of Hasidic philosophy, as opposed to just solid happy. So this is a period of people like Rabbi Breslov, which I think most folks have heard of. Not so Breslov, probably one of the most famous. Rabbi at this time period was known for his deep spiritual reflections and his existential experiences. He was a person of great highs and great lows. I guess most historical people who read the book of Rabbi kind of many their president in this way. And so Rabbi Nachman is known for this extreme joy, extreme sorrow, extreme feeling. And ultimately, you run into the and it's also the Nanach movement, which I imagine if you've ever been to Israel, you will at some point encounter some Nanach guys who just smell as pious as they are. They wear the name tags of Nanach written on it. They listen to techno music and dance around. Pious to a fault. So, So those guys are out there, they're dealing with the world. Of course, also this time period, probably one of the most important modern Jewish philosophers in this case is also writing. This is a Rav called Moshe Zada, probably the greatest traditional Jewish mind of the early modern period. And Rosado wrote a mountain of stuff. It's really, I mean, I was saying, like, my God, this guy wrote 50 books. I mean, I've probably read one or two of them. He wrote 50 something books. Enormously huge output. But the Rothschild'S is known as a young man for having had experience where he had a Rabbi, or a spiritual teacher, who began to reveal him all kinds of spiritual things. He was relatively young when this happened, and you can imagine that in the aftermath of the Jebusite business, no one wanted to hear about anyone talking to the spirits anymore. And so, he kind of got into the deep a little bit. He kind of got expelled mentally, and this led him on a journey through Europe. And in the journey through Europe, he ended up writing, like I said, a ton of stuff. His two most famous books are There at the Shem, The Way of the Lord. There at the Shem is probably the most systematic, collection or systematization of Judaism that incorporates both philosophical issues and Bible in one system. There at the Shem is a very different story. If you really think you should study it, it's a fantastic text. It really does over and over define philosophy today. All of these books that are updated, but it's still a very amazing book. His other major book is the book of Ethics, which is also really, really great to read. Also in English too. And these books, most of the books have gone on basic classes throughout this world. They took people. There's even study sessions. You study these books over and over and over again. So there, Hashem and Method and Sharing are classics of Judaism. They become classics of Judaism, and again, they incorporate Kabbalistic and non-Kabbalistic philosophical elements into one text. Again, Chaim Luzzatto is probably he's the most important rabbi in this. Probably the most important rabbi. And so, very important guy. Also, over in Eastern Europe, they're also continuing to do classical Kabbalah. A lot of what's happening at this point in Kabbalistic texts is a lot of systemization texts, which are trying to get systematize the learning of existence. But also, there are a lot of things like repeating texts. They're just going through and trying to list things and describe what things are. One of the problems that comes along with more technical Kabbalah is that the Hebrew language just isn't actually that good at doing philosophy. There's a lot of technical reasons why this is. German is a far better language for doing philosophy, even than English. And Hebrew is a sort of clumsy language when it comes to philosophy. And it's also a bit of a clumsy language when it comes to doing Kabbalah, ironically enough. And so a lot of the technical terms in Kabbalah are very, very confusing. A lot of what happens during this time period is the encyclopedizing of Kabbalah. And one of the more famous encyclopedias that is written at this time is one of the books I would love to see translated. I have it downstairs. If you read it, you can translate it into the army. But it's the Sefer Tanaim. Sefer Tanaim is an encyclopedia of the Klipot. The Klipot, as you may remember, were the shards left over in the process of creating the world. And those shards that are left over are actually demons. Those demons that sort of rule the creating world. And it's an encyclopedia of all the demons. So we actually get a systematic account of the evil detritus left over from the creation of the world here in the 18th, 19th century. So it's Sefer Tanaim, which is a fabulous institution. They have a great Russian theater translation. Now, as you probably also know, in all of this, during the 19th century, the amount of anti-Semitism in Europe doesn't go away. Anti-Semitism has always been there in Europe. Well, anti-Semitism is a new added dimension. As you might imagine, as Jews become more and more part of secular civil society, there's also anti-Semitism that emerges as a normal discrimination of Jews in secular civil society. Most famous infamous example of this is the Dreyfus affair in the 19th century in France. And so, with this uptick in anti-Semitism and the ongoing reality of anti-Semitism, there's sort of 2 or 3 distinct secular Zionism. This is where Haskalah Jews and white Jews decide as a group that the situation in Europe is basically untenable. And this is the emergence, of course, of very, very decent Zionism. Now, two things are worth noting here about really early Israel is that it was entirely a secular movement at first. In fact, it didn't have much religious backing until the 20th century. And so Zionism was a secular, largely socialist movement, although not all of it was socialist, not all of it was socialist now. And that movement, while it did accept some ethnic themes, it was sort of, apocalyptic in its narrative, its way to talk about the world. It wasn't really informed by Kabbalah. But I think what it was, if you read a lot of the language of the early Zionists, we will see a lot of exile or language. You will see a lot of language that is coming in from Kabbalah, although I think it's mostly from social osmosis, right? So we can make that more clear in a final form. The Zionist movement early on was never influenced by Kabbalah directly, although I think there is some messianic and some Kabbalistic ideas that reached into Zionism, mostly because of sort of social osmosis, because of Jews, they've been raised on a diet of Kabbalah and Torah. So that's one part of it. The other part of it with the Zionist movement is that, from a religious perspective, it was completely remote. It was completely they were the religious world rejected Zionism very hard. The religious world rejected Zionism. Most of the religious world still rejects Zionism. It still says Zionism is a toxic ideology that will harmful to Palestinians, and it is irreligious. It's blasphemous. It's straight up heresy. And so this early nothing from one of the very hard, in Germany, at the very beginning, they rejected Zionism to make it helpful. So even a very far progressive end Jewish world Zionism was very popular at the start. It remains a popular now. It's very cool. Folks have been watching very wonderful show Shtisel, so popular musically. You'll know in Shtisel right every time that they bring the Zionists up. Shulam's brother always said he refers to the Zionism, Shulam, Shulam, they would call Shulam evil. And so this is the thing that developed going on in response to so it never became religious until much later. In fact, I would say that in many ways it wasn't until Ron Cook, who we'll talk about in a minute. It certainly wasn't until I think after the 1984 that in a big way you get religious Zionism, right? The significance of relatively minority movements. The Kabbalah, of course, continues to develop, right? It's not like, again, it's not like the Kabbalah stops. Oh yes, I didn't make the slide, but there's an extra thing down here I want to talk about. I'll just slide up. But anyway, one of the last things I wanted to talk about here is that in the 19th century, what also happened in the non-Jewish world is this sometimes what is referred to as the occult revival. The occult revival was a renewed interest in occult sciences, alchemy, and sort of a romantic interest in this stuff. And what you get are people like Andrew simply and Barrett, who are people like Thomas de Vegas, came a bunch of people really interested in the occult again, and sort of a cult revival that primarily in the 19th century also incorporates older elements of Christian Kabbalah, and they ultimately developed a new form of Kabbalah out of Christian Kabbalah that is referred to as the Hermetic Kabbalah. And this is a completely non-Jewish, occult-centered version of the Kabbalah, primarily used for engaging in ceremonial magic. So we have elements of Freemasonry, elements of Renaissance magic, and then that being fused together with some elements of Kabbalah, and that develops what we now refer to as the Hermetic Kabbalah, which is another third branch of Kabbalah that is developed. There's Jewish Kabbalah with the K, and there is Christian Kabbalah with the C, and now it's developed usually in the early 19th century, 20th century, into the Hermetic Kabbalah. And these forms of Kabbalah continue to occult back and forth to this day. So again, in the 19th century, Kabbalah undergoes another mutation, although not a Jewish mutation, but primarily in the non-Jewish world, primarily in Israel, where this occult reform is taking place. And so the Rabbinic Kabbalah is almost out there, but the whole new world of people spirituality wrapped up in very sophisticated, very complicated systems. So as I mentioned, right, just a minute ago, one of the things that, one of the other strategies, right, so we have one strategy double down, traditional. The other strategy is lead, go to Palestine or wherever. The other strategy that I mentioned a minute ago too is assimilation. Assimilation was very dear in the strategy, and perhaps I think one of the more difficult that many of the people who did the job of assimilating things like get written off as traitors or something. I think it's really unfortunate when we talk about that generation of folks. But assimilation was a really difficult task of trying to maintain two forms. It was trying to maintain being Jewish and also trying to maintain your identity in a world that rejected you. Trying to be German and be Jewish, whatever German Jew meant. The problem was that the Orthodox also hated Jews because they thought that they could sell out, and the Germans never really accepted Jew either. And you can do anything for almost. Right? Think of people like Husserl. Husserl was a great German philosopher whose son fought in World War I and still got fired when the Nazis were going. They never could become Jewish enough. In fact, even for the anti-Semites, the more Jews were more dangerous, they were almost hiding among them. And so there was something about this the strategy of assimilation is always going to be a somewhat limited game. But what ends up happening in the academic world is that, or at least the religious world, I should say, is that Judaism early on had to basically come to the light of Buddhism. They had to make a Judaism that looked much like Lutheranism in the 1920s as possible. And that movement became the Reform movement, right? That's what one of them. And if you look at the Lutheran movement and the early Reform movement, it's amazing how similar they are. Even the choir, it's just like the organ stuff, right? You're into a classical reform synagogue, organ choir, and they even moved Shabbat to Sunday morning, all kinds of stuff. They were desperately trying to fit in. And again, at one level, more like they're trying to sell out, but again, I think it's important to put shoes of them, walk around with their shoes to understand how devastating the reality of Semitism was at that time and how awful it could get. And at the same time, I admire her attempts to try to figure out a way of being German and Jewish, being French and Jewish in a world that you basically rejected by both sides of it. I think it's very heroic and very difficult path to march. On the academic front, one of the things that has to justify the viability of Judaism is to justify it to the world of theologians. And the theologians largely Greek theology in the mid and late 19th century, which, as you probably imagine, I think you know even, German scholarship at this time was some of the most amazing scholarship in the world when it comes to the Bible. This is the time period where critical source theory was being developed. This is the time where the Bible was being systematically studied, scientifically studied for the first time. This is where Hebrew is really getting into manuscripts of these things. It's really a time period of enormous erudition. In fact, I would say that German biblical scholarship of 10 years probably produced more erudite scholarship than 30 years of it's amazing. These guys, they just knew 15 languages. They just did. That's how they worked. They didn't have those Bible. They didn't have to watch them. So the scholarship was very driven by Lutheran, pietist, very careful scholarship. And so what's emerging at the same time is the attitude to do the same thing in Judaism. And the attitude to do the same thing in Judaism was largely spearheaded by a group of Jewish Haskalah scholars. This movement became known as the Chapters of Judaism. Ron, I'm going to beg your forgiveness if I pronounce my German stuff as I go. So the Wissenschaft movement, the scientific study of Jewish books, was a movement in the academic Jewish world who studied Jewish literature using all the modern tools at that time of German scholarship to study religious literature. And they had to make a decision on what they studied. What they studied and what they published basically represented Judaism to the outside academic world. So what did they rational, the Talmud is rational. The Talmud is a book of arguments driven by logic, and therefore Judaism is logical. Right? So we have the ethical components of the Hebrew Bible, we have the logical components of the Talmud, and therefore Judaism is respectable because it's paradoxical. Well, guess what isn't paradoxical? Kabbalah. So, what did the Visit movement do? Ignored it. Basically, it wasn't to be heard. Why? Because it was weird. It was superstition. It was occultism. It was nonsense, made up, fraudulent stuff. For them, this Church movement, Kabbalah, was embarrassment, it was background darkness, sometimes because it made Jews look crazy. If you've been listening to some of the stuff I've been saying for the past 14 weeks, you're thinking to yourself, God, that sounds nuts. Well, it does sound nuts. And can you imagine a bunch of Jewish scholars presenting that to a bunch of erudite Lutheran scholars being against the Jews? We believe that God masturbated reality. What? That's not going to fly, right? It's going to make them hate you. It's going to reinforce every negative stereotype about the Jews. The Jews are irrational, they're driven by superstition, they believe in nonsense. This Chuck Movement had to make a decision. The decision was not Talmud. And so early on, Kabbalistic literature was largely backward, lightly. And as you might know, at the same time this is happening, it's also the same time that all the movements of Judaism are being reformed. The Reform movement, the conservative movement, the Sorting movement, the Reconstructionist movement that begins in the early 20th century. All of the movements, all of the modern organized Judaism, all of the movements and movement Judaism, non-traditional Jewish world, all of them flow at some level to this Jewish movement, and they base their Judaism at some level on the Judaism being taught now by places like GTS, by places like German Scholarship, by places like Cincinnati Reform Center. And guess what? None of those places are doing it. None of them are doing it. Why? Because non-fortunate, like crazy people. So the Kabbalah is totally sidelined for 2.5-3 years by scholars. Completely sidelined. It is sidelined at a decisive moment in Jewish history. What is that decisive moment? The Moses conversion. So if you grew up in a movement, Reform movement, conservative movement, you grew up in any of the movements, their scholars are simply not being trained on Kabbalah. And because they weren't being trained on it, they couldn't teach it. Because they didn't teach it, they would abandon it. This is the reason why folks who grew up, especially the folks who grew up in older, if you grew up in the Judaism world, never heard about Kabbalah. There's a reason why. Because the rabbis you had looked about it. And this was the generation before them who learned about it. The generation before them had seen not to learn about it. And that's what happened. Effectively, Kabbalah becomes decanonized by the modern Jews. Modern Judaism basically decanonized. So the Zohar, the Sefer Yetzirah, all the literature we talked about, basically goes back on the shelf. And what comes back is Talmud is reflected, but mostly Tanakh. That's the reason why you never really see any movements until recently. Studies of Kabbalah, studies of Talmud, even Talmud. I mean, obviously here in did you all study Talmud? Talmud, something that you would be encouraged to study or heard about much. Even Talmud, right? Even Talmud was sidelined. You can imagine Talmud sidelined, sure. So that's one part of the story. A huge part of the story is that Kabbalah didn't go away. There's no Kabbalah, study Kabbalah in the traditional way. It's in the progressive space. It was decanonized. However, it's only now lifting back into I think it needs to be recanonized. Of course, the other thing that happens in this time is I live in the 20th century and there's no way to avoid the elephant in the room. Of course, the Holocaust. The Holocaust devastated, obviously, Europe, Jewry, but in terms of Kabbalah, it really devastated the Hasidic world. And the reason why it devastated the Hasidic world, as you might imagine, is because Hasidic Jews live basically in these social, very tight social networks. They are distinctively dressed. They look very Jewish. They dress like Jews, targeting the world. They all live in the same shtetls and ghettos. So liquidating them, killing them, putting them on these kind of markets is very, very easy to imagine. So the Hasidic world was incredibly destroyed in the Holocaust. I think, unfortunately, and Rob would be the better, obviously, the better expert for this than I would be, that the Hasidic world suffered apocalyptic measures of devastation in the Holocaust just because of they were basically sitting ducks. They also got theology from it. So many of them, because they rejected Zionism, did not try to flee to Palestine. They thought it was religious secret for moving to Palestine because they were also tied to the Rebbe. They also didn't want to leave, right? The Rebbe died in this Rebbe. So if the Rebbe didn't leave, they didn't. And last night, the park, when the ancestors moved in, they're there. They're living in that. They're living in that shtetl. They're there with that Rebbe. And it doesn't take them that way of really flying out from the ancestors to do the deed, which is basically eliminating an entire Hasidic and Chas v'Shalom happened over and over and over again in recent years, especially for victims, especially Palestine. I think one for Saffron or something like that. In the Holocaust, it's devastating, apocalyptic story. And as you know, the only people who relied on at this time, usually, from Kabbalah or other things, it's the people in Eastern Europe, it's the traditional people. They're the ones getting relied on. And with their execution by the atheists that were the Nazis, the light goes out. The light went out. It was a devastating blow to Kabbalah. Now, luckily, our Sephardic brothers and sisters, Sephardic folks, they were still doing Kabbalah in Morocco. They were still doing Kabbalah in Baghdad. Still doing Kabbalah in Northern Africa. So it wasn't like that devastating blow that was dealt to European Jews because of Kabbalah. But it is just important to say that the Hasidic movement and the European Jewry was very important center of the development of Kabbalah. And the Holocaust profoundly destroyed some elements of that continuity. Luckily, they did survive. Many of them survived. And they would regroup. Some of them in America. And in fact, there's two largest groups, Samar, or eventually, Samar, Taiwan, eventually made it out before the war, in the middle of the war, and Rabbi also made it out as well, and they refounded their real order, which is open. And so Pearl, Florida, and pretty respectively, both in the Holy Land, which is the better there. You folks have this right in Israel, just a word on it. The real Holy Land is right where that's going out. So, the rebound, folks, the rebound, how did this all rebound? We have the Holocaust, we have the Haskalah, we have this Chelsea movement. How did this rebound? Well, it rebounded in a couple different ways. The rebound in many ways began with the young maverick apologist. People forget that Gerhard Scholem, also people forget that he was Gerhard Scholem. He got Gershomized later. Gerhard Scholem was a young maverick apologist. That's the reason why the scholarship is so top-notch. You can read everything in the original language. And Scholem made the crazy argument that Kabbalah deserves academic study. This deserves academic part of Jewish history, academic study. And so in the 1920s, Gerhard did all the studies. He was reading basically every single Kabbalah he could get his hands on in the archives. Every single one. And being the German scholar that he was, he did that. And unlike the Wissenschaftler that rejected the importance of Kabbalah, Gerhard Scholem argued convincingly that there's something more than Judaism on Kabbalah. You couldn't imagine Judaism was just as important, or Kabbalah was just as important to Judaism as Talmud and anything else. So, Scholem argued over the time that reasons related both academically and historically into the history and thinking about what Judaism was. It was just by no means easy book. When Sholem, who was already an established scholar at the time, was invited to JTS, the lecture at JTS, Jewish Theological Seminary here in New York, when he was allowed to speak, the justification for him being able to speak was that, Kabbalah is nonsense, right? Kabbalah is Narishkeit. Kabbalah is nonsense, but, like, Narishkeit is Narishkeit. Aber the Geschichte des Narishkeit, das ist Wissenschaft. Right? Nonsense is nonsense. The history of nonsense is science. So Kabbalah is nonsense. The history of Kabbalah is science. It's worth studying as historical information. God forbid anyone to hear Kabbalah. That's ridiculous. That, by the way, was coming from the most famous progressive Talmud scholar in 20th century history. Solely, probably the most important Talmud, one of the most important Talmud scholars of the early 20th century. The Talmud professor Dickius basically invented modern sort of quasi-secular Talmud education. That's how Sholem was introduced. Can you imagine being introduced in the JTS? Like basically saying, yeah, what you study is nonsense. Or because you study this history, that's something we used to do. These legit. God forbid anyone actually that's completely crazy. So Sholem really had to walk an uphill battle. He fought an uphill battle the entire time to get legitimacy for what he was doing, which is unimaginable now, considering that Kabbalah is so legitimate, so easy. But Sholem had to fight that battle in many ways on his own. Luckily, he was a very capable scholar. Sholem always had an army of students. He attracted a great deal of students. Moshe Hillel and Don and other ones who have gone to become themselves leading scholars of Kabbalah. His students were also willing to criticize him, and they did. They made careers criticizing him. Folks like Moshe Hillel really showed how important Sholem was, and also how important Sholem was. So we have a whole generation of scholars who believes sacrifice and all kinds of stuff. But for us, it's a huge group of scholars that blow my mind with every book that they write. And so the academic study of Kabbalah is limited. It is not taught legit as you want to study Kabbalah in college. You can take an academic level Kabbalah class, and no one's going to sure find you history. At the same time, there is an emerging relatively small group of religious scientists by Rothschild. And he was eventually rise to Rothschild was terribly influenced by a huge Kabbalist, but certainly a lot of fluid economic influence by scientists. The most important, I think, Kabbalists that come really in the early 20th century would be Rabbi Rothschild'S, the master of the latter, and the also would be in Israel, and he would propose to Rabbi Schwartz. The most important, I think, is his commentary on the Zohar text that took, I think, 10 years to write, called Hasilah, the latter, and this is a introduction to the Zohar, but also a commentary on the Zohar, and he translated the Zohar crazy Aramaic that is used to a very modern Hebrew, make it accessible to a whole generation of people who otherwise would not be able to read it in the original Aramaic and understand it. This is modern Hebrew, modern Lashon Kodesh Hebrew, and so it's much more accessible than modern Hebrew. So many people who read Zohar now, Orthodox world, we also study Michael Gloria, are going to study many of his ideas in some level through the lens of Rabbi Ashlag, who also developed quite interesting communist view. In fact, I think he would step away from the ideals of Northern Israel and Calvinism. So even Ashlag becomes a very important, I think, probably the most important another character that I don't mention that people that I read now, of course, is Rabbi Schneerson, Schneerson, of course, was the head of the Rabbi movement, and what's important to know about him is Rabbi said someone would be more basically is supposed to them. And I'm sure founded this enormous network of the Rabbi movement. And he was a hugely important figure in the history of 20th century Judaism. It's really hard to downplay all the really important things he did. But what mentioned here that's important, maybe important going into 21st century Judaism, is that when he died in the 90s, he was already believed in his lifetime that he was the Messiah, and then when he died, people really began to believe he was the Messiah. And so there is a movement in the Chabad world, there's a big movement from the biggest one in the 90s. It seems to be mostly localized in Israel, especially for Chabad, where they believe he's the Messiah. Also, I have so I have you're right, the Messiah, and I studied briefly at a Chabad yeshiva, and I never met people who believed that he was not only not dead, but that he had taken into heaven somehow bodily, and that he was going to return really soon, and that it really his return would be heralded by Jews adopting the Torah, and that basically he was kind of stuck, and his occultation would come in, and the Rebbe would bring the king Messiah. Of course, you can still go to the rabbi, you can still go to Poland, and you can still see crowns. So I think if you look at the Rebbe's flag, which has the big yellow and brown, it's a shield from the side. So there's this messianic movement, which began to be a whole class of itself inside of the Chabad movement, where they believe that the Messiah. This is called a serious problem in the Chabad movement because there's such a movement of outreach. Although in my experience, and I've been told by folks that have grown up with it, is that largely the message.
Louis, how are you? Excellent. Pleasure to meet you. Um, I am recording, but I don't have a way to record on my phone. That's correct. I'm based out of Irvine, California. Correct. Some may say that. Oh, I do my best to not get political, but I know that his term is up this year, and from there, hopefully, he takes some time off and maybe just. Yeah, I did too. Um, well, like I said, not on my phone. Um, do you normally run podcasts? Oh, okay. All right. Um, so let me see how we could do this. Can you screen record on your phone? I don't have the space necessarily for the file. Um, okay, but that's all right. We can figure out something. Let's see. Well, first and foremost, let's get to know each other a little bit. And as I say that, maybe I can get a file over to you, or we can figure it out. Okay, so what kind of podcast do you have? May I ask? Uh, can you repeat that? Yes. To some extent, yeah. Absolutely. Okay, so this will be your fourth podcast.
This will be the 13th.
Oh, 13th. Okay, excellent. So you've done quite a few of them. All right.
Yeah, yeah, and the most recent one is me and my friend Ross talking about tennis.
Oh, okay. Very well.
Yeah,
Um,
because obviously you and Harry Potter.
yeah. Do you know about the cryptocurrency Harry Potter Obama Sonic Tanino?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So it's a cryptocurrency that sponsors me. They sponsor all my merchandise and such, and that's why I have this shirt on. But yeah, it's the name of the cryptocurrency. It's worth tens of millions of dollars. Apologies, I'm just getting my lighting set up and
I never have to record.
yeah, that's okay. We'll I'll figure out a way. There's a way in Zoom. Do you have just the standard Zoom plan? If you do, that's okay. Um, I can. I'm live streaming. Let me see if I can send you a link to restream. Do you mind if I tell you a little bit about myself?
No, go ahead.
Excellent, thank you. So yes, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. Uh, have you ever seen the television show Big Brother or the movie The Truman Show?
Yes.
Yes, excellent. So it's very similar to that. Essentially, I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history, which is a really big deal. It's an emerging um, it's an emerging type of technology known as continuous human data infrastructure and also continuous human activity data. So basically, studying a human from all aspects, eating, sleeping, behavior, I think will be of extreme benefit. Perhaps not just to AI in the future, but to generations. It's basically like a timeline or a time capsule of human achievement. Uh,
Are you using Raven Burbank in this analogy?
yeah, that's correct. Absolutely. Um, okay, so as for the recording option, I think I can send you a link and you can join. Uh, and so just one moment, and I'm gonna get that situated. So I appreciate your patience. Um, so yeah, I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. And like essentially I'm live on not just one YouTube stream or two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. So
Okay.
I have over I have 2,900 people in my Discord. Of those individuals, we have um, people who live with me in the Discord as well. I don't know. Do you use Discord at all?
Occasionally, only when it was early AI.
Oh, okay,
I was typing in code into this to do things like send prompts to make images.
absolutely. Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
Also, I have a friend who's very well connected. He's called Rob, and he's writing a book with Harry Potter.
oh, excellent. Okay.
Written about J.K. Rowling's connections with symbolism and what's the word? Uh, magical metal things, alchemy.
Alchemy, certainly.
Yeah,
Okay.
the connections, how these all can formulate into a structure inside the head. Taking them, he's got me travel all around England to provide locations and explain the individual places.
Oh, very interesting. Okay. So I am going to. Can I send you a link via email?
Yeah, and you think this will be one that will be saved already?
Yeah, yeah. It's also live streaming on YouTube as well.
No, okay,
Um,
that's
so
fine.
you'll be able to just get the link from there to be able to upload. If I may ask, where do you normally publish your podcast?
On his video form, I haven't got it connected to Apple Podcasts yet. I'm not sure how to do that. Have you got that out yet?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I can help you with all that.
Oh, cool.
Okay. So do you have your um, podcast on Spotify?
No, I don't.
Okay. Um, have you thought of doing it?
I'd have
Okay, so there is something called Podcast Creator, which is a different app than Spotify, um, and you basically just download it, and then you can directly um, you can directly record there, and it will publish, and then it multi-publishes. So it will publish to iHeart Media. It will publish to Apple. It will publish to Amazon. It will, and then of course to Spotify as well. So you don't have to do the individual uploading to everything, and that just makes it really convenient. Okay, so your name is Louis, is that correct? Louis. Apologies, Louis. Okay, Louis, I just sent you a link to my restream, um, and I'm currently streaming as I previously said. So let's see if this works. I've not used it uh, using these settings, but hopefully it will work. I'm live streaming on everything else. So, and then I'm it will be live on YouTube. So I can just send you that link and you can download it from YouTube. If you don't know how to do that, I can help you with that. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Excellent. Um. Um. Yeah. Let's try that. If it doesn't work, just can you leave this? Call, can you keep this call going at the same time? Yeah. Please do. Okay. Absolutely. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay. Rabbi Shmuley Botev. Okay. Turn that alone. Okay. Most certainly. That's phenomenal. Oh, excellent. And how long are your podcasts usually? Oh, okay, excellent. And uh, then you've done 13 of them. And if you're wondering, what am I doing? I'm just restarting my stream so that if anything happens during our conversation, we have backups and backups and backups. You know how that is. Um, so that's great. Um, if you don't mind, maybe give me another 3 minutes or so. Is that okay? Excellent. So you were saying your podcast is usually somewhat international relations based. Is that correct? Okay. Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so do you remember Dr. Steve?
Vaguely.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we follow each other on there now. And it, you might have heard of a comedian called Stacey Krasman.
Vaguely.
She is quite close friends with a comedian in a bit of a weird guy called Mike Machete.
Okay.
And then there was obviously you know the Hammerstone show.
Absolutely.
And if you remember the Rev, obviously,
Yes, I do. Absolutely.
yeah. So those three are on my radar. Yeah, they've all said they'll do something like their 60th time.
Oh, phenomenal! So you're getting some pretty big guests.
Basically, the idea is he's getting some really quickly. So yeah, the first real one is he really is today. He did play for Bristol Rovers. He was a professional player at one point. He does things even in the game. Um, and I've just got this kind of incredible memory for him basically picking me where it was slightly above my pay grade. I got a good taste for characters, if you know what I mean. So, and you know, it succeeds some of the time, and then when it does succeed, I hold on to the opportunities and go for it.
Excellent. And you play soccer yourself?
Sorry?
Do you play soccer, football? Do you play football yourself?
Not really. I'm more of a tennis man.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and you had mentioned that. So, I take it Wimbledon is a big deal.
Well, I'm writing a book at the moment called BM Thunder, which is about two freaks of nature who just dominate the sport for a whole season. Um, and it's more about how Wimbledon survives them rather than the other way around.
Oh, very interesting. Okay, is this a fiction or non-fiction?
It's a base fiction,
Okay, excellent. Uh,
but I'm setting it in a hyper energized real world. A couple of years later than now, um, but John McEnroe's still alive, so the larger than life tennis figures are going to be in there.
excellent.
But I'll probably weed out the more milk toast ones,
Sure. What are your
and
thoughts?
invent other slightly more characteristic. But yeah, the concept of this idea is that one is if you imagine that the Rock was an amazing tennis player.
Dwayne the Rock Johnson.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then imagine, so do you remember Federer?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Roger Federer.
If you make him a foot taller and skinnier, and just the third better,
Oh,
that's how good this other guy is.
okay. So he's basically better than anybody who's ever played, and just a
Yeah.
physical phenom.
And then one is an absolute athlete at the peak of his powers who happens to be the greatest tennis player of all time. And then the other one happens to be a prodigy tennis player who is a machine, he's a beast, he can be he can be heavyweight boxer, he can be an MMA guy, he's chosen to do this tennis.
Okay, very interesting.
And you can smoke cigars and have one of those guys. So basically favorite.
Okay, very interesting. And what got you into fiction writing, if I may ask?
Well, my first memory, I can tell the story. I always have liked doing it. But once my friend paid me £10 to do his coursework for him secretly,
Okay.
and I really loved it. It was a little. We had to do I think it was a Philip Marlowe, like a film noir kind of thing.
Sure.
And we, yeah, so I did my own. I didn't get a very good score. I think I got a C or something. And then he came out with this tale in his notes. He said like, "Oh, the teacher wants to see me." And he's just like, don't tell them. I hope you can get away with this." And then he came out smiling, and I said, "What are you smiling about? You're cool. You need to get it." No, mate, they told me I should be a writer.
Oh no way.
I always remember that story.
What a what a beautiful inspirational story coming out of something so stressful.
Yeah, so that was the first time I just kind of went, "Oh, this."
Okay. So do you want to be like in the, well, as they say, what is the question? What do you want to be when you grow up?
His dream is to be a published author, but I just write in my spare time. I'm trying to get myself to get some money in. Yeah.
Absolutely. As an author.
But in a normal one. But in the meantime, I'm keeping this all going because I'm running around. I'm talking to you and you're doing something like that.
Oh, you absolutely are. And let me tell you, your strategy is really great. I see you all over Twitter, just doing exactly what you're doing. I call it ambush podcasting. Basically, you just go to someone's replies, say, "Hey, I've got a podcast. Would you like to be on it?" And then you see who connects with you, right?
Yeah, if you don't ask, you don't get. But you don't want to hard sell this. A nice little polite message. Things is usually can be okay.
I agree with you, and I think that the way that you've done it has been very polite. Okay, excellent. All right, so let's try this if you don't mind. Go to the link that I sent you, and basically the video that I started like 12 minutes ago. So if anything, you would just when you download it on your end, you just cut it at 12 minutes in. But we're gonna formally start. So no pressure. We'll get it all arranged. And I appreciate your openness to do this. I think it can be mutually beneficial. I'm doing another podcast later today, one in Australia. I've been doing the podcast circuit. Um, I did one last week with the same person in Australia, and I'm a futurist, so I like to talk about the future. So perhaps some of our discussions.
I know my Raker as well.
You know who?
My Raker as well.
Your maker as well?
Raker as well.
Oh, you know Ray Kurzweil. Oh, excellent. Very well.
I know about him. He did Singularity.
Yes, absolutely. 100%. Yes.
Okay, so this link didn't let me use a camera, so let me just try one more time.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you have Discord?
No, I'm using camera. It says camera access not granted. You're backstage, so you may add you to the podcast anytime when you're ready.
Absolutely. Okay, so I can do that once I potentially see you as a guest. Oh, okay, I see you. Just a moment. So I think that are you on your phone doing this?
Yeah.
Okay, so the reason why you don't have access is because you are using your camera right now to talk with me. So we're gonna not quite yet. Um, okay, and I'm gonna bring you in, and I don't know exactly. I'm gonna, I guess, just bear with me as I try to figure this out myself. We'll get it though, as they say. Okay, I brought you in. Can you see yourself on the screen?
I saw a flash, I can see my name.
Okay. You can see your name.
Yeah.
Okay, I can see you.
Okay, I can see you.
Okay. Uh, so I'll tell you what. I will.
Can we leave this other conversation?
Yeah, we'll leave this one. But if anything, keep the phone close in case we have to go back and reconnect or something. Okay.
I'm leaving the red screen.
Oh no! Stay in the restream. No, stay in the restream.
Okay, I'm leaving the Zoom one.
Okay, excellent. And I'll see you in restream.
Okay, done.
Hello. Can you hear me? Can you see me or hear me? Louis? Okay, now I can hear you. Louis, can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay, your camera is reversed. So the people of the world. Here.
There
Absolutely. Okay. So let me just get situated a little bit. All right. Just for our Zoom call, I'm going to end the meeting here. Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay, excellent. All right. So before we start, if there's anything you need or whatever, you let me know. And you'll be able to just take the raw file and edit it in any way you want. Before we start, let me just check to make sure that we're recording. That's always a good thing to check. I should say.
I can't see you. Is that normal?
Oh no, you should be able to see me.
Oh, I can't. I can see myself.
Okay. Are you on a computer?
No.
Okay, you're on a phone. I wanted so that you can see me. So,
I can see discord.me/Rabbi.
yes, click that little. Is there like a little slider?
No. Oh, hang on.
Okay, you just turned yours off.
Yeah. It's back on now.
Okay, is there one by my name?
No.
Okay. Um, yeah, I want you to be able to, of course, see me as well. So, um, we'll figure this out. If you would, you're on a browser?
Safari.
Okay, yeah, browser. All right. Um, okay, I will. I'll try with a different. I'll do what you're doing, so I'll be like an extra guest, and I will see. I'll see what you're seeing.
Okay. I am checking this to the Native American.
Just bear with me. It's just setting up the stage for you. Accessing your camera.
Okay.
I guess I might have dual cameras, so it's fine. Okay, join us. So you press the thing that says join as a guest, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Apologies if we're getting um, feedback. Just a moment. Let's see how we can turn this on. Isn't this? Cool. Okay. Um, so now I'm kind of getting to see what you're seeing. I think I see Rabbi 2 backstage. Okay, so I have to accept myself as just like you. Then I'm gonna have a chance to see what you're seeing, and we will get this worked out. Okay, so you see me now? Excellent. Okay. That's right. Okay. So I'm going to lead with this other device. If I may ask, does one of them say discord.me/rabbi and the other says rabbi 2? Okay. But they have different names. One of them says discord.me/rabbi and the other says rabbi 2? Okay, excellent. Yeah, it's live on YouTube right now. Okay. Um, can you still see me? Okay, excellent. So you can see me now. And with that being said, you want to, oh, it's beautiful. Palatial, my friend. Okay, so would you like to start? Okay, so why don't you get comfortable and then you introduce this like it's one of your podcasts because it certainly will be. And before we start, let's just say if there's anything you get interrupted or anything, you want anything cut out, you have my permission to cut it out, and I would like the same. If it, and But yeah, all my stuff is live and I'm raw all the time, all my footage, so shouldn't have an issue with that. Okay, and then let me. Please welcome. This is episode 13 of No Hot Ashes, and my guest today is Rabbi Rothschild from California. That's right. It's a pleasure to be with you today, Louis. Yeah, you too. So, as my guest, would you like to tell me a little bit about this project of yours? Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. It's a privilege to be here and a privilege to have your audience here today. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm, in my own way, king of the internet. I have archived more data than any person in global history, and that's important because in 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, which may make me a very influential person someday. If and when that happens, I'd like to make you, your friends, your family, your audience, all financially independent if they're not already. I'd like to ensure that they have generational wealth if they don't already. And I'd like them to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of their own.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, because I know I've heard a couple of things about the. Are you an archaeology?
I am.
Yeah, so you've got more Nobel prizes per capita than any other country in the world.
That's correct.
Is it after Nobel more Jewish people were involved in the creation of the Manhattan Project?
That's true. Oppenheimer, Edward Teller, and such. Yeah.
And they were a lot of them were wrongly accused of affiliating with the Communist Party.
Many.
And also, I believe it's also been said that there's some people who are pro-Semites, and I know, for example, Christopher Hitchens had a sort of instinct that he had a kinship with the Jewish people, and then it was only after his very late in his life he discovered his mother was Jewish. And I remember conversations with Martin Amis when he was Martin.
I can't hear you as well. Did you cover the microphone? I can't hear you. Can you perhaps repeat that? Are you covering the microphone?
I think so.
There you go. Now I can hear you.
Maybe it's just a signal problem. Okay. No, it was just a little story about Kingsley Amis, father of Martin. And apparently he just used to say the word "yid" and then Martin didn't like it.
It happens.
Yeah.
I do my best to have an open mind to people of all backgrounds, and I personally am a futurist. I like to talk about things about the future, more things that unite us, less that divides us. Do you mind if I mention some of the topics that I enjoy addressing?
Yeah, absolutely not.
Thank you. So, aside from making everyone in the audience perhaps wealthier than they could have ever imagined based on data, I want to help the world. And I want to do that through the platform that this stream offers me. I'm not live on just one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live at any given time from on more than 20 different YouTube streams. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. You can watch my life 365 days of the year. I have been doing this for more than 4 years. So back to the pandemic, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. It's essentially a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. And with the platform this gives me, I'd like to advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're back.
Okay, we're back. Excellent. So I'd like to advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'd like to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's actually the one that I'm wearing the merchandise right now. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker is Bitcoin. It's a cryptocurrency that's worth tens of millions of dollars. And one of the things that the community does is build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Specifically, we've built water towers in rural villages in Nigeria. I'd like to keep those types of excellent advocacy and programs going in a larger way. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Additionally, I talk about things from a futurist perspective, things like perhaps anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, perhaps one day interstellar travel. I like to talk about mega projects, a Bering Strait tunnel, perhaps, bridging the Darien Gap, pardon me, perhaps expanding the channel of the the English Channel, so more traffic can make the the journey. I want to be someone who is seen by the world as a big idea individual. I know I can't accomplish all of these goals myself, but the things that I find interesting, I talk about things like artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. I, in my own way, am perhaps the world's leading trailblazer in some cutting edge types of technology. One is known as CHDI, it's continuous human data infrastructure. Another is CHAD, which is continuous human activity data. Uh, Essentially, the idea of being able to watch an individual for long periods of time and learn about aging, behavior, eating habits, sleeping habits, every aspect of the human body. And I think it's a really exciting project for people to be able to not just observe what I do, but also hear the conversations that I have with people just like you every single day and how we can better the earth.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Because so you seem to know a little bit about your comedy shows and things. Do you remember Dr. Michio Kaku,
Yeah, absolutely.
Science of Star Trek?
Yes.
Did you ever see that show?
Science of Star Trek.
Yeah.
I've seen him in documentaries and such, specifically the universe.
Yeah,
I've heard his
well, I
his
just remember
interviews.
the reason I got in touch with Dr. Steve is that they famously didn't get on the show. So that's the reason I mentioned it.
Very interesting. Well, these are many
They
of the.
didn't like wait. Yeah, they just didn't like wait to dumb things down when it was talking. But apart from that, no, I'm a big fan of these people.
It depends on the audience. So if I heard you correctly, the Science of Star Trek, correct?
Yeah, it's when they were trying to make lightsabers for real and things like that.
Absolutely, and that's a lot of the technology that I discussed. Things like replicators, which is directly from Star Trek. These are also known as Santa Claus machines. For the audience out there, imagine a 3D printer that instead of using plastic, it can use any element in the periodic table to be able to create anything that you want. So, go ahead.
Yeah, well, no, I think there's a book by David Deutsch, Guns, Germs, Steel, or maybe that's Richard Pearl or something. There's someone, the father of Daniel Pearl. I think that's Richard Pearl. You know, the guy who was beheaded.
Yes, absolutely. The New York Times reporter, and I'm familiar with that book.
Is it Guns, Germs, and Steel?
Yes, if you're discussing the exploration of Western colonizers in the New World.
Yeah, and like physics and the limits of physics. But I think one of these guys just said technically, if we crack physics, anything is possible.
That's absolutely correct.
Knowledge is power.
Knowledge is power. That's absolutely right, Louis. And I'm an advocate of that. I feel like there are people out there who may say that much of what I discuss seems like science fiction. I mean, many of these ideas have been discussed in science fiction media, but I want to help bridge the gap between science fiction and science fact. At one time, when people would talk about brain computer interfaces, that seemed like far off technology. But at the beginning of this decade, we had the first successful brain computer interface, Neuralink, in a gentleman known as Nolan Aspro, approximation on his pronunciation of his name. He's a quadriplegic man who can now play video games better than you or I can, and perhaps maybe anyone on Earth. He basically has an auto aimer in his head. And the goal is to perhaps be able to create some kind of transmitter. I think at this time it might be Bluetooth, but perhaps some other type of signal in the future to be able to bridge the gap between the separation in his spinal cavity or his spinal column, so that signals can be sent to the lower part of his body, and perhaps one day he may be able to have use of his hands again, maybe perhaps, God willing, use of his legs. That to me,
they get like stem cells in him, that might help.
Absolutely, and that type of technology 30 years ago seemed like science fiction. Brain-computer interface sounded like science fiction. Something like Neuralink sounded like science fiction. We're starting to bridge those things. CRISPR technology, if you're familiar and your audience is familiar with CRISPR technology, seemed like science fiction 20, 30 years ago.
made Oscar Pistorius have some real legs, maybe he wouldn't end up killing his wife or his girlfriend.
There may perhaps have been alternatives, certainly that may have existed, and we are at the precipice of something really special. I like to discuss other things that are on the we are on the horizon. One is known as de-extinction. I don't know if your audience is familiar, but the de-extinction, many people think this is like Jurassic Park kind of technology. We're a little ways off from that kind of technology, but essentially it is, in layman's terms, perhaps, or layperson's terms, being able to create a somewhat hybrid version of a once extinct species. So many people don't know, but the first successful de-extinction has already taken place. It took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal. Following
So
the
just to give people a little bit of a pop culture weigh in on this one. It's the bullfrogs being used in the Jurassic Park they ended up breeding because they mixed them with toads. Is it bullfrogs in Jurassic Park that they used to fill in the gaps in the DNA?
I believe it was something like that. Additionally, mosquito and
Alan Grant picks up the thing and he just tells them and gives them a little speech about that. Yeah.
Absolutely, and then some mosquito and amber related as well. This type of technology, and following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, scientists want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, which went extinct. Perhaps the last one, I believe, in captivity was in the 1920s, followed by the dodo bird, which went extinct around the 1600s or so. I think these are fascinating topics that really we're not talking enough about, I feel, and are really exciting.
Condors also a thing, like condors dying, and then someone brought a couple of those back.
So the California condor, if that's what you're referencing, during the 1990s was on the verge, or around then, was on the verge of extinction, but has had quite a resurgence as well. Not specifically, to my knowledge, through de-extinction technology, but just through conservation efforts, which I'm certainly an advocate of. I feel that perhaps we did a lot of damage to the earth during the Industrial Revolution, and perhaps with many of the advancements that we've made in science and technology, we may be able to reverse some of those effects. Other things that I like to talk about that may be of interest to your audience are things like perhaps life extension technology. Most people in your audience, when they were born, the average life expectancy for them was probably about age 80, perhaps. I'd like to increase that, or give them the resources to be able to increase that and make these types of technologies more affordable. Things like oxygen therapy, hyperbaric chambers, things like perhaps we talked earlier, stem cells, perhaps human growth hormone, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, peptides, cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, some types of
maybe sensory deprivation
uh,
to the mind.
Absolutely, we could certainly include that. Yeah, absolutely. Sensory deprivation tanks. I don't know if you or your listeners have ever been in one. They're amazing. If you've ever had the experience, I have. They're amazing. Essentially, you float on very saline-based or salt-based water. You almost feel absolutely weightless. It's a very dark chamber. The water is tepid. It's the same temperature basically as your body, around 98.6 degrees. And
it's your own little miniaturized personalized density.
That's exactly right. And you can let your mind escape. It's almost in its own way a very meditative trance that you can almost go in, because generally there is no light. You can't feel anything. You can't hear anything. And it's quite an amazing process. It really makes you have different feelings or different understandings of time, and also what your body's the types of deep consciousness and deep focus your body can perhaps be in. Additionally, I talk about things like certainly cold shock therapy ambrosia therapy, perhaps blood transfusions of your own blood, things like red light therapy and testosterone replacement therapy for both men and women. These are all really exciting life extension technology. Yeah. But when both men and women can benefit from these types of technologies. And I want to, if possible, extend or expand the average life expectancy from age 80 to age 100, 120. But eventually, at 120 or so, many people in the audience, you as well, may say, Rabbi, back in 2026, a lot of what you discussed sounded like science fiction, but it's become science fact. My body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And this is where I feel it gets really interesting and really exciting for those of you out there who want, this is with your consent. Everything that I talk about, I feel should be with your own consent. Consent's very important to me. And so I'm an advocate of my body, my choice, and I don't feel anything should be forced upon you. But if you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I want you to know, and
Johnny Depp film about that, wasn't it? Uploaded himself to the conscious.
I believe so. Yes, this is a common narrative within a lot of science fiction movies. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, Louis, and your audience is that you may be able to have a future of digital immortality, which is an extremely exciting opportunity. We are essentially the last generation, or maybe perhaps the first generation, that may be able to either avoid death or extend life to the point where we may be able to live indefinitely. And I just think this is a really exciting future.
A real life afterlife.
That's absolutely correct. And from there, many people say, well, I don't want to live forever. And no one's forcing you to. Many people with whom I interact on a daily basis say, I want to just live my normal life and die whenever I want to die. And I feel that that should be allowed. I am, I want this technology to be used with people's consent. However, there are those of us, and perhaps we've been termed transhumanists, people who want to extend life, if possible, for as long as possible. And for those of us who may have the ability to do so, we would like to maybe be able to reverse age and extend our current life in whatever bodies we have for as long as possible. And then perhaps, if needed, might use mind uploading technology to be able to live indefinitely. And for your audience out there that may wonder what this is like, it's essentially like a save point in a video game, for lack of a better analogy, where you could essentially upload your consciousness into a computer system. And then if anything ever happened to you, God forbid, you were in deep space exploration or whatever, we'd be able to get that save point back. And perhaps there might be some way that you wouldn't need to do manual saves, that there could be some kind of automatic saving system perhaps in the future. That's all for generations to come to be able to decide. Absolutely. And then for those people out there who want to live for not just hundreds of years, not just thousands of years, but perhaps millions and maybe even billions of years, if they'd like, at any point, they should be granted the option, if they want, to just stop and be able to end it all, or come back with their memories erased, and or just not come back at all. I want to give people rights. I think that's really important. I think it's a really... Go ahead.
Yeah, and for these poor souls that are born in the wrong body, the gender dysphoria.
Yeah. So
they have the ability to have very effective, non-invasive surgery. Just get it done very quickly.
That's absolutely correct. And so for those of you out there who are LGBTQ plus, I consider myself to be plus. Whatever that is, we don't really know what that is, but that means that I may want to experiment in the future to be whatever I want to be. If I live 10 million years as a man, I might one day want to live as a woman. If I spend 10 million years as a human, I might want to be a different type of species someday. I don't want to limit myself to anything. So in addition to being an LGBTQ plus ally, and perhaps consider my own self non-binary, or wanting to perhaps, if I want to be a woman in the future, maybe not in this lifetime, but maybe in a future lifetime, or perhaps in this lifetime if I continue to live for a very long time.
With your brain for a day.
Pardon me?
You can tree frog with your brain.
That's exactly right. And who knows what scientists will be able to perhaps develop in the future and what kinds of technology. So these are some of the topics that I discuss on my stream. I've been doing this now for more than 4 years from more than 20 different YouTube streams. For anyone out there who wants to view my YouTube streams, who finds this really interesting, you can find me on YouTube 24 hours a day by typing my name. I'm Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube, and make sure you filter by live because I have so much content. It's an absolute sea of 12-hour videos that I basically have. You want to filter by live, and you'll be able to watch my life in 360 degrees.
Okay.
Additionally,
this is how I'll find this video there.
Yeah, I'll also send you a link so that you don't have to.
Brilliant. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So that you don't have to delve through all of those. But additionally, for your audience who wants to find out more about what I do, go to my Linktree, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, just like my name, just like who I am. And you'll be able to find more social media of any individual than you've ever found. I have blogs there. I have tens of thousands of different accounts on TikTok and Kick and Blue Sky and Pinterest and certainly Snapchat and of course YouTube and Instagram and Twitch. I have more social media than anybody would ever want.
Facebook, everything.
Absolutely, it's all there. Linktree.com.
We connected through X.
We did connect through X. Yeah, so X is a great place to be able to find me as well. All my links are in my link tree, so just go there, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. If you want to join my Discord, I'm live in Discord 24 hours a day. And so the best link, you can find that in my link tree as well, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You can also find it at discord.me/rabbi. And that will give you a link directly to my Discord. We have thousands of people who are members there. It's free. Everything I talk about is free. There's no charge for any of this. If you want to connect with me and you want to talk about futurology, I'm here for you. If you want to connect with me and you want to talk about Judaism, I'm here to talk about it. If you want to connect with me and talk about Kabbalah, I'm here to talk about it with you. If you want to connect with me and talk about history or science, or you're just having a relationship issue and you want someone with whom to speak, I'm here for you. I'm here to support not just my community, but anybody else who hears my voice who wants help. I'm here to be a helper in this world. I'm here to be a teacher in this world. I'm here to be a leader in this world.
Okay, can I ask? I'll get one plug in for your audience. This is for my own benefit. I'm 1% majority on Substack. That's £50 a year. You get all my essays that I'll write every year. So that's that out of the way. Now, can I ask you, what do you think Madonna's attraction to Kabbalah was?
Absolutely. So this is something that came about in the late 90s or so, along with some other celebrities, including Britney Spears and others. And it was based out of the Kabbalah Center in Beverly Hills in Robinson. Basically, there is a movement in major cities around the world for people of all backgrounds, not just of the Jewish faith, but all backgrounds, to be able to study Jewish mysticism. And Madonna, I believe, had basically taken the invitation, perhaps, of some of her colleagues who were interested in studying Jewish mysticism and studied at the Kabbalah Center in West Los Angeles and Beverly Hills, and was able to have, I think, it had a major impact on her. As I understand, she avoids having concerts on Friday nights, which is our Shabbat, and perhaps has worn the red string that's associated with the Kabbalah Center, and other celebrities were affected by this as well.
Cut out pork as well, I imagine.
I don't know her dietary habits specifically, but I do know that she does an excellent job doing her best to keep in shape. And I personally think that any person who wants to enlighten themselves, there are ways to do it. It doesn't have to be religiously or philosophically. Just stretching, meditating. Those are really great ways that you can really transform your own life. And for anyone out there who is looking to become more connected to Kabbalah, I teach a Kabbalah class every day. So I've taught over 100 of them consecutively. They're available on my different YouTube streams, and they're all at least an hour, sometimes multiple hours a day. And we cover everything from ancient Kabbalah to medieval Kabbalah. We covered modern Kabbalah. And then I also give it some other Jewish and halakhic Jewish law flavor, um, and some Yiddish in there, certainly some Hebrew in there. And it's a great starting place for people who don't have a huge background in Kabbalah. And I have intentions to do this for the rest of my life. I think it'd be great to have a really nice compendium of at least 1 hour per day of just my teaching. Sometimes we watch documentaries on Kabbalah of other teachers if I find that they are prudent, and just do our best to do as much deep dives into Jewish mysticism as possible. And really, I think in general, just my streams are about self improvement, improving yourself physically, mentally, emotionally, behaviorally. I want you and everybody else out there who hears my voice to have a better life. And if there's anything that I can do to help that or aid that, I want to be here. So anyone who wants to connect with me, come to my Discord. I'd love to meet you. Come check out my Linktree, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You can find all my links there. It's just a really interesting project that I know I've undergone, and I'm not alone. There are other people who I've met who stream their life on YouTube. Not for as many days. I've never met anybody really even close to what I've done. But there are people out there who do have what I call not just a live stream, but a life stream where they just stream their whole life. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, California, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California. It's easiest for me to stream generally from a desktop stream because of connectivity. But when I go viral, I want to travel the world, helping people, connecting with people, improving the world in any way that I can.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, we can talk a bit. So, are you a religious Jew?
I am.
Okay, because there's another thing. Christopher Hitchens related this idea that he thinks a lot of Jews maybe have to choose atheism, because a lot of Jews tend to be unbelievers.
Oh, absolutely. There's
perhaps,
perhaps
for example, of like Woody Allen.
most certainly, perhaps
Larry David.
absolutely, secular Judaism is a major movement in the world. It's really at the foundation of the Zionist movement. Many of the early Zionists in the 19th century, so 1800s, were found themselves frustrated with religion and moved more in that political movement. I personally am about world peace. I want everyone to get along. So I do my best to avoid politics to the best of my ability.
Right.
I am certainly someone who is a social justice activist. I want good for all individuals in the world, but certainly secular Judaism for many people, and specifically within uh, Judaism, has been a big movement. And based on statistics, as many as about half of all people, of all Jews, have some type of non belief to some extent. Even Israel is a secular country. The majority of people there, of course, they may identify as Jewish, but do they believe every single thing that you're supposed to believe as an Orthodox Jew? Perhaps that may be in question. But I, as a rabbi, want to connect people with science and certainly religion and see that they may not be all that separate and move forward in what unites us as not just Jews, but as people in general. I look at it this way. at least the Western religion, so we're talking Judaism, Christianity, Islam, we all are Abrahamic religions. And so, really, we're all basically branches of the same Father. And perhaps the branches may have separated at different times, but we all have the same source. And then, even from there, the other major religions of the world, certainly Buddhism and Hinduism and Taoism and Confucianism.
Can you see the bookshelf up there?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, so that yellow one on the top shelf. Hold on. Is that angled right? Can you see that yellow one?
Yeah, I see a little yellow, yeah.
Yeah, that little yellow, that's the Portable Atheist, and that's got loads of essays in there, and compiled by Christopher Hitchens. And that's got essays from Karl Marx and things like that.
Very well.
Yeah.
And for those who are hearing this, Christopher Hitchens certainly had an amazing effect on the world. Richard Dawkins, I feel, another evolutionary biologist, had a major impact on the world. And I don't necessarily see that these types of belief systems have to necessarily be separate. And if we were all being honest, Christopher Hitchens, the Rebbe of Chabad, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the an Orthodox sage, Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, the Chafetz Chaim, the Vilna Gaon, all the great rabbis, all the great seculars, if we sat them at one big table and we really were being honest, none of us know. We're all agnostic in our own way. No one knows anything. Now, it's a difficult thing to prove. We're just doing what we were taught to do, perhaps what our traditions are. When I teach my classes, I generally do my best at the beginning of them all to say no one knows for sure. Elu ve'elu Elohim Chaim. But I do my best to say that this is the Mazor we live by. And Elu ve'elu Divrei Elohim Chaim is something that I feel is important to be able to recognize. This is the Mazor that we live by. This is the tradition that we live by as Jews, but no one really knows.
No. And I'll just if I get a quick agreement from you, this most poisonous conspiracy theory of all time is the protocols of the Elders Zion.
I would say that it is certainly a controversial subject, and I'm about uniting the world. I'm about peace, and I do my best to avoid some of these alternative thoughts. And,
No, I tend to look at, this is forced upon me by the people I listen to, so I just know this stuff. I read a book called Voodoo Histories by David Aronovich, and it was just all about conspiracy theories, and he nailed that one. It's a fabrication, so anyway, let's not go there. But can I ask you what you go to escape when you're just sat in front of the TV with someone to watch something? Do you like watching Seinfeld?
I do. I love Seinfeld. I'm a huge Seinfeld head, as the kids say. I love Seinfeld. I loved it in the 90s. I loved it in the noughts. I loved it in the teens, and I love it in the 20s. I'm certain I've seen them all. I'm in the Seinfeld
sub. Larry David over to Kirk?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
He's great, right?
100%. 100%. I'm in the Seinfeld subreddits. I love the Seinfeld memes. I see Seinfeld as a I see the world through perhaps ways that show shaped my views on the world in many ways. I love Seinfeld. It is near and dear to me. So I do like Seinfeld. I like stand-up comedy a lot. I like comedy in general. I like comedians. It's important to laugh. It's important for the world to be able to not take itself too seriously. So I very much enjoy watching stand-up comedy. That's what I like to do in my free time. Additionally, I like to play games. So everything from chess and checkers and even card games. I enjoy playing. I love the social aspect of the internet, where two people on different continents can be able to connect, able to have intriguing conversations, be able to share, and just that's a really special part, I feel, of the time in which we are living. And so I am at home in my own comfort when I'm basically relaxing, able to play games or read on a subject that's interesting to me, and I have a podcast on in the background or comedy on in the background. I, that's basically something that makes me very happy. I love to learn, so I'm someone who might have multiple podcasts on at the same simultaneously, because I just feel that I'm not fulfilled with one enough, or whatever it may be. I love to learn. I love to read. I love intriguing ideas, and really, with the advent of AI, I feel that's giving humans, maybe people who wouldn't previously have delved into writing, an opportunity to be able to express themselves. I think it's an excellent tool if used correctly. I know that I've used it myself constantly. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November 2022. So I started the stream in 2021. So I actually have like pre-large language models about an entire year, more than an entire year of my life on camera archived. And then from there, ChatGPT launched on November 30th or so, 2022, and then I've been able to see the different changes that have happened with the world, with certainly the advent of ChatGPT 1, ChatGPT 2, ChatGPT 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5, 5, and then its competitors, Claude and Gemini and Copilot, and certainly Grok and all of the others, and how it has affected our society, how it's affected certainly the internet and just people's jobs. I remember when I would first talk to people about ChatGPT, uh, they they didn't think it was that going to have that big of an effect, and then they'd come back to me subsequently and they're like, "Oh boy, was I wrong." This is a game changer, and it most certainly is. In the same way that the internet was a game changer, and television was a game changer, and radio was a game changer, AI is the coming technology that has already changed the world and will continue to do so.
Yeah, and to have this conversation now with no delay as well, that's brilliant.
It's phenomenal. I think we're on the cusp of something really interesting, especially when we get into virtual reality and augmented reality and all of the ways that people will be able to connect with haptic suits and haptic feedback. We are just on the precipice of something really special, and I'm excited of where the world's going. There are a lot of people who are negative on the future, and if you're hearing my voice, I'm someone who's positive about it. I think that the future can be bright, and I don't have a dystopian idea of the future. Many people feel like we may be living in 1984 of George Orwell. Well, very few people know this, but there's a 1985, not written by George Orwell, but there is a 1985 which has a different take on things, and perhaps the future isn't so bleak. And for those of us who may have a positive mindset in the future, perhaps there may be some type of utopian opportunity. And I do my best to maintain positivity. I know from my own perspective, if I keep streaming, I keep the consistency every single day, meeting new people, having my community grow. It's just going to take one influencer out there, and it could be anyone who's listening right now who sees what I do, sees that I have more data archived than any person ever, and data is Earth's #1 resource according to The Economist magazine, and I could potentially make them richer than they'd ever in their wildest dreams. All they have to do is retweet something that I do, or repost something that I do, or talk to a friend of theirs that's an influencer. So if you're hearing my voice right now and you know someone who may potentially have a large influence, specifically on social media, but even in real life as well, tell them about what I do. Look into what I'm doing. Connect with me, because all I need is that catalyst, and we are going to take over the world with this project. And then it's going to be a treasure trove of all of the different things that I've created on the internet. I've treated the internet like it's my canvas, and I have more content than any person ever. It's going to be very exciting for people to be able to enjoy it. There are a lot of people out there who think that the internet is full of bots or full of AI. I'm real. I'm raw. My data is raw. And I feel that's going to be really important to people of the future. Anybody can do a short form video, perhaps AI generated. Anybody can do that. Not everybody has themselves sneezing on camera, going to the bathroom on camera, bathing, eating, crying, laughing, all of the things
Yeah.
that a human does. And I feel this is a beautiful story to be able to tell the world. And I appreciate, Louis, the opportunity to share it with your audience.
Cool. All right. Um, yeah, and some ideas need to go more viral, like the idea of a text vouchers, for example.
I'm in agreement with you.
Yeah, more people, because if I suddenly was on a wage of 50 grand a year or something, I would definitely channel some of that to a charity, and I would research where the right charities to go.
I'm in agreement with you. Many people ask me, so Rabbi, you say you're going to make us rich. How are you going to do it? And if I may just include, I do say data is its number one resource, and my data isn't monetized right now. We're going to take all of the money that I create from all of my different streams, and we're going to create a large trust. Basically, not just to help everyone who's helped me along the way. You're all recorded in one way or another if you've joined my Discord or we're friends on Instagram or whatever it may be. And what we're going to do is we're going to help you, your friends, your family with that money from all of the data that I am able to monetize. Additionally, I am going to be able to monetize all of my social media, my thousands of accounts, all of the content that I have there. Moreover, I'm going to be able to be perhaps the world's biggest spokesperson, just like I am for this cryptocurrency. I'll be able to essentially wear an F1 suit with different opportunities for people to be able to sponsor me and watch me 24 hours a day. This is an opportunity unlike any previously from a marketing perspective. Nobody will say, I will wear your brand all the time like I do. Absolutely. And then another way we'll be able to do it perhaps is through cryptocurrency and other investments because I'm the foremost spokesperson of cryptocurrency in many ways. I feel that I have a beautiful archive of the crypto journey, specifically on Twitter, but also on things like Pump Fund and or X and other places, and Telegram. I've been live streaming my life in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu Telegram for years. I have been more than years of my life archived on X. I have years of my life archived on YouTube and Rumble and Instagram. It would take one individual more than 100 years to watch just a fraction of my streams. That's how much data we're talking about here. We're not talking gigabytes. We're not talking terabytes. We're talking petabytes. And that's a really exciting opportunity, not just for your average individual.
What's kind of like a billion? Is that a billion bytes?
It's 1,000 terabytes.
So billion.
Well, so it is a gigabyte is or a
No,
ter.
terabyte is
No, no, no. It works on a thousand scale. So you have byte, and then from there you have kilobyte. That's 1,000 bytes. Then you have megabyte, which is 1,000 kilobytes. Then you have a gigabyte, which is 1,000 megabytes. Then you have a terabyte, which is 1,000 gigabytes, and then you have a petabyte, which is 1,000 terabytes. And so that is a huge amount of data. Now, it's more than any one individual will be able to basically absorb on their own. But that's where AI comes into place. We're going to be able to make AI over the course of my day. I can already do this. Take a 12-hour video of mine, put it into a generator, and it'll come up with the best 3 minutes of whatever I did over the course of that day. People will be able to get digests of what I do. But then for those people out there who always want to connect with someone, I'm always here. I'm always available. You can connect with me. And a very cool aspect of this, especially when I travel the world, God willing, people are going to always have something to do. Imagine any of your favorite influencers out there. At a given point, they always say, all right, bye, everyone. I don't. I'm always streaming. I am the king of content. I'm king of the internet. And that's a really exciting opportunity for people, for one person to share their entire life with the world. And it's my gift to the world. I do so because I've sacrificed many aspects of my life to be able to have this project. And I feel that the world will be a better place in the future if we have the opportunity to be able to study all this data. And the role that I have in AI is incredibly important. I mentioned it previously, the continuous human data infrastructure and continuous human activity data is an exciting amount of data for AI to be able to parse, to be able to digest, to be able to learn not just about behavior, but micro behavior, micro actions. And we're just looking at this from a two-dimensional standpoint. Very soon, two dimensions will be increased to HD and then three dimensions, and people will be able to essentially live my life virtually if they want. And then there are other aspects that may be able to happen in the future where you're able to remove different layers of my clothing with augmented reality, perhaps layers of my skin, actually see what's going on in my brain, maybe even know the exact thoughts that I'm discussing right now. You might be able to somehow, with some kind of futuristic technology, be able to study. That is an incredible opportunity for the world. So this is the start, I feel, of something really great. I've been doing it for 4 years, so it doesn't seem like it's just the start, but I know I am on the edge of something really great. And it's just going to take one person to check out what I do, recognize that it is just an incredible, incredible amount of data, and that this is something really special, and it's going to change the world.
You want to retweet from Lady Gaga with her playing Edge of Glory.
That's absolutely right. Lady Gaga, when you see this, I have many, many songs of yours that we have on the stream. I have many videos that I've made. Every single person who is essentially a big artist is on my stream, whether it's from TikTok videos, whether it's from karaoke, whether it's from bumper music, everyone out there. So there isn't really an aspect of the human of media or just of humans in general that my stream hasn't had some type of connection. I've done my best to watch all of the major films, especially the Oscar nominees and winners going back to the 1920s. Listen to every major album. Listen to every major audiobook and every major religious text. I want this to be the compilation of the world's media. This isn't and just not just media, but achievements. This isn't just the story of Rabbi Rothschild. This isn't just the story of the history of time. This is a compilation of behavior and a time capsule. It's really, it's in my opinion, in the past we might have had like the Epic of Gilgamesh, and then of course we have the Bible. This is a new Bible in its own way. Now, I don't want to disparage our traditional Hebrew Bible by any means, but I really lack words. I mean, it's like a new Talmud. It's really in its own way such a huge compilation that I mean it to say it's not greater than those by any means, but in terms of what it may do to from just a compendium of information and how it may affect the world, I think that it could have a similar effect. And certainly it builds upon these things. So my stream certainly we address and study Kabbalistic texts every day. We also study the Talmud every day. We also study Hebrew Bible every single day. Those are the great texts of the world. And I don't mean to say, and I want to emphasize, my stream is lowly in comparison to those, but it's different. It encompasses all of those, which in its own way makes it unique, just like the Hebrew Bible is unique, just like the Talmud is unique, just like Kabbalistic literature is unique, and the other great books of the world and the world's religions. When I feel 1,000 years from now, people are looking at all of the creations of the world. What I've created, this timeline and this time capsule, will certainly be one of those watermarks, one of those timestamps of something really special.
Okay, and Gilgamesh was famously mentioned. He was in a South Park episode, wasn't he? Gilgamesh.
Most certainly, yeah.
Yeah. Are you familiar with Tom Holland?
The Brit, yeah.
Yeah, he did a podcast recently with. Do you know Andrew Sullivan?
Yeah.
So the Dishcast, the Daily Dish.
Yes.
There's a great conversation with him and Tom Holland. They talk about the ancient. This is post St. Paul kind of era, I think. It's when it gets really interesting in the old ancient scriptures.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's a great listen. It's only half an hour long.
Okay, I'll have to check it out.
But no, Tom Holland is a legendary historian in Britain.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, very respected.
Excellent.
Yeah. Yeah. Are we about an hour?
Yes, we are. So, for anyone out there, let's plug your Substack again. So, if you haven't had the opportunity, please join Louis' Substack and also download his podcast. You're going to be able to get it on everything from LinkedIn to YouTube to all of the other platforms out there. And please plug anything else you'd like, and then I'll plug, and then we can.
Okay, sure. So the Substack is 1% majority, all lowercase, all one word. Substack. That's £50 a year. You get access to all essays. If I ever deem an essay to be a public service announcement, so for example, if there was a nuclear threat or something, I'm going to post that essay for free on Facebook. I'm not going to put things I think the world needs to know urgently behind a paywall, but I will put general essays. There's a couple of short stories on there. There'll be a ton of content, and all I'm hoping is a slight stream of that to support the podcast. So any money that comes through Substack will go straight into doing anything creative like this. And I've also got some YouTube channel, which is, if you just type in 1% majority into all the socials, it generally links you up with all this kind of stuff. Again, I've got an easy name to find. You can Google Louis Hesse Antel, and then I'm sure you'll know there's not a lot of Louis Hesse Antels in the world, so people can find me very easily. And yeah, apart from that, I've got a YouTube channel, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, X, LinkedIn. There's a blog called The Rat and Roll Rock and Roll at WordPress.com. That's very old. There's some recipes on there. And I've also written several books, which is a trilogy called Stand-Up Chronicles. There's a book called New Matchy, a book called The Session. I'm in the middle of writing one called The Open. I want to make films. One called The Easy Way, a sitcom called Officers' Wives, a sketch show called The Long Show, and ideally a cookbook. But all of this stuff is a hobby. Now, please tell me about your what do you want to say to finish this up?
Absolutely. So, for anyone who is watching this, the best place to connect with me is my Discord. You can find that link at discord.me/rabbi. Also, all my social media, linktree.com/rabbi. If you want to view all my streams, just to give the audience out there an idea of all of my streams, you type Rabbi Rothschild, my name, into YouTube and you filter by live. And when you do that, you're going to find more streams than any individual you've ever seen in your entire life. Look at, I'm going to try to pull it up here. You can see we are having this conversation live. Look at all these live streams that you are going to be able to find. You can view my life at 360 degrees. It's extremely exciting. You can even see Louis there. I mean, how meta is this? That he can see himself on the stream as we're doing this. This is just an amazing technology that we're utilizing here. And these are all live. So if you don't like one angle, we've got another angle for you. It's an incredible amount of data for people to be able to parse. So that's.
You scratch mine, we'll subscribe to each other's YouTube channels.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. So no doubt with that. So again, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. I am available on X there. You can find my links. I'm available. You have my YouTube streams there. I have a Spotify podcast for those of you who want to check that out. You can find, I am a writer as well. So you can find my writings at rabbirothschild.medium.com and view some of my deeper thoughts on some subjects. And with that, Louis, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to connect with you. I will catch you offline and we can make the arrangements to be able to get this published. And just really appreciate your time and appreciate the audience's time. And really, as the old adage goes, for both of us, the best is yet to come.
Brilliant. Okay. Perfect. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Rothschild. Can I ask your first name?
My name is Michael.
Michael. Okay. Thank you from Louis, from over here in sunny old Bristol to you in sunny old California.
Peace.
Wish you luck for the future. All right. Thank you, Rabbi.
You as well. Take care, Louis.
Bye-bye.
Did that work? I don't know. Yo, dog, did it record? I don't know. I hope so. What would you do if it didn't record? I have so many different streams. I would hope it record on one of them. All right. So you're live streaming.
I think so.
Okay.
Just a lot of and apparently he did more than 20 or half ways that that show shaped my views on the world in many ways. I love my film. It is I like stand up comedy a lot. I like comedy in general. I like comedians. I like to laugh. Be able to think of things like I much enjoy watching stand up comedy. That's what I like to do in my free time. Additionally, we have the social and I would like to say, but yeah, all my stuff is live, and I'm wrong all the time. Please welcome Vincent.
Update me when you have posted the link to your social media, period. I will then take your edits and post them on my social media, as well, period. I will also follow you on all of the social medias, as discussed, period. Please let me know if you have any questions or need any assistance, period. Thank you again for making time for me and hearing about my project, period. You happy?
Yeah, that was great. Shout out to Luna, dude. All right, well, we gotta finish our class. Yeah.
Messiness appeals to are typically people like Rothschild'S, people who convert back to Orthodox Judaism, and younger people, as opposed to the more established world who doesn't really hang out with Messiah stuff. Although I think they do still control 77 names. So there's a lot of passage messianic going on, which is super weird. So there's this huge messianic movement, which again can be a whole class unto itself, inside of the Chabad movement, where they do believe that their late leader is the Messiah, which is causing some serious problems in the Chabad movement because it is such a movement based on outreach. Although in my experience, and what I've been told by folks who have grown up in the movement, is that largely the kind of people that the messianess appeals to are typically people like Rothschild'S, people who convert back to Orthodox Judaism, and younger people, most of the more established world who doesn't really hang out with this Messiah stuff. Although I think they do still control 77 names. So there's a lot of passage messianic going on, which is super weird and interesting. For the folks who are in Michigan who are hanging out with me in this class, you probably have never heard about this or heard about it briefly because the Shinto family, which is a larger Chabad family here in Michigan, is a very old Chabad family. They were seen here as emissaries by the Rabbi way back in the 70s or 80s, something like that. But they were the leading force in ways of the anti-messianist movement. They really thought the messianist movement was dangerous. And the Shinto family, which is very powerful here, at least in Michigan, has never been on the messianic camp. I don't think the messianic camps ever got their foothold in the Metro Detroit area when it comes to that stuff. That's different, ugly, but I don't think that the messianic campers are going to be but go to Brooklyn, go to 77. All right, the last two things I guess I'll mention before we really wrap up is the rise of the Neolithic movement. As folks know, the Neolithic movement was pioneered by folks like Martin Buber, who came out of the Hasidic world and became a lot of, it's not the right word, but wanted to sort of modernize and expand the Hasidic movement outside of the dynastic structure. And so many of the tales of the Hasidim and a lot of Hasidic spirituality became sort of exported out of the Hasidic world and then imported into the unorthodox world and the conservative world especially, and the Reconstructionist world most recently in the sort of the Savarah movement of the 1970s. This is is the period of karma, things like that for folks who were karma at the time. And so it's in that world that we have the rise of what might be called the what is called the neo-Hasidic movement. And this movement proved to be extraordinarily popular in the Jewish world. And there are great luminaries in the neo-Hasidic world. Folks who recently passed away, like Rothschild'S and Art Green, who was one of a lot of teachings actually in college. Probably one of the probably the great luminary neo-Hasidic leader in the world right now. It's worth playing in the world, and I got to have a few things together and talk about Kabbalah briefly. It'll be a great honor to be able to hang out with one of the Gaons of the neo-Hasidic movement. And so I got to spend some time with Art Green on Kabbalah. So the neo-Hasidic movement is alive and well. It's actually growing in popularity. And with folks like Joe Weinberg and other folks who are really channeling some of the Hasidic ideas into music, that stuff is going to continue to be popular. The last thing I'll mention is the thing I imagine some folks already know is, of course, mainstream pop culture Kabbalah. The Kabbalah Center led by Rabbi Bird, which has received a lot of criticism, but whatever, I think that it's a legit form of Kabbalah as much as anything else is expected. The Kabbalah Center is they have outfits all over the world. It's sort of a franchise site, and they teach a very specific kind of Kabbalah that is tailored for celebrities, basically. Now, there are non-celebrities that get into it, kind of new age, traditional Kabbalah, but this is famous by folks like Madonna and Britney Spears was into it for a while, which I think Britney Spears has a secret tattoo on the back of her neck, some kind of Kabbalistic tattoo. I don't know whatever sense Kabbalistic tattoos make. You go, Britney. She's Mississippi, so I'm pretty sure they were home state people, so good for them. Britney for that. So people like Britney Spears and Madonna also embraced Kabbalah in a pretty good way, and I think apparently Madonna quit doing concerts on Friday night because of her commitment to certain kinds of Kabbalistic beliefs. But I think that the material from here, like from Bay City, Madonna's from Bay City. So the material girls from here. So we have Rabbi and Madonna who have gone on to become influenced very heavily by Kabbalah and some level of spirituality, although I don't think she's ever converted to Judaism. And there are many other people who've been influenced by the Kabbalah Center. Now, the Kabbalah Center is very polarizing. It's very controversial. I think they've got some trouble with money stuff, unsurprising. A religious organization getting involved with celebrities and getting in trouble with money stuff. Can you believe that? Could you believe that? So the Kabbalah, in many ways, in the 1990s and 2000s, pop culture with a lot of pop culture folks, musicians, folks becoming really influenced by Kabbalistic ideas, and those ideas become very mainstream. Folks, Kabbalah time. It's gonna live. Kabbalah is gonna survive us all. It's back. The Kabbalah has gone through a couple thousand years or thousands of years now of turns and twists and messiahs and dead messiahs, apostate messiahs, a mountain of books and commentaries. It's really gone through almost every kind of travail a religion can go through, a philosophy can go through. No philosophy that I can think of has gone through this much. Platonism or communism or whatever. Kabbalah has gone through so much. It just had to transform and adapt itself. And when I think about the Kabbalah, I'm very happy and very glad to be alive now, because we're now living in some level the golden age of Kabbalistic literature. More Kabbalistic literature is able to be in language when it comes to accessible information. More Kabbalistic teachers are available. Secular Kabbalistic education is available. Like this is a completely secular academic class on Kabbalah. Also, you can go to dozens of teachers in Kabbalah to become a Kabbalist. And Kabbalah is accessible to people who never accessible before. Women, LGBT folks. It's accessible in a way that it never was before. And so I say that Kabbalah lives, Kabbalah will live, because we're living in an age where Kabbalah has finally been able to, at some level, withhold its secrets. You have to work hard to become a Kabbalist. You learn Hebrew, you learn Aramaic, you have to move to Israel, you have to do a lot of heavy lifting if you really want to get into Kabbalah. But you can. there. So much of it's on the internet. Right? So much of it you get via the interlibrary alone. You can go buy books right there at Amazon. You can learn secrets of the Kabbalah that would have been utterly inaccessible to 99% of the Jewish population most of history. And right there they are, immediately available. Even English translations of things like the Zohar, or the Pritzker edition of the Zohar, which is a massive 12-volume Pritzker edition. There was no standard English translation of the Zohar prior to that, not really. And now, for the first time in history, we have access to all 12 volumes of the Zohar, and new things are coming out every day. So we're living in a golden age. The study of Kabbalah, and we're living in a golden age for those who want to be Kabbalists. And I have to say that I'm really happy, and I feel really blessed, and I feel really grateful that all of you have decided to come along with me on this 14-week journey through the history of Kabbalah, because I feel very lucky that I have the privilege and the honor to be able to learn about Kabbalah and share what little I know, and to know that there are people interested in learning about Kabbalah and learning what little I know. And so I just want to thank all of you who hung out with me over the course of the past 14 weeks to learn some Kabbalah together, and to learn about Kabbalah and learn that this tradition is beautiful, strange, and science fiction, just all over the place, weird and wonderful. And so I just want to express my deep gratitude for everyone who's dropped in for a class or stayed for all 14, whatever. I'm just really grateful and really blessed. I feel really thankful for everyone who's had the time, who's taken the time to learn some Kabbalah with me, and giving me the opportunity to learn more about Kabbalah in preparation of this class. So that's it. Thank you. It's an honor and privilege to be able to come to class. And I look forward to learning with all of you. Kabbalah or not. Those do it so far. My secret desire to do all of the Zohar class. Both study Zohar and also study about Zohar. We have imagine kind of a class that would be sort of like a science class where you have a lecture in the lab. The lecture would be like this, and then we have a lab. The lab would be like studying the Zohar, studying it. So I imagine that's my dream is a lecture lab class, a Zohar lab. Which you can't, I have to say, it's a little more exciting to me than working in your lab. So anyway, folks, that's really up to the community. We all I guess again, I'll just end with saying thank you, and I'm so happy that folks have come along with me on this journey. It doesn't end here. I will definitely say that. Like I said, we're not even at the end of Kabbalah. We're at the dot. Because Kabbalah is coming out to us all.
Yes.
Welcome back.
Yo, thank God. Oh, very continuing history.
Patreon, or perhaps a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. The mystical experience is one of profound paradox. It occurs within the profound depths of interiority, and yet it often has totally life-altering effects. It seems to impart a sense of eternal truth, though what it means is often a podcast I do for 3 hours. Right when you might. Let me real quick, just a thing with the Iron Patriot, Comedy Patriot. Can you put your hand up on your forehead like a salute? Can you reach that? Goddamn, you're like a bodybuilder. You're like The Rock. He can't scratch his own forehead. All right, because if he could do that, I thought that'd be like a fun way to, like, whenever he likes a set, give them a salute. Can you do a thumbs up? I can do this. Can you do a thumbs up like I just asked? There you go. Do that. Only the ones you like. And you can be as harsh about it as you want. I will. Remember picking up marshmallows though, and then like the first couple bowls of the box would have like so much marshmallows in your bowl, and then that last bowl there was like 1 or 2 marshmallows. Yeah, the grainy ones, they would sink to the bottom. Yeah, it was a bummer. I like the Lucky Charms. Your next comedian's name is Jem. Everybody, it's Jem. G-E-M. Hi, my name is Jim. That's G-E-M. Recently was a big
He didn't show up.
got me thinking about when I was living in England. That's where I had the longest permanent residence for 48 months. Mostly because even in England, they don't evict you from prison. I watched a lot of the Orange and Black recently, also known as the Los Angeles Plus system. Yeah. I have been going up because I've been dealing with the eviction for the last 2 weeks, so I'm a little rusty at this. I mean, not rusty like if I penetrate you, I'm going to give you tetanus. Chlamydia, yes, but just because the antibiotics didn't take. So what I'm saying I want to get over is 248-952-7290 is my number if you need some medical cannabis. Please feel free to call me. 248-952-7290. 952-7290.
This guy is gonna be huge.
Chlamydia, yes, but just because the antibiotics didn't take. So what I'm saying I want to get over is 48 months. Mostly because even in England, they don't evict you from prison. I watched a lot of the Orange and Black recently, also known as the Los Angeles Plus system. Yeah. I have been going up because I've been dealing with the eviction for the last 2 weeks, so I'm a little rusty at this. I mean, not rusty like if I penetrate you, I'm going to give you tetanus. Chlamydia, yes, but just because the antibiotics didn't take. So what I'm saying I want to get over is 248-952-7290 is my number if you need some medical cannabis. Please feel free to call me. 248-952-7290. That's GEM. Thank you very much. So you never intended to do stand-up comedy, you just faked it until you got to the phone number to call for cannabis. I'm calling for it. Who's that? West Hollywood band. Because now you have to make me fucking edit out a fucking phone number and make me do work. Oh, poor Brian. Is that a real phone number? Thanks a lot, Dick. Well, this is turned ugly. What? So you keep standing like you're looking confused. What did you just do? Did you attempt some jokes? You attempted some jokes. I didn't really put in the phone number before we actually worked for us. No, that's my number. This is your phone number? Well, I don't have a phone. I don't have a phone. So I have it. So I don't even know. It sounds a weed. So I get that type of fucking live. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, I'm getting it. Okay, cool. So I'm getting a movie though. It's Comedy Patriot. It was much better than that guy that took your idea and did that super size me thing. That guy Morgan Spurlock just stole your idea. It was much better than that. That's a fun twist you put on that. But seriously, if someone calls you at that number and you can buy some weed, Southern weed, but you're not a dispensary or I am a dispensary. You are? Yeah, anybody that needs weed, I'll dispense it to them. This guy really got into his stride during the back and forth portion, as opposed to the actual stand-up. What if somebody that listens to this, because people around the world listen to this? I will ship it anywhere in the United States. Ship it out right there. I mean, how are they going to catch me? I don't have anywhere to live, so I'm just roaming the streets, you know? They call me. Do you want to be a stand-up comedian? Huh? I mean, all they would have to do if they didn't. I'm standing up here. I'm making you laugh even. Come on. You're laughing out there. I'm kind of laughing at Why are you when I'm thinking, why are you saying that though, really? I'm just saying, you did like either one of those three jokes? I didn't do three jokes. Yeah. You did. Let's let the painter handle this. A little backstory on this guy. He went to jail for 2 years for selling Molly over in Europe. 35 months, actually. See, I thought there was some truth to that story, and that's why the first thing I asked you is, what the fuck would just happen? Like, because I don't know what's real and what isn't. And you guys have seen him before? Yes. Fifth time. I don't know if it's many times. I think it's been twice. 3 or 4. He says 5 times. Jesus Christ, Jen, we got to take a break with you, buddy. I didn't know that was happening. I don't think anybody's ever gotten on. Oh, it can't be the same person week after week after week. And you don't use this. I've been skipping weeks. You don't use this show as a commercial, man. You don't give your phone number out and edit it out. Yeah, real. I mean, there's like responsibilities. Or because he might leave it in. You'll get some fucked up calls. He leaves it in. Oh yeah, half of me leaves it in. Leave it in. He'd say leave it in because he knows it might be somebody who wants to buy some. Yeah, I got some weed. But it doesn't sound terribly legit. It doesn't sound. You know what I'm saying? I got some weed. You want to buy some weed? Yeah, but that's not. I know. That's still not legal in California. I know. Whatever. Doing it that way, you got to start it just. Thanks for wasting. There you go, everybody. Jim. Thank you. Thank you, Jim. Selling hot, obviously. Really hot stuff right now to get in the hot selling market. It just reminds me of that expression that I now think is absolutely true. They can't all be gems. That's what people say. Like that's a standard line when the joke doesn't work. Oh, I know this lovely lady. I do believe this is her first time performing here. Her name is Courtney Mollet.
Hello. So I've noticed a lot of people in this town are playing. Like, all my friends keep telling me that they're gonna kill themselves, and then they don't. So it just makes, like, how am I supposed to trust them after that? You know? Also, I'm from, like, a really, really small town where pretty much everyone is related. So it just makes me wonder, like, is it still incest if it's your 6th cousin in a row? I guess after like the 4th and 5th, you just kind of stop counting. Okay. Also, my boyfriend just dumped me while I was in the shower, I think to avoid an argument. So I got out anyways. I was like, I've had it up to here with you. I would say here, but I forgot to shave. See you soon. Thank you.
You got a little mean at the end there. A little bit mean with giving the bird. Giving the bird to the boyfriend. Yeah, so how nasty does it get when you forget to shave? Yeah, I wouldn't think so. How often do you shave? Just out of curiosity.
I never shave. I don't even really care.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, that was the reason I asked. But, yeah, I don't think that last joke works, but the earlier ones, totally. Yeah, it works. It's, it's an audience of people that are waiting to get to come up and tell their jokes, so, like, it's, there were laughs and all is probably pretty encouraging. Right, very much so. What's that first one about again?
My friend named, like, song.
Right. I would say that's such a good premise to keep thinking of other ways other than suicide. Like, if you could think about, I don't know, like, other things people say that they're going to do. Or even more on the suicide thing. I'm not exactly sure. Sometimes I can think of these things. It might have been, the suicide might have been a little heavy out of the gate, too, Right. You never know. You never know if that joke would work better a couple jokes in. But right. Again, this is a specific format that you'll never have to recreate in your entire career. There's never anywhere where you just do a 1-minute set. So this is special. Right. Just a chance to workshop it. Were you happy with it?
Well, I mean, I usually like to read a little bit more and jokes, but
yeah, right? Like a minute, you feel like you gotta rush to get it all in. So that's another thing. But instead of breathing, maybe, just say something in between the jokes about it. You just sort of say spontaneously. I don't know how spontaneous you want to be as a performer or how planned out. But, like there's like, this isn't going great. It's a hilarious thing to say between you. I'm just kidding. I like those first few jokes. Yeah, totally. I just didn't buy the armpit thing. Right, totally.
No body here.
Right. That's not necessarily true. There's no rules.
Just the armpit.
Yeah.
I'm a normal person.
Yeah, also maybe it was because what you're wearing when you raised your hand up, the audience would go, because they would have seen armpit hair if you had a lot of it, right?
Yeah, maybe I should make armpit hair.
No, wear sleeves. Wear sleeves.
Okay.
Yeah, you're learning the wrong lesson. No, but that was good. I like her. You're
Courtney
Melody? How do you know her?
She
She's a past ding donger on the Ding Dong Show. She used to be a ding donger? What, is she not crazy enough to stay a ding donger? Wow, this girl's kind of normal. Get the fuck out of here. She doesn't even need to shave her pits. We don't need that. We need some hairy pit weirdos like drop dogs.
She's at Courtney Mollet on Twitter with the K, KORTNEYMOLLE.
It's very cool.
Your next comedian is Norman Towns.
Alright, this happened to me the other day. So, don't try to give me advice and try to encourage me when you need advice and encouragement too. There's this guy that I was talking to, and he was like, hey, listen here, anything you want to do in this life, like anything you want to do, all you have to do is shoot for the stars. Just shoot for the stars. It's like, hold on, one second, please. Everybody, hands and feet inside the ride at all times, please. And pull over the top for emergency exit. But like I was saying, just shoot for the stars. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, so like, what do you do? Like, why are you here? He's like, sometimes when you shoot for the stars, the gun gets jammed. And you really don't go where you're supposed to go. And I was like, all right, like, that's how I'm supposed to go.
That's funny. Sometimes the gun gets jammed.
Is that it? Yeah, I can keep it. No. I just didn't hear any bears or anything, so I wasn't sure. Because we wouldn't normally jump in and start talking while they're still
Right.
time, right? But I would say, like Tony responded to the shoot for the stars, gun is jam part. So maybe the whole thing about it turns out he's a guy working at an amusement park that seems maybe a little bit convoluted. And also reminded me of Maria Bamford's joke where the girl from high school is being really condescending about her comedy, and then it ends with debit or credit. Like it turns out that she's at the Kmart or whatever. So but the shoot for the stars and the gun jam is like that's the part that you should figure out a way to build on. Yeah, because that's a good line.
Yeah.
It's just also weird that the guy. Maybe that's a joke. Is how weird it is that a guy operating a ride is that philosophical and really telling. Why is he telling you about your life? You just met him. You're just getting on the ride. Like, what is he even telling you all that shit?
And then another funny thing is, on top of that, is he's so philosophical and he's working there, and that's his big explanation about his life with that speech impediment that you're giving that character. For a guy who sounds like that, which I don't think you even mentioned, you just say that you do it. I mean, you just go right into it, but the fact that his thing is, how do you say shoot for the stars or whatever, however he said it. There's something funny in the fact that, that's his philosophy on life. So that's his end game, and he can't even say it properly,
Yeah, it's hard to give people advice when you have a speech impediment.
Yeah.
And it was a wooden roller coaster the whole time. It wasn't in one of the doors.
Oh, double
O'Brien.
double burn. Not only is it the amusement park, it's also a wooden coaster. That's at Norman Towns on Twitter. Norman Town.
Thank you, Norman.
Yeah, buddy. Interesting. Shecky Green, everybody. Shecky Green. That's a new one. That's in Shecky Green. Uh-oh. You know what happens if a comedian doesn't show up? They get blacklisted. show again.
That was an intense blacklisting. I thought you had like a clipboard and a piece of paper and you crossed his name out, but the comedy Patriot just shot that guy down. I mean, that does, that is the name of a famous comedian, Shecky Green, so we should have seen that coming. Somebody playing around.
Oh, how dare they?
Comedians with their sense of humor.
I bet that guy's one of the funniest ones.
Or was the real Shecky Green, changed his mind when he saw what was really happening?
Crazy.
He wanted to reach out to the young people with 1 minute of new humor, and then saw what happened to everybody else.
This guy's a funny comedian out of Boston, and you believe he's done the show before. His name is Matt Devlin, everybody.
Sorry if I was being anxious. If Bill Hicks killed Billy Ray Cyrus when he wanted to, I'd had nothing to jerk off to this morning.
This is funny, Joe. Not tomorrow.
Except for the Yosemite fire.
I want to write questions over. Yeah, I think I have to.
Which I've been jerking off to since I started it. That's the last time I ever get to tell that joke. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's worth it to give notes on such dated material or material that's going to die soon, but that's good stuff. Yeah, and I also liked hearing you say the word started, because it reminded me that you're from Boston, the way you said it. But 2 funny jokes.
Yeah, definitely. That's interesting. Topical, fun. I mean, it's not really that topical, though. I mean, you can always replace a tragedy with that type of, the way that you say those things, that works for you, and you believe in it. That's why you're saying it. So you can always just slide in the new thing. I mean, that happens.
Yeah, just say about some new things.
Right.
Like when other things happen, go up and say something about that.
Do a new forest fire.
That's Tony's advice.
Well, there's always something terrible happening.
Yeah. Just put a new terrible thing in there. Hey, Miley Cyrus, avalanche in Norway.
The way he says it, I believe that I can almost picture him jerking off to something evil.
I see what you mean. The jerking off part. I get you now. Now that does make sense. That you can jerk off to any horrible event. Let's keep our fingers crossed that something happens.
Sure it will, Doug. Sure it will.
Can you imagine, Sandy Hook, that kind of thing?
That was a beauty.
All right.
I got that one on TiVo.
Man, so you're ready to go super dark.
Totally.
You're not afraid.
Straight up.
All right, dude.
Thank you.
Good luck with that. Good job.
Yeah, that's great. Unbelievable, right?
So good. I was going to offend everyone when I said that. He just ran with it. Got some laughs.
Trey Stewart.
His favorite.
He's here.
Hey guys, good to be here. I'm happy. If you couldn't tell, I'm going to get my haircut tomorrow, and finally found somebody comfortable with touching my hair. Last guy I went to was terrible. He didn't know. I should have known he didn't know what he was doing. The first thing he said. I sat in his chair. Yeah, I got you. But before I cut you, there's something that you need to know. Sometimes niggas make mistakes. It's like, you know what? You're right, because I almost made one. Let me out the back of this van, because I did not think this one through. Thank you, guys.
A couple good twists there at the end. Appropriate use of the N-word. Was it offensive in any way? It's just how somebody spoke that wasn't him.
Only used 35 seconds.
It was quick. You just wanted to try that one joke. Maybe figure out some ways to shape the setup a little bit, because it was mostly setup.
Yeah. Say the N-word more.
Yeah, well, maybe not say more, but maybe more of that, the way that guy talks or something before you get out of the van. But haircut in the back of the van, I like that. Thank you. There's nothing really to complain about. Right. You just need about 70 more of those, and then you'll have an act. I love 70 more, but you know what I mean.
I love the backwards hat. The charisma.
Well, now we're getting into. I haven't been critiquing people based on appearance, really.
No, I just love
the hat kind of like to me covered up the. I was like, oh, when you brought up your hair, I was like, oh, so he's getting a cut tomorrow. Does it look terrible under there right now? Yeah, but what if maybe the joke's funnier if you come out with that messed up hair. The first thing you say is, get a haircut tomorrow. I don't know. I don't really like those kind of visual jokes as a general rule, but sometimes they're fun. Can you show us what it looks like under there?
Or you could say,
let's see it. That's the worst haircut I've ever seen. No, I know how that is, though. I mean, I'm in desperate need of a cut right now, so I hear you.
There you go. If there's any barbers around,
No, I mean, it's just your own personal, you know what I mean?
Trade steward.
Just because you think your hair looks terrible, I would be like, it's fine, dude. Don't worry about it.
What kind of haircut do you have under there, Patriot?
I just got my haircut last week on a film called Vatican Tapes. I was a priest. So they cut it super short? It's just an extra, of course. Anytime I say it, I'm an extra. But they cut it short, and I was looking pretty good. I'm happy with it. I saved the money. I didn't have to go to Supercut and spend like $25. Or 12. You probably $10 tip, though. I like my haircut. You probably sweat less in that thing with shorter hair. Yeah. Right? I got an undersuit specially designed so I don't sweat. It's a moisture management whole spandex. So the girls in the audience tonight want to know what you look like. They can go to my Facebook page if they want to check out and see what I look like. Oh, yeah? Yeah. All right. So do that. He's not about revealing himself tonight. Maybe the bus driver. What about, do you drink alcohol? Once I leave the house, I don't drink a drop because I don't want him to go to the bathroom. I make sure to go before I go, and there's no more drinking to be done.
Because of the suit.
Yeah, I can't go to the bathroom. I don't want any problems after. You can just have Depends on. I don't wear diapers. I don't like it. I'm acclimated. I already do all that shit when I'm at home for the afternoon. I got this down to the science right now.
Hey, what's up, Holly? Ladies and gentlemen.
Shit, Polly Shores here, everybody. Hey, take it easy. Yeah, don't try to throw out. This is gas.
Yeah.
You asshole. You can
Wherever you want.
there, yeah.
Sandy Danzo. Put your hands together for Polly Shores. Sandy Danzo, everybody. Celebrity guest.
Dude, when we busted out.
Oh, shit.
That's so great. Fuck yeah.
But if you guys have any opinions about any of these acts,
Yeah, of course.
let us know. They've got 1 minute to try their stuff out on us.
Fuck yeah. Comedians do 60 seconds and then we try to tag their stuff or talk with them about it. See what's going on. Next guy, Jesus Christ. Put your hands together for Tommy Lee, everyone. Somehow he gets on every fucking day.
So, my dad doesn't really approve of me doing comedy at all. He's still kind of pleased. Like, he went to Princeton. He got a master's from Columbia. He got his PhD from Stanford. He said, "Dick," that means really. How hard it is to get approval from someone with 3 Ivy League degrees? Like, telling my dad I didn't get into Princeton was like coming out of the closet in a conservative Christian family. Just the amount of shame I felt. Like, Dad, I'm sorry, didn't get in. What? God damn it, I knew you were different from day one. Should have been hanging out with your Uncle Tony. Get the fuck out.
Alright, interesting. So it's a joke about how you're disappointing your dad by not going to college.
I get into Princeton.
Princeton.
Very specific.
University of Miami, you just have to write party across your forms. Big letters.
No, I just glad I got in.
What'd you major in there?
It was a double major in economics and film studies.
Ooh, interesting. All right. I didn't love it. I couldn't relate to it really well.
Can I remind you guys what happened with him the last 2 times? The last 2 times, remember he was talking about how creepy it was, and you guys were discouraging it from that, and then he had a show that wasn't very good iron. I think that looks better, and I think he's making some progress with later.
Of course the Iron Man is concerned about iron shirts.
Right.
And,
Yeah, I iron all my shit at home.
all right, don't move like that. But,
It sounded like you were talking to like a psychiatrist or something like that at some point. It's like you were just really like almost doing a narration of your life. And like again, there was a lot of setup that wasn't tagged or it was more like story based.
and hard to relate to. Like, a lot of us don't have problems with our parents because of not getting into Harvard. I'd imagine every single one of us. So that's kind of like, you either have to figure out a way to make that more accessible or, try something else. But congratulations on Comedy Patriot, like, for sure.
I guess I was just trying to play with the high expectations thing. But I guess I'm not really sure how to do that.
No, it's not like what you just did was awful. Like, just keep going at it. It's just for some reason that didn't land.
Okay, cool.
And also, he's on too much. You were like, what do you want to do with this thing? Like, Jesus, how do you feel?
Yeah. How many times have you gone on? Like 4 or 5 times? 4.
Yeah, so maybe come back in
Like 6
how
or
many
7
weeks? Can he come back in 2 weeks? 3?
Yeah, I think Tommy and
You gotta come up with rules.
Tommy and Jim have to both take a couple.
Is he the same guy that the first 2 times he went on stage you didn't pay attention
Yeah,
to or so
I
much?
purposefully paid extra hard attention. I was able to stay in the pocket on this one and for nothing. I mean, I really didn't end up. I
It was not rewarding, but
I wish I would have daydreamed at that one as well. And,
remember you have to schedule daydreaming time during the
Right.
1 minute segments. Thank you so much. This place is amazing.
Right.
It is.
You spill a drink, and 2 minutes later you gotta do a drink.
I just can't wait until just a couple sips in and somebody else gets blacklisted. Just
Oh my god, I don't think I'll be surprised by it again the next time.
Bobby Lee, everybody. Hey, Bobby. Wow. Kill Tony regular.
Bobby Lee walking out the door, everybody. Yeah, Bobby Lee.
Your next comedian's name is Scott Kidd, everyone.
How's it going, everybody? Hey, Iron Patriot, you say you drive a Nissan Versa? Yeah. Is it blue? White. Oh, okay. Maybe he was the one with the Amber Alert. I wasn't sure. Oh, man.
You should be ready for when they might not say the exact response you're hoping for.
Yeah. Oh, well.
But I'm sorry, it's taking your time.
No problem. All right, so I work in a casino with a lot of Asians, and I come across this, what is it called? One of those things that you have when you like realize something, realizations, and that's that China doesn't really have to send troops over to take over America. They can just send a bunch of hot Asian women, and we'll do whatever the fuck they want. I mean, they don't need to worry about, or we don't need to worry about dictators as much as we need to worry about dictators. See the things made in China.
Oh, you brought up the bear. You went over your time. Slow it down. Everybody relax. The bear is out.
I would kind of enjoy a whole set of joke doesn't work.
Everyone exactly what I was going to say. I mean, that's I don't want
to say.
Like, I mean, that could go either way. You could end up, that could be, you could be someone, if you really stuck with that as your comedic voice, and was just, and you just, I mean, you floated it out there, and then just the way you did it, it was like, maybe also like, it's like you were conducting an orchestra, blah, blah.
And then maybe you could also be the guy that doesn't remember words like realization.
Yeah, I think
it's like, oh, you take a long time trying to think of words, and, you should pretty much know that word.
Yeah.
like he's the shitty advice. Yeah, I'm the shitty advice. He just wants to make that bear sound. Hey, Julie, you have like 3 playout songs? Is that what's happening? What's that? How many songs do you have to play the most? I can play play it. Everybody gets a different one. Just anything, but it's just fun to have a different person get the song. And I thought the banjo music when the black guy was coming up seemed racist to me. Whoa. But then it turned out his Price is Right. I didn't realize it was banjo and Price is Right. Yeah, 70s Price is Right. Banjo. Price is Right starts a little bit. That's Price is Right. That's Price is Right? Yeah. Oh, maybe Match Game. No, it was not. There you go. That is. Here comes a black guy! Right. But he's only got a minute, so he didn't say anything about it. Oh my god, he was cool about it. So anyway, what you did was fun. It wasn't necessarily, I lose the gum next time you go on stage. And just these simple things, right? Simple things. But yeah, keep doing what you're doing. Yeah. Wah, wah. Yeah. There you go. It's got kids. No, you have to stay. Oh, here, Molly has something. All these people, they come up here and they're not connecting with the audience. These guys are connecting with the audience. So the thing that's the most important about comedy is not the jokes at all. It's about you guys connecting. And you're not connecting. You're like staring up in space. Like, fuck around a little and then go into your material. Let the audience let you feel you, be connected to them, and then fuck through your stuff. But don't just go into your shit. That's what's great about David Letterman. You ever see David Letterman? He's fucking around a lot. He's having fun. He's connecting with people. So just try to connect. Get out of your head about the material. It's not about the material. All right, who's next? Yeah, if you have, that's a good point. If you have like one joke, that's probably going to take like 30 seconds of your minute. So you can ease into it. Yeah. Good advice. Build on the connection. Love it. Oh, that's right. His name is Kenny Lyon. There he is, Kenny Lyon. That's another option. Hey, Kenny. Bye. Okay, a little bit too much. Look what you did. I would have lost it if he spent 2 minutes connecting with the audience. Just apply that advice immediately. Hit the bear. No. Oh, that's a good point. We should be. Oh my god, hey, shut the fuck up. Wait, no, that's true. Let me tell the joke. Shut up. A lot of people talk bad about ruthless people. I don't understand why nobody takes their emotions into consideration. I mean, who's on their road? Ruthless people, we don't appreciate them because their roots got stolen. Wait, what? Their roots got jacked, so they're ruthless. Wait, what? Some comedy is just for me. I'm really going against this guy, so fucking let him finish. Yeah. Oh my god. That was the second fist bump I've ever seen in my life. Thanks for sticking by me, Doug. What else you got? There was the getting to know the audience part, and then the ruthless joke. Let's start. 1, 2, 3, go. You got one more joke you can go? I want to take it to a rave concert if you want. Worst decision I made in 2013. This guy by the name of David Banner was on stage. I don't know. Shit. Started yelling from the crowd, David, get out of here! So I look forward to a lot more fun-oriented material from you, man. That's great. Fucking love it. Every time you come on, live in his apartment because my mom was tripping so much. And, save that minute for next time. That's a good story. You live with Jim and your mom was tripping. I like it.
There you go, everybody. Penny line. We're thanks, Jim.
Get out of here.
A lovely young lady. I know her. She's been doing this a while. Glad that she's in attendance. Put your hands together for the great Stephanie Samari.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, fellas. Wally Shore, good to see you. Alright. Oh, my shoes broke. I'm afraid that I'm gonna lose my ability to be a romantic because I've been living in LA and fucking on my friends for too long. You know? Not fucking, hooking up. You can't fuck your friends over as your friendship. You can look down and that's totally fine. But sometimes I listen to love songs on the coast. Do you guys know that?
Yeah.
I listen to it to test just how lonely I actually am. Like how many Fidel songs chords are my phone. Like what? But I hate it because the woman always has that like really soft DJ voice where she's like, Lila, this song goes out to Mindy from Chris. He loves you so much. You're the future mother of his children. You're a real catch, right? And then it's like, word lines from but I wish it would get real. I wish she would be like, this song goes out to Mindy from Chris. Thanks for looking at balls and coming and swallow, even though you guys don't know each other.
Moses on the bear.
Oh, Brian, my shoe was broken. Shit got fucked up.
And that's why I get you 1 minute and 15 seconds.
I burned those 15 seconds. That's so hard.
Yeah, I understand after 15 seconds you're
Lost
lost.
in her beauty, right?
Well, not just that, but you're engaging and talking about stuff that I understood and could relate to. You know, Holly had something to say, Brian.
You're bro, like, done up. Like, she's so ripped out. No, you're hot right now. But I'm just saying, you know, she'd be good on children.
Yeah, you're hot right now, fresh out of bed. What would it be like if
Like a Chelsea lady doing the piano or something like that. Like, I think she'd be good. So, I think she's got something. Totally. Right.
Sandy, what's up? Any tags or anything to that minute? Anything?
I wasn't really paying attention.
You heard that's the second time you ever done that. You heard it the first time. And you were like, good practice.
Oh, yeah.
That's what you said.
I wasn't paying attention then either. I thought it was, it does need work, but you just have to keep doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of throw away the blurred lines thing, like it might be better if you just pick a song that's just absolutely inappropriate for what you just set out.
Well, but sometimes I like to say into the mystic by Van Warren.
I think you gotta do romantic though.
But again,
Blurred lines work as well.
Right.
Yeah, I'm always going to be changing that. And do a DJ. You have a deep, sexy DJ voice. You have a face for radio. So use it. When you do that big,
radio is not a compliment, right?
when you do that big, go into a radio DJ's kind of.
That's what I mean. But I mean, hey, you were quoting her, not doing her. You were just saying what she said.
Yeah, you get into it. You know,
Yeah.
be a radio DJ.
Right.
They have a certain way that they speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, act out, girl.
Yeah, the part where you're doing Delilah, it seems to be, you know, the strongest. You know, when you hit that, when you start going dirty with it, so you could really get more into the Delilah part, especially.
Yes.
Everybody catches on. They've all, it's something everybody can relate to. Is Delilah. So, like it's something everybody's heard at some point.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get stuck with
Must be
it.
like 110 right now, which is really great.
Right. I can't imagine.
Yeah, every city has that
Yeah.
kind of station where she's super serious.
Yeah.
People say,
Like, what the fuck? Somebody sends in a letter to a radio.
Yeah, like, have you heard of
email.
Spotify?
It's always like, oh, I just want to let so-and-so know I love him. That guy's not fucking listening to love songs on the coast, waiting to hear a mention from his Just walk across the room and tell him that you love him. Don't make him listen to a whole night of Barry Manilow songs just to get to that. So, but it's definitely a right preference.
It seems like it's something you want to do to somebody that you don't like or love, like throw their name out there.
That's great. I'm gonna do that. I mean, it's so radio. Like, how can you play on something listening? That's a good shout out.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank
Joe.
you.
You never hear anybody like awesome doing that. You never hear like a celebrity like, hey, this is Brad Pitt really wants you to know that he loves you.
That would be awesome.
Like, there's never people that are like making it, but it's sort of sad.
Yeah, it's
You know, the shout outs and stuff, like, oh, I just want to let you know that I love you. I know we're struggling right now financially, but he just wants to let you know via radio because it's free and it seems nice. He's going to play Rabbi.
like, come on, baby, let's listen to the coast for 2 more hours. Why do we have to listen to this shit? Don't worry about it, baby. I just really want to listen to it tonight. Because something might happen.
I love you.
Yeah.
I'll show you how much I love you by the end of the night. The next comedian's name is Frank Castillo. Frank Castillo.
Hey, guys. How we doing? See everyone. I had something at work today. Most of us, I don't take my job very seriously. It was weird because my manager pulled me off the bar. He was like, hey, I was watching you. I was noticing you. You do an amazing job. Really nice. Connect to everyone. What he didn't know was that I was really high. The worst part about it was that everyone else was. So he was like, all right, this is what we're going to do. Everyone needs to be more like Frank. So we're going to have you write the list of why you're so awesome, why you're a great employee. Step 1 was just relax. Step 2 was just fucking kick it. He loved it. He was like, that's a great goal.
Well, here you take it.
Sorry, I was like in the back and use the restroom. Oh yeah, when you get surprised and it's your turn, that can be frustrating. When you ran up here and the room's barely big enough to get into a run, and so I kind of knew something was up. And Brian also that's the thing that's fun about changing the song every time is because you have to come up to some fucked up music sometimes. You just have to deal with it, and that was a total choice. That wouldn't pump them up at all. That was like the most mellow, weird thing to play.
Stephanie says by the Velvet Underground.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, people love to come on to that. Hey, everybody. So I commend you for just being enthusiastic and good for your thing. And I always, it's a personal thing for me. I always don't like it when somebody that's at your stature talks a lot about like having a day job and real work and stuff like that. Because it just sort of like you're up here to entertain everybody. You should just be a comic. But that's my personal thing. A lot of comics have great jokes about their day jobs or whatever. So, but just for me, that just kind of takes me out of it. Just makes me like, oh, well, he's not really a comic. He's got a job. You know what I mean? But that's just me. So if you can come up with a funny enough take on it, and maybe even like said it in the past, like maybe the job you had before being stand up. So everybody relates to the fact that you had to work, but you didn't have to do it today. Because like we just paid to see you, man. You just came from Staples where you had this list of rules about kicking it. You know what I mean? But and also that like didn't pay off really, but I like the idea of it. Like everyone should be like you. It's kind of a fun premise. Like maybe you should figure out a way to make it like your boss has no idea that you're high all the time, but all the attributes of being high make for a great employee.
Yeah, right. And I'd also be more clear on the back end of that. Which, by the way, the first thing, I agree with what Doug says about that. It just sort of feels a little bit icky, even though people do have good jokes with their day job. But you can just flip that to the past tense because it's still honest. And
Before I started doing comedy, I had this job where
I used to work at, and also
be a comedian, don't be a guy with a job.
And on the back end of it, I don't know where you're planning to put the punchline that it's missing. But I think you lose everybody a little bit when you're talking about the list of the two things, and we don't know whether you're making the list or if they're making the list or the other. It seems almost like the other employees were asked to make a list as to what makes you. Just got very confusing.
Yeah, they shouldn't just jump right to just fuck off or chill out or whatever. Like it should be like all the things that somebody who's still working at a job might be like. Be polite, be friendly, be laugh at their jokes. List all these things that like a high person would do all of that without necessarily being a great employee. It's just that's what you're doing when you're hot. Yeah. I think you can do it, Brian. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there you go.
I love it. There he goes, everybody. That's at Frank C. Comedy. Frank C. Comedy on Twitter. Later, Polly. Polly's out. Polly. Danny Danzo.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's right.
I almost met you in 2007. You know the Addison Improv in Dallas? You were going to get some food, and
No, it's nobody we know. He's a fan of podcasts.
But anyway, I was playing videos at this place called Go Fish, and the manager told me that you came to the door, you wanted sushi. We served sushi, but we didn't have a sushi bar. And so you didn't come in. You said you went somewhere else. But my manager told me after it was over, and I said, well, you didn't come get me? And I had Polly Shore's desk on video. I could have played it while you were eating dinner. We had a conversation with you. He insists on having his movie played every time he eats dinner anywhere, so you were on track with that.
Just a couple comments about what I witnessed. You guys should really be, what's the word, thankful that these guys are giving you guys tips. Because back in the day, like, you didn't get this shit. Like, I'm sitting here, like, listening to you people up here, and I think it's hard to just stand up. I get it. Like, but to do it in here and this, but then they give you correct, constructive criticism. And I think it's really cool that these guys are doing that. So the more people that can come here and do this, I think it'll help you guys a lot. Because you're all comics, right? Most of you guys? No? You guys some people?
Yeah.
Some people come to watch, but it's a lot of the audience that
don't really get that. So.
Yeah, Polly Shore, everybody. Thanks for coming in, Sandy Danzo. At Sandy Danzo. Is it Polly Shore? Polly M. Shore?
I mean, not only are we doing this, but they took 4 minutes out of their day to watch 3 comedians.
Right?
Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah.
It took longer than 4 minutes, but you know what I mean.
Well,
Things to do.
as 8 o'clock rolls, we're going to roll into our final segment. This is,
Take off our clothes, done.
Wait a second. I thought it was just give constructive criticism.
No, it is. Our final segment is 2 young ladies who have basically started here about 13 weeks ago and have been doing open mics and working the circuit. One of them dropped out of college. They went to chase her dream of being a stand-up, and so these two girls each do a minute, and so they're the only 2 regulars, so we're just done with the bucket.
Fuck the bucket?
Fuck the bucket.
There's a lot of names in there.
What are you gonna do with it?
I don't know. I heard that. I thought we were going to go through everybody.
I wish we had that much time.
No. I understand you guys have your restrictions, but I take it. Let's do what you do.
I love it. Awesome. Well, as always, I'm always excited about this. You know her from the very first Guild Tony when she was the only female in the room. And when my guest said, is there no woman that wants to do this show, she ran up on stage and began there. She's here tonight. At Sarah Dresses on Twitter, but her name is Sarah. What's your job here?
I'm Sarah Dresses on Twitter too. I was talking to my mom about life this last week, and she said if I wanted answers, I needed to find God. I told her the only man-made thing that ever answers me is Google. I get these uncontrollable urges to be in love. I call them hard-ons. I'm kind of hoping that it'll just beat itself off. But don't worry. But don't worry. It's pretty easy to get fucked. I have a PayPal account. That's all I have. Yeah.
Did you give her too much build up, Tony? Is that what happened? I don't know.
No, I've had to write a new minute every
You written a new minute for all 7 weeks?
every week since I started doing content.
That's good. That's,
We're raising little baby assassins.
what, I'm not sure if any of those particular jokes worked. I missed a joke on that last one.
Yeah, okay. Why are you getting
And
fucked?
I don't know what it is. I get like nervous here because when I do this,
Okay,
I'm
okay. So my question's this.
I mean, well, it's like if
This is different than
My question's this. What are you trying to say in that joke where you talk about the PayPal?
Yeah, like getting a boner. What are you talking about?
okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I just totally lost you guys. No, the hard one is like I'm trying to make a comparison. Like I know that guys like you guys have these like I don't know you have like sexual like desires you like can't help like this carnal natural thing that you have, and we experience like a similar thing as girls, but it's like emotional and like so we do get like these uncontrollable urges to like cuddle and fucking snuggle on the couch, but it's like it's emotional. So I'm trying to make a joke about how that compares, and I'm just trying to write that the premise, but that's the joke though. Is that girls get boners too, but they're hard boners.
Emotional boners. Boners of emotion.
Exactly. Like that's the premise, so I'm working on that. That's why I come to you guys.
What's the PayPal thing?
I honestly like I just it seriously
I was about to say, I don't know. I mean, I said I don't know. I back. I said it.
I don't know. I mean I thought everybody knew that PayPal just meant you or fuck you. Like, it's that. The worst thing on the planet.
Maybe Ticketmaster.
Yeah.
Maybe better, but that probably wouldn't make sense either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say about any of that.
That's the word, yeah.
But you can get up and speak in front of everybody and commit to these ideas. So, and based on knowing that she's done it every week for several weeks, this might just be the off week or whatever.
Right. Oh, totally.
Sure.
Yeah.
Usually better.
Yeah.
So, that's not a bad thing. Yeah.
I mean, it would be more. I just don't understand. Like, I don't know. I would definitely. I don't know if I would keep thinking that the emotional boner thing.
I honestly I write these jokes on Twitter and they do really well, and then I try to do them live, and I guess that's maybe my mistake.
Just as the irony trick, you just going back and forth on Twitter all day. But if it works, sorry, Patriot. Go ahead. When she goes into that territory where she says it's easy for her to get sex because, there's so many loser guys. Cute. Well, no, I mean, but I think that's a good territory. There's a lot of jokes there because it's different. I'm cute, you guys are losers. I disagree.
I don't want to be like
But that's not you know what I'm saying, though. It's easier for a girl like her to have sex anytime she wants than a guy. Do you have an off switch? Yeah, it is easier for her to have sex. That is the truth. But yeah, she's trying to get at the the cuddling part, which you can't do with a superhero and can't even sit down.
I mean, I come here because, like, in the beginning, you guys, like, really helped me tag, like, random jokes and premises.
Yeah, well, that's maybe the problem here is it's hard to tag where we don't even there's a joke there. So like, but I think that the emotional boners that there is something to that. It's just it's hard to when you do men and women stuff. It's so hard to find a fresh take on it. Right. So make it as personal as possible and maybe even write a couple extra lines about it. Like after the PayPal joke, you should have said, because PayPal fucks you, right? Like you should have maybe just spelled it out more. What that PayPal.
I don't know, it is something similar to being like, yeah, right? Like, a couple weeks ago, I was told that fucking dumb.
Well, I agree that, you can't just say yeah and right about everything, because if they don't agree with you, they don't agree with you. But in the case of PayPal fucking you, you may have more of a leg stand on, but they may just not have figured out that was your point. You know what I mean? So sometimes you have to explain things a little bit more. And other times you have to try to get rid of that. Which brings me back to Twitter. If jokes are killing on Twitter, say them in as written, because nothing you said today was 100% 40 characters. Everything had more stuff to it. So maybe you just need to just stand there and just say the line, say the joke from Twitter, as written on Twitter, and it might work better that way too.
The Google thing, like the that I wrote on Twitter, I said Google is the only God that actually answers my questions. And I get it.
Google's the only God. I never got God. Yeah. For some reason that just doesn't land, but
yeah, I knew that was
might be
if I said
some
it
things
out
are cuter or funnier as a tweet than they are in front of an audience. But
It's a very like atheist tweet. A lot of people with like gothy lifestyles are like, yeah, retweet. Totally, like Google's definitely like the only God. Fuck
yeah, well maybe Google is a God who will answer your questions or something. There's some way to tweak it maybe because it's not.
There she goes.
It's not a terrible observation.
She's at Sarah Jones on Twitter. Sarah was so choppy. And as always, our other lovely lady, beer can answer the what will be Kimberly Condon.
I don't think it's fair that as a woman comic I have to cover up for the men do. Because I have to take it seriously and stuff. People are like, oh, I thought you always tried to do that. No, I don't want to look like a huge. I mean, nothing against lesbians. I'm not a lesbian. My mom just taught me to think outside the box. I don't judge. I have slutty friends. I have lesbian friends. My friend Kate, she's super slutty. But she doesn't do anal. She's literally the PQ driver. And also, I don't mean to toot my own horn, but everybody masturbates.
Adorable.
Yeah, but toot my own horn would be funnier if a guy said it. I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I like to toot my own horn.
I like to think that she has an extended lady.
Oh, Ryan. Don't talk about her lady.
Behaving over there.
Literally, I just think that maybe because of the 1 minute format, you had to kind of race to it and spit it out. So it was me. But,
What was the first one again? What was the first one?
yeah, that guy, the little chuckle, and maybe that twist is thrown around a little too much these days.
That's her.
Be a twist.
And what's the main thing that it is not?
Yeah, at first you kind of compare it to like, you have to cover up more than guys do, but guys are not really covering up with girls. So like, I don't know. I just don't know if that's even an issue worth addressing, like how you're forced to dress. Because I personally think, for me, a girl comic, lady comic should just be a comic and not be so much about because I'm a lady this. But then that's also a rule that's meant to be broken because there's times when people say hilarious things about specifically about being a woman. I'd say make it as much about being you as possible as opposed to being because it's hard enough for women comics. Then I think that people tune out when it's like when you're talking about being a female comic because they're strangely sick of it and yet also haven't embraced it like at the same time. Like the challenge is it's a much bigger challenge for you to understand that. So anytime you talk about your appearance, it has to be like the most hilarious joke. Right? Otherwise, it just puts everybody in their head on this girl on stage. It's not a joke. She's attractive. I can't listen to this. I can't listen to relate to it.
Yeah. I've noticed so many of the most successful ones really dress down when doing
which is what she's trying to make the joke about. So it's like it's an interesting observation. So I'm not saying kill it, but I'm just saying that it's hard to do because it's drawing attention to the fact that you're a woman.
There she goes, everybody. Kimberly Condon. That's at Kimberly Condon on Twitter with a CONGDONN. Yeah, Doug. Thank you so much for doing the show.
That was so much fun. I hope that it was constructive.
Oh, totally. Instant classic episode. Anything you have going on that you want to promote?
Yeah, great. and done those movies. You go for all my tour dates and stuff, and I have a ton of things on the list. So cool. Yeah, so just coming to my world, just to be a part of it. I thought I heard is there a superhero trying to get hired? I think so. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have a new nickname for you. Oh, God. The Messiah of Marijuana. Oh, that's not bad. I thought it would be worse, but it's not that good at all, though, either. It's not that bad, but it's also not. It's got alliteration. Yeah. It's probably a little long for a nickname, but I'll take it. I mean, I appreciate it. That's awesome. Follow Iron, we will not. Follow the Iron Patriot on Twitter. He's at Comedy Patriot. He hit 1,000 followers. Just hit 1,000 followers. I just hit 10,000 followers for the first 10,000. That squad is powerful. Yeah. And Ryan and I have an amazing set of shows coming up. Stand Up Live in Phoenix, September 26th. Go to standuplive.com. And in Columbus, Ohio, we're going to be there with Tom Segura and Chris Vizinski and maybe a surprise. Yeah. I'm thinking about watching that one. Yeah. It's going to be a lot of fun. Watch.tv for all the tickets. Friday, September 27th. If you're in Winnipeg by any chance, I'm going to be there on the 12th and 13th of September. And come to Phil Tony taping anytime on a Monday here at the Comedy Store. Up next, the Ding Dong Show, the longest running show in Comedy Store history, with the man, the myth, the legend, Don Barrett's of the Health. Thank you, everybody. Good night. Coming up for Kill County. Hi, everyone. Hi, everybody. It's good to be here. Another fun and here we are. Hi, everybody out there. Congratulations for being part of this fun audience. Okie dokie. Always an interesting again. Yeah, we mixed it up a little. My iPad fucking sucks. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be alive. Oh my God. It's terrible. Excuse me. Great. Well, so that is the sound effects portion, right? No, I downloaded an alternative sound effect program. Oh, so it's going to be mixed up probably a little. That's exciting. Just for this episode, instead of the normal kitty cat sound, like a comic does 1 minute, we're going to have a dolphin. But what's going to replace the angry bear that comes in if they do longer than 60 seconds? A gang of cows. That is a lot of cows, man. Wow. So you don't want to run the light here, you Canadians out there that are going through 60 seconds, because you don't want to anger that group of cows. Or the dolphin. Yeah, the dolphin's sort of heavy, but those cows are aggressive. Yeah. Speaking of animals, as always, ladies and gentlemen, our head of security, the Iron Patriot, is here. Videos in the battle against anyone who thought no way flag. I am the Iron Patriot. Fuck yeah. Still got it, Patriot. Still got it. I was listening to the last episode the other day, and listening to it is so much different than watching it, because it really sounds like we're hanging out with kids. Like, oh, yes, I noticed that. I noticed when I listened last night just to iTunes, because I've been watching the video. I want to say something to you, man. First, I want to congratulate you on winning funniest Instagrammer of the year at the LA Weekly Awards. Oh, thank you. I'm not funny on Instagram, so I don't know what that means. That's so cool. I don't post any funny photos unless it's foods and shit. I like the one you posted yesterday. You did a screenshot of my mailman video, and in the background was a Jungle Fever poster, because my video was made in 1991, the same year that movie came out. And what's interesting is Wesley Snipes just got released from prison.
a $5,000 custom-made Iron Patriot suit that came pretty dented up. He rides the bus here. He's here every Monday. And he rides the bus because in that $5,000 suit, he can't sit down. So he has to stand at all times. So he takes the bus here from down the street. And he was once in a band in Texas called the Dirty Crabber.
It's just called, I was Dirty Crabber. That's my other name.
Okay.
So if you ever want to call me that, just call me that.
Did you ever have crabs? Is it based off that?
No, because my last name is Crabtree and my other last name is Crabtree, so it was kind of a, you know, a play on that. But yeah, I did have crabs one time. I don't think everybody's dealt with that, but now the girls are shaving their bunches, so I don't think there's any more crabs.
Yeah, they're actually becoming extinct lately. That's true.
Yeah. Wow. I wish I would have lived at this age.
Yeah, but now you have to worry about like crotch eels or something.
Yeah.
For those vaginas.
Yeah.
Crotch eels?
Yeah, what would come out of a shaved vagina would have gross stinking. What if worms just like girls are getting worms?
What are you talking about?
This why would we replace crabs?
I don't think they need to be replaced. I think that's something we get down.
Yeah.
So, Patriot, you still have, even though you got the crabs, do you still have like a full bush underneath all that?
Well, you know, I keep it trimmed. I don't really go into control, but no, it's not. I mean, you know what I'm
When
saying.
you say trim, like what are you doing down there?
Just using a scissors to get that so you can get it going on.
You're a bit of
I'm not like Tom C, you know, I'm not like he talks about it. I want special shit on his nose just to make it taste.
yeah, it's fair. It's a bad idea. Don't ever do it. I tried it once. I fucking asshole. Everything was on fire. My balls, like the faces, got really hard. And sometimes when you're like, wow, it's so hard right now, what happened? It was like that for like a week. So,
Yeah.
How about that one?
I gotta miss it when the girls are there. I gotta like it.
What I was getting at with this band, the Dirty Crabber, and I watched your music video for the first time over this past weekend, and I was laughing so hard. There's a song called Share My Banana that you performed a few episodes ago, a few weeks ago here, while holding a banana, you sang a song. It was racist.
Well, I also called the monkey Jacob, so my right name was a monkey too, so, you know, it's like, they were both monkeys.
Can I ask you a question? I noticed there's a little twitch in your left arm that happens.
Yeah, I know.
was that from when you got tackled by the football player on?
That was in my old costume about, you know, 4 years ago. It was when I still got that old costume. It's like barely all taped together. It's a damn shame.
So that twitch that you do with your left arm, is that because of the suit that you're wearing, or is that?
Well, I don't know. I should just concentrate on sticking, you know, staying still. I'm kind of just, sometimes I just kind of like to move it around and kind of keep my shoulders and back kind of the muscles moving around so that, you know, get stiff, you know. But, you know, I should do a better job of concentrating than just stay still.
Fuck yeah. I think we're making podcast history so far this episode.
Yes, it's fun to be here on Labor Day when you're talking.
Oh yeah, it is Labor Day. What do you normally do on a Labor Day if you didn't have this right now?
I might be out there skiing right now or something.
That's what you do?
No.
No. So disappointed when you said that.
Do you practice singing a lot in front of mirrors?
Yeah, I try to, if I know I'm doing a song on this show, I'll try to rehearse it and get ready.
So if I play a song right now, you'd be able to perform it?
Yeah, if you're ready, good. If you're ready, good.
All right, let's try this. What's the name of the song?
Soul Sister number 9.
Are you serious? Is this happening right now?
No, that's not the song. It's the other song.
Well, yeah, I think I have it.
Well, you can do that. If that's the only one you have, you can do it.
Yeah, I can do both.
Wait.
That was my other song called Send Me. That's another song.
He sent you another song?
I changed my mind. I sent that song and then I changed my mind and switched it to another song.
Wow, look at you.
How long did it take for you to decide that you wanted to do a different song? Was it hours we're sitting there thinking about it?
No, it just kind of came to me because we've kind of been on this jungle fever theme for so long. I just kind of thought, man, let's just keep it going because, you know, Soul Sister number 9. I mean, I've never made love actually to a black woman. I flirted with them, but, you know, one female brother that does turn me on is Beyonce. I love her. You know,
Female sister. Oh, wait.
she needs to drop that zero and get with the hero.
Let's hear it. Holy shit. Wow. I'm breathing heavy under there. I'm surprised you used the word you're like a dandelion. I was expecting something a little bit more racist.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just kind of the way the lyrics came out of me. When I like music, I just let it flow out of me. I don't really.
What's the deal with all of your songs being about hooking up with a black woman that you never actually hooked up with?
Like I said, I just write about what I feel. I kind of came up that way, so. I also like that female brother, Saldana.
Why do you call them female brother?
It's so backwards, it's confusing. Well, if you just say sister, they might think you're talking about a nun.
No, nobody's going to think you're talking about a nun. It all depends on who you follow it up with.
If you take off the ER and make it an A, you're fine.
Nobody's going to think you're talking about a nun when you say Beyonce.
Yeah.
Do you think that you write these songs because you and perhaps a black woman out there have some unfinished business? Like is it something you still fantasize about?
Yeah. I'm very into it. Like that beat. Did you see how Flintstones have beat with Cuban fever? Did you see how they did it in the
Are you talking about the Flintstones, the movie?
Yeah.
No, nobody was looking at her feet during that.
You know you're right.
Alright, yeah, you got me. Okay, another hand for the Iron Patriot. This is the show where comedians do 60 seconds, and always a guest and I and my cohorts here, Red Man and Patriot, we all talk with the comedian for a bit, see what's going on, see if we can punch up their jokes. They can take it or leave it if they want, all for free. Always just giving away gold here on Kill Tony. And I always have one of my funniest friends come on and be a guest each week. Really excited about this week's guest. He's somebody who I've always looked up to since I started here many years ago. And I'm excited to have him. He's such an amazing guest that in fact he has his own person who gives his introduction. So I'm just going to bring up that guy right now. Put your hands together for his introducer, Ryan Mervis. This is not the guest. This is the guy who introduces the guest.
Are you guys ready?
Are you ready?
Give it up for the reigning Billy Room League champion, the manager of the dead, Kid Timmy, the lovely bearded
Hello, everybody. Ready on So exciting. Give it up for Ryan Mervis one more time, everyone. His introducer. Fuck yeah, the champ. For those of you, and by those of you, I mean everybody out there who are wondering what we're talking about. This championship. He is the defending comedy score fantasy football champion, everybody.
made all the right fucking decisions. That's what I do.
This guy knows how to make moves this time of the year.
Won by 0.3 with the help of one Aaron Hernandez. Thank you.
Wow, really?
Nice job for me and the kids. I made that happen.
All the best fantasy players are in prison.
Yeah, that's why you gotta get them before they
I got OJ in round 2 this year.
Did you?
Yeah. Really fucking daughters.
How dare you? This makes us closer to players and they appreciate it.
This is set up. I just realized now you're like behind me. I'm shocked all the time. Explain at the table differently for those of you diehard fans that are following that closely.
It's so that when you guys are on stage, the guest is just looking at their butt the whole time.
Right. Now we have a better angle, and now the camera has changed. I'm sure you're watching on our good friends over at Vimeo. I'm sure that they noticed the slight change. So, anyway, Freddie,
This is great, Tony.
we
This is a
played.
real professional thing you guys are doing.
Yeah, I'm very excited about it.
The sings and dances and everything.
It's fucking unbelievable.
Can I ask you something? Yeah, please. I did a literacy union today. First, I listened to It's Good podcast. Oh, okay, great. Listen, and I read about you. I wanted to ask you this. A few months ago, I was an extra on a film about Nina Simone, a jazz singer and civil rights activist. Sure. And Zoe Saldana is playing her in the movie, and she's got a lot of criticism because they say she's too light-skinned. And I noticed you have mulatto too. How do you feel about that? It's it's the comedy store. I actually prefer. I refer to it as white skinned. First of all, or as Hollywood refers to as black, but I don't care. It's like whatever.
Yeah, I think it's good.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
You know about this is up for discrimination.
None at all. My whole life, zero discrimination in any facet, anywhere at all. Not from either side. No.
I mean, from the Dr. Brothers.
No.
From the what? What'd you say?
No, the racist.
Oh, no, that was feeling.
The Patriots known for his accidental racism.
That's okay, you know.
Yeah. You know, he's from Texas.
I was born there.
Yeah, he was born in San Antonio.
Jesus, dude, that's great.
Yeah, he researches all the guests. He's the best head of security on any
That's
podcast.
pretty cool.
I like you. I've seen you on ISS Chronicles. I've seen you on Joe Rogan Experience. I've been following you for a while.
Pretty cool. You'd think I would have noticed fucking Iron Man following.
You know he loves you when his left arm twitches.
Yeah, I like him. That's a very impressive. I mean, that's super fucking impressive.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Now, Freddie, you said something that I brought up a couple times over the weeks on this podcast. I've always taken a moment to ask black comedians. I ask them, on behalf of all black people, all the pressure is on you right now. Why do some black people call other lighter-skinned black people light-skinned with two E's?
It's just how it goes. It's a regional dialect.
Yeah,
And it's usually in urban and southern areas. That's where it comes from. It's actually there's a documentary called Do You Talk English? It presents black people and white people from Boston. So it's English. It was supposed to have been spoken with bastardized and with French sometimes. I don't believe that.
light-skinned. That makes sense.
And that's why all black guys have names like Jackson and stuff like that, like white British guys. Because the British was on this. You mean like the British name? My name's Jerome Jackson. It's like Jerome Jackson. So like, what are you running with?
I read a thing the other day that the first, I mean, I had heard it before, but I read the whole thing about the first slave owner was a black guy. Did you know that?
I see them starting that gangster shit that white people stole it.
Because they've been
That's some gangster shit, slave, right? Yeah.
totally.
We always do it. I steal from myself. My white side steals from my black side. Are you kidding me? You guys always steal shit.
Reading this article, and basically 3/4 of the way through it, I'm like, this guy, imagine if he started it, imagine all the white guys around him, like, this fucking guy's crazy. We're going to take over all these businesses, and he started it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was some like Rothschild'S shit from the wire. Like they were taking corners is what's going on.
Because I guess the original guy was conservative. We did more research on it.
Where were you at one night? Just not looking at shit.
I go out of these Wikipedia pages, that's exactly what I do.
I wanted to do that too. I do that on YouTube, but then I always end up some guy telling a cop off. I always want to see that. Some guy shoving into a cop. Like, oh yeah, well here's the law. And one guy did. Like one guy threw the law on his face. The cop was like, is it true? I said, yeah. And he's like, am I being detained? He's like, no, just not. I was like, you're my hero.
I saw that one, and I love those videos. It's my favorite one.
And you have to be white to do shit like that too. I can't try. I can't. Look at me. They won't know what I am, but they won't go for it.
That's so awesome. Freddie's one of the best impressionists that I know in the world. So, you know, I'm excited to see if anybody pops up and like the Jimmy Hinchcliffe, perhaps. Well, that's a pretty good. That's a pretty good impression.
Shit, you know what? When Freddie has a cold, he can do a good Jesse Ventura.
Jesse the Body Ventura. Oh, wow. Used to be Jesse the Body Ventura. Sounds like every wrestler. Yo, Sunday, brother.
Everybody does that.
Sunday, brother.
Yeah, it's like a strip club DJ sound almost. Yeah.
Or the guy announcing the monster truck rally. Brother.
All right. Well, we know what goes on here. Comedians come up and they do 60 seconds and we talk. Oh, yeah,
You're doing that. I like that.
it's true. A little comedy karma. You know, things are good. Tonight, Comedy Central roasted James Franco there. So,
And you're here.
yeah.
You're going to watching it, right?
No, we can't watch it here because Comedy Store has the only kind of cable I've ever heard of that doesn't get Comedy Central.
Wait, yeah.
Somebody knows who's somebody.
Why is there so many people that noticed it too?
This is what it's hair scissors. This was we needed string earlier, and the closest we could get next to our friends down in Picking up the world's strangest convenience store. All the great places. Yeah. So creepy. There's nothing of a price tag on it. Everything's overpriced.
Except for you can act, but how much do you put it in the stuff?
That's if you go during the day with
You like food mouth? How much do you like food mouth? What do you like to go to?
7, 8, 9, 10. The bartering starts when?
Bartering always works. Especially I would have bartered so much shit. Made people's day, but not to
Oh yeah, they never say it.
didn't see it coming.
You haven't joined them.
Yeah.
People like to
That's a bit. That's a bit.
it must be hard for people to get on.
It's just a shit. People realize it's like fucking water. You know, it's getting lit waiting on individual.
I remember when I back in the bathroom.
It's like that's a bit.
Alright, so once this party started,
Oh, I didn't know you. That's so funny.
if anybody misses their spot, they get a permanent blacklisting. And when I say blacklist, the Patriot always makes this noise. Yeah, he makes that noise with his mouth. That's not a bad yeah, like what was that guy called? Michael Winslow. He's like Michael Winslow meets Steve Gutenberg in an Iron Patriots. Laugh at the Gutenberg thing. If you'd seen his music videos, you gotta look those up, by the way. Look up Dirty Grabber if you get a chance when you're at home.
So you're drawing a comics name then?
Right? There's tons of names in the hat. You guys ready to get this thing started or what?
You can tell those are all comics that him looking.
Some of them.
A lot of them are him looking that good. Looking good.
Heck yeah. Oh yeah, I see them. Those people are. Where are you guys from?
I think anybody's got
Charcoal Valley.
the Valley. Yeah, the Valley.
Till I die. Oh yeah. Even until I die, you got it. You listen to the podcast? Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Random Stranger. Well, welcome, sir. You're in the right room. I picked a name, and the comedian's name, your first comedian tonight, is Lee Wiggins. Yeah, so Mara was up here earlier, and yeah, Patriots, so you're being racist. I'll just go with this one. That actually, not too long ago, actually ran to Ginger. Forced by circumstance. I think I wanted to, not to have an accent. But the thing is, the first time that we ever hooked up, his roommate walked in on us, and his roommate just goes, "Oh, it's like Neapolitan ice cream." I was just ready to got me 2 of the 3 flavors. Just a man keeping a sister down. Okay, how come you get 2 and I'm only 1? You know what? We're Neapolitan ice cream with caramel sauce. That's what we are. Now, equal, separate equal. He grew up not knowing any black people, so he thought that not only would black men come being brown, but that would taste like chocolate. Which I was like, oh shit, that your retarded childhood dream is true. There'd be so many more different kinds of guys in my background. That's how I take myself to touch. Any more cases? There you go. Oh yeah. Wait, talking about hooking up with a redheaded, redheaded girl. Is it Michael? But did you guys meet that night and then just magic happened? You guys go on a date? Like, no, it was bartender at the bar just to hang out at. See back?
Sometimes I go back for 1 second.
Most of the time, I watch HBO Go on the iPad. They go back to cuddling, not for a second.
She's not getting cuddle either. That's the thing, you know. She's like Puerto Rican, so she gets hot really easily.
Do you sleep with like a pillow between your legs or something?
No, I don't sleep with a pillow between my legs.
Do you sleep with a pillow between your legs? Do you sleep with a pillow?
No, I sleep with the girl between my legs. And I have one hand on her tit, and my dick inside her my leg, like this. It's fucking awesome. It's just like perfect. It's like your two puzzle pieces put together. And you have the air conditioning turned on like 30 degrees, so you don't sweat. You're just locked, like keeping each other warm and surviving.
How many girls do you get pregnant with this thing?
None.
You know, with the dick inside all night.
Yeah, it seems like if you let the dick marinate inside of a child all night long, some type of life form would have to grow it.
Or some kind of fusion.
Well, yeah,
Well, you have to have a period first before that you can even get pregnant.
That's okay.
I see what you did there.
This guy.
I know what you did. You lean back after that like that.
Boys can't get pregnant.
Fuck it. I love Neapolitan ice cream. I love that reference there. That's fun.
That was pretty good when you talk about the brown cum coming out of the brother's banana. I've heard people talk about like chocolate milk coming out of it.
Brothers bananas too. You can't make enough monkey references while talking about black people.
No, I was saying I like that joke. It was funny. I've heard chocolate milk jokes about females, but I've never heard that.
I'm not on board with that soul system. Look at me, it's like an afro thing or something. It's very subtly racist, but it's from ignorance, which I feel like it's
Subtle racism is more offensive than overt racism. Maybe some overt racism you just own it. I said I'm in love with soul sister number 9. Like, oh,
It's like a fetish. It's not even that.
I love it.
Good.
What was the, I like the, Dolce de Leche.
Yeah. I have references for all the major races.
The Mexican.
The Mexican cupcakes are built in
That was good. It seems like you could go on and on with the whole ice cream run.
Yeah. I've been trying to think of new ones.
Like the guy that like is abusive. It's like Rocky Road. We could go on and on with ice cream. But what do I know?
No, I like it. I'm gonna explore it actually.
Tons of ice creams. We had Cleeligans, everybody. If you're on Twitter, why don't you follow her at Clee the Pimp? That's Clee, K-L-E-E, at Clee the Pimp. Fuck yeah, that's fun. So that's how we do it sometimes. Sometimes we just listen and chat with people. Sometimes we brilliant ideas. Sometimes the Patriot just twitches his little arm off.
call that racial slurs.
Yeah, when the brothers come out of their banana. Hey, what the fuck are you thinking over there? I love it though.
Brother, like when you say brother with a hard R, it tells me you say nigger with a hard R.
Yeah. I'm starting to think that because of his accidental racism, the Patriot got that suit because he was getting beat up by black people all the time. That's why it's all dented and shit. The fuck you say, boy? Alright. Back into the black bucket we go.
Horse.
Ori Amir. Fair hands together for Ori Amir. Oh, he's a jumper. Here he is.
American women. My accent is half Hebrew, half German. Yes, half successful. I can feel myself for years. And I'm stuck with the accent. I can't fix it. But it's okay. No, maybe I could see more American if I like say American things. Like, yo, this is America. Speak English. Jesus loves you. Sign here. Damn scientists lying about global warming. Oh my God, I'm also a member of the National Rifle Association. Give me one of those cool handshakes. Guns, yeah, freedom. your vocabulary is. You got words like communist, socialist, Marxist, Maoist, anti-American. And these are all just only the synonyms for poor.
Powerful 60 seconds. Put your hands together for Maury Amir. I fucking love you. Where are you from?
Israel.
Wow. How long have you been here? In America? That is so cool.
You know why I like to came up here anymore? You got right to fucking business.
Yeah.
It's like I got 60 seconds, so I'm gonna throw down. You did it. You did it.
Nothing but daggers the whole time. Just fucking quick lightning jokes. That's so fun. How long have you been doing stand-up?
Yeah, a couple of years. You talk about Leo or where you're from.
Yeah.
He did just that.
Yeah.
60 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. I love that. What else do you do? What else do you do? You live here in Los Angeles?
Yeah, I'm doing a PhD here. A PhD in study brains, yes. Oh,
Really?
wow. You went for it. Yeah, I actually, we've been doing MRI studies, like when you look what happens in the brain, under various things.
Various things. You sounded really smart until the end there.
Wow.
Wow.
No, I think he was going to throw it at work and he knew it, but
Right.
Actually, look what happens when you enjoy ecology. That's the last thing. It's hard. Oh, wow. They're affected by humor. So you still go inside the scanner with them and you're like, have you ever noticed something? Look, you're moving your head.
Wow, that's amazing. So you're doing studies on that, on how laughter affects the brain and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, there's shoes.
Oh yeah, those shoes are fucking baller, man.
They look like they were paint baller. Yes, it was live. I'm just an IC eater. Those are great. I like this thing.
Yeah, that's so cool. So you're just like super smart. What are you gonna do with your whole PhD thing once you get it?
I don't know, probably look for doing the same stuff I do now. How old are you? And 32. Oh, wow. And I bet you've been in every country and fucking your passports like looks like fucking janky. It's just the same thing, right? There are a lot of places.
What's your favorite place that you've been to?
Colombia.
Colombia.
It's like this Colombia's fucking. People are awesome. Nature is great.
Wow. That is awesome. Would you end up doing with the Colombian girl that you met then? Just getting crazy. Did you guys do it by the beach like they do in movies?
Actually, yeah. Did you have the mom after you? No. I had them stop the bus and help us. They wanted to help with the guns and stuff. Okay, the guns. They wanted help with they asked for like people who knows how to big guns. Which I'm not. He's 32. I'm 34. When you guys are like, it sounds like being a fucking doctor. And I'm a level 55 in Call of Duty.
I know, it is pretty crazy.
It's amazing what he's been doing with his time and what I've been doing with mine.
What I learned, like, what I find interesting is a guy as smart as you, like, how seriously do you take the stand-up thing? Like, is it something that you'd rather do other than that? Or
You dabble, is this like squash?
Yeah.
Oh, it's one of the most fun things ever. It's like, I can tell he loves it.
You do a lot of spots.
Occasional ones. Not too many, moderation.
Interesting. I think you're very, very funny and very, very interesting. Keep doing what you're doing. I recommend doing more spots. You're so smart that you could break at any point. Don't let anybody tell you that you started too late. You're very funny and extremely smart. So use that to your advantage. That's Rory Amir, everybody. There he goes. A fucking genius. Dabbles in stand-up comedy and kills.
Working on his PhD. We gotta go write jokes.
I don't know. I studied the brain. You may have heard of it. Even though you're a fucking idiot. Put your hands together for your next comedian. Very funny man who I've seen here before. Put your hands together for Lil Bro, everybody. I love Latino women. You know why I love Latino women? They know how to take a punch. Seriously. Like other women you hear, you know, they either want to call the authorities or fight back or call their brother. But I can make that joke because I got a Mexican wife. I got a Tijuana for $50. She's an equestrian. I know she loves horses. Bought her from a guy for $50, man. So I don't have her yet. He's shipping her to me. I guess it's a mail order run. I don't know. I gave him my P.O. box, so I didn't want to give him my real address. Just in case shit don't work out, I have to get rid of her. So I got a room at Motel 6, so we staying there. I had it delivered to my P.O. box. So that's all I got. That's a new joke I'm working on.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so my immediate thing, put your hands together for Little Bro. Yeah, it's extremely funny from the top. I can tell the first thing that you wrote was that initial, first line, and now you're trying to make it bigger from there. That make it take a punch. And I like that you bail out of that and rationalize it. Are you really married? You don't have a
No. I actually wrote a long story of how I met her and how I love her, and how the guy's going to send her to me, and I give her my P.O. box because I'm waiting, down at the post office. She's going to end up being there waiting on me to get there because I actually have a joke about that.
That's what I was waiting for. Was when you mentioned the P.O. box, like you got to mention, how you're just going to check it out. You know what I mean? Like, see what you're dealing with. I'm saying, and if you're going to keep playing it like that thing's real, then I would also rationalize, like, only $50. That's just enough for me to not care and be able to drive away without putting this thing in the car, whatever ends up showing up to that post office. You know what I mean? So it's still worth it. It's not like, thousands of dollars. So
you even said you were unsure and you took her home for a week to try her out, but you got the insurance and you take her back and she was broken. Something like that.
yeah, or when the box came, it was such a strong box because Mexicans make such sturdy products. You couldn't even open the box, and she just
Why do you open it like 10 or something?
There it is. Yeah, hold on, I got a price of one.
I like his energy. He's got good energy. He came out feeling it. He came out feeling haymakers, and that was good.
Absolutely, totally.
Orange is a great color because it's also a smell, a sight, and a taste.
Orange is the new black.
It is the new black. It's got orange watch. I think that's what time it is. Is that King Shop? Yeah. Where are you from? Houston, Texas. St. Louis Ghetto Boys.
He's dressed like he's performing comedy in a construction zone.
Yeah, I know. This is like a casual day. It's a holiday. But we always get it crisp like that from head to toe. Imagine, like I'll try it. Sometimes that match so much. I'm never just going to look at it just head to toe marvel at. That's how we do it. Yeah. Well, hey, man. Thank you very much. Thank you. I like the spelling of his name, too.
Lil Bro, he's on Twitter at Lil Bro. That's that's Lil, Lilbroughh. For those of you that are huge fans of comedians with their names spelled as hard as they can be spelled, you must love Lil Bro. Bro spelled Broughh. Lil Bro.
He can also be called Young Bro. This guy, man.
What the fuck, man? What is wrong with you? I can tell after he says these things, he laughs because you can see him like jitter up and down.
Watch him just take off into the sky. That'd be fucking amazing.
People fucking go crazy about the Iron Patriot. I mean, everybody loves him. Like, I guess, I never get to listen to the podcast. I watch it from time to time and check out the visual part of everything. But I never get to listen. But it seems like everybody who listens and watches gets the feeling of how much and how light the Iron Patriot really is.
And it's a lot of fun for me because people send me questions, and all day long I answer questions about Kill Tony. And a lot of people don't know they can watch it. I'll direct them with a link to where they can watch it on video. They go, I didn't even know I could watch it.
Yeah, it's all blowing up for you, man.
So I like people to see me and see my costume and not have, about my costume. It's been a lot of fun because 3 months ago I didn't even have a Twitter account. And now I'm just having a lot of fun every day I go out there. It's on the stuff, dude. It's stuff. But anyways, I should never had a dick in my mouth, but I have. And which is also a disturbing dilemma for the straight man because now I feel like I know what it's like to take fucking back. Like what it's like to have a drug man, what it's like to choke on it, even what it's like to chew on it. Just a little bit. That's how I chopped down on my own dream. Okay, that's Emery. There's an interesting, what I find interesting about what you just talked about is having a dream about sucking your own dick. Like it seems like there would be a wealth of. I've had that dream. Really? It is a fun. What do you do in it? Do you feel it? Do you feel it? No, I just go, what the fuck am I doing? And you're like totally flexible and just able to do that. Like I must have thrown out some. Right. I don't know. All that. I mean, throwing a second two. Oh, that's just gay as fuck, bro. One of those things can't possibly be yours. I mean, I'm sucking two of my dicks. I mean, one of them looks like little bro's dick, but sucking two of your own dicks. Do you have two dicks? No. Then you're gay, bro. You just came out of the closet. How long have you been doing comedy for? Yeah, how long have you been doing it? I've done 2 nights. Okay, awesome. You know what? I think in the beginning, you should have said that what you opened with and let it land for a second. You got right back into it. Let it land because it's the third thing. It's like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Sometimes you get into it and you have like give it a shot. You see a lot of jaws drop. I'm gonna hear about dicks, but make it funny. You know. Did you have a wet dream? Actually, but you didn't have it when you were sucking your own dick. Like I think there's something funny in that, like that you couldn't get yourself to finish with your own blowjob. Like there's something in that. There's something in a bunch of that. I would stay in the pocket on the dream. I would analyze. The dream frees you of all creepiness. Right. Right. I would not mention the part where you're sucking 2 dicks. One dick minimum. So true. Oh my god, totally. I mean, if you're sucking a dick in a dream, always make sure it's your dick. Make sure it's your dick. But there's definitely a great premise there. That's so cool that you've only done this a couple of times. Yeah, you didn't see it. Like I said, I think she's doing it. Yeah, keep doing it all the time as often as you can if you're interested in it. Yeah, guys, the most irritating job that gives you is like, Jesus, I mean, it's very time to look like that. Not many jobs, I'm still doing pretty fucking good, but it's your time. Look like Keanu Reeves. Yeah, good time. Absolutely. Look at this guy. The one thing I would say though, and this is more you just learned, if you've only been doing a very short period of time, you'll learn this. But the biggest thing I would say is to act like you're saying that as you. It's different because you kind of, I can kind of tell you kind of like wrote it out. You're kind of almost going. Yeah, I can tell you're trying to remember how to say it verbatim. Yeah, instead of like, no, this is actually me. This is all after you. Like if I was talking to you and you were telling me this story, you wouldn't be doing it like that. You'd be doing it like, so I was like sucking this dick, and you know what I mean? Like it would be more believable as you. But you'll learn that. Right. That comes from just doing it a lot. But so far, at least you're putting yourself in a position to have interesting premises. So there you go. That's Dustin Emery, everybody. You don't have a Twitter? Get a Twitter, dude. Twitter all the time. Don't be that guy. Get a Twitter. Never too late. Just get on Twitter. Too late on the thing, man. Yeah. At open mic number 30, you'll be on Twitter. You'll be like, why didn't I just get on Twitter? It's always the people who actually get on Twitter. Oh, yeah. Totally. They come out of nowhere. I've only been doing comedy for 13 years. Did you start at a comedy site? Me too. Yeah. So you went through all this already. Did I love having it with the open mics and stuff? Yeah. They just got rid of the Sunday open mic. Sunday open mic. That's crazy. Yeah. I don't know. The crowd is getting freaked out. I know, right? Yeah, it's only a tradition of 40 plus years, in which pretty much all of our favorites and no more comics. Yeah, that's cut our future by cutting out. Yeah. outside it benefits us because there's a one dick minimum. We were talking about outside that it benefits us than not having a show at the 40 Comics on Sunday, because then technically we would get more than the spot, right? A paid spot for the amount of money that they paid us. And so it's really interesting because even though it benefits me, I can clearly see why that is. There's no other comedy club that has an open mic like this. It's interesting. And I'm pretty sure everybody just wants to work stuff out. Again, the Lindums, the people, it needs to be just marketed as for what it is, because Sunday is like one of the coolest nights to come here.
Yeah. The first time I ever went on, I saw Chris Rock being up in a band and be like, we played on the same stage as someone. First night we ever did it.
Yeah, everybody comes in. If Chappelle's here, they're coming in.
But I just came in, but he ran around the first time I met Dice. I was like, hi, Andrew Dice. Like, get the fuck out of here.
I know, exactly. I've only seen Dice on Sundays. I introduced him to my mom on a Sunday night.
You know, you make all these rookie mistakes.
Oh my god.
Dice, this is my uncle. Fuck your uncle.
Right.
What, did you fuck your mom?
No, why would he fuck my mom?
No, but what happened?
No, I was with my mom, and Dice walked by, and I go, Dice, this is my mom. And he goes, what do you want me to do? Shake her hand, give her a hug?
Your mom's a hoe.
No, he was really nice.
Well, they got cool.
Yeah,
I say you've been coming here a while.
Right. He gets it. But, hopefully this Sunday thing will clear itself up. It's interesting.
But just something that's being replaced, or they just do like shows
already on a Tuesday or Wednesday night show. Which all that needs to be known about is that the same comics that would do the spot for 15 minutes there are here on those Sunday nights anyway to do a pop-in spot. It's just an interesting thing at the bottom ground of comedy, and since we do this show, I figured it'd be worth mentioning. It's an interesting thing happening there. So
we should pick it and start.
I would pick it if I was an open.
I bet you the comics are like, hey, this is the bucket.
Oh yeah, that's right. Hey, we already just lost this one on Sunday. Get your foot in the bucket, Dick. Alright, put your hands together for your next comedian, Del Gonzalito. You've been blacklisted, Des.
Wait, say it properly, though. I'll give him a chance.
How the fuck does he have such good handwriting? Put your hands together for Des, everybody. Are you here? He should be coming. I mean, he's not deaf, right? Oh, nothing on that. What does he know he's outside? The guys are jerks.
Oh, he was the guy under.
Wait a second. He's blind and he's under. You think technically by rule the performer can come in just to perform.
You got a wireless mic you can take out there.
Go grab him. That's all right. Yeah, I can just. Okay. All right. So let's do one more while Des is coming. Right.
I've always had a fantasy.
I'm sure that's going to take a couple minutes.
I've always had a fantasy to actually have such, like, to meet a beautiful blind girl.
It'd be great.
No, she doesn't know how hot she is. She has no idea she's a man. You're all right. You're okay. But you need to be talking to me like that. Don't fucking like it. I need to have a website to find these. What are they doing? They're trying to like just make gymnasiums out of these blind girls.
Gymnasiums? Is that a unit of measurement?
Yes.
Is that happening? Is somebody getting deaf? Is he still here? Really interesting. A comedian under 21 who's blind. I mean, this guy's going to be a star no matter what.
Oh, yeah. He should be on
Stand up. Hang on. You know, I mean, like any joke is automatically funny when you're blind. I mean, what can't be? How can you not kill? He's going to. He's already starting and he's under 21. Like, I'm honored to meet this guy. Des Del Gonzalito. probably heard me say his name, and he's on stage in the main room right now of the House of Blues. This is not going well. I mean, I thought there was like at least 30 or 40 people that said they were going to this show, but I mean, I'm really bombing up here. I know I walked up on the stage. All right, we're going to get to your next meeting, Cody Morley. Exactly. Coming up. For you, you can still remember. One of them was a farm. Case opens up, you slide down, you're in your dad's clothes. Now you gotta answer Sphinx's riddles. You don't run, you go down the hallway, but you gotta run. You walk, then you're not gonna meet the giant boulder following you. You go where the hallway narrows, wall, secret door. Taking the old sea chest, not the new sea chest, that's a trap in front of you, just me. My dad obviously bad, so I walked in. My dad like, you need to two people, one and two, and this guy started clapping before I got to the end of the question. When I said, how many of you knew? I round of applause, you rebels, fucking genius. I know what kind of boxes they were using when they were shipping things across the... Is that how you talk? I knew it. I have no idea who you are, but you have the look of a fucking guy that's just my fucking life. It says, what do you want from me? What do you want from me? Right? Are you from New York City? Where are you? South Florida? Like Miami? South Bay Shore, Brooklyn? What? Everybody's yelling like Northern California. Southern San Francisco. Cerritos Auto Square. Can you name a city that you were near? It's all around there, you know. It's not the 30 miles. Totally forgot about you. My dad had a stack underneath his fucking like clothes in the closet. They all had water damage, and it was water damage. It wasn't like my actual dad had an actual back cave you had to sneak in. Really? In a corner of the basement with a secret door. Yeah, like kept the door next to the basement. I didn't have a dad, but I had an uncle who, and my uncle owned a bar. So what would happen was, this was a lot of my first jerking off moments. But what would happen was he had this amazing satellite dish. And when I was like, whatever, 13 or 12 or whatever that happened, but the channels would just come in. But what's interesting is since it was on the second floor of this bar video, there was a TV above his TV that had what was going on in the bar. So I knew when he would be coming up the stairs and shit, so I'd be watching those TVs. It's just like, oh god, I can't, oh my god, it's so weird. What happens if you finish but you're looking at the wrong TV? Right, exactly. Then just blew a load of logs. Zach Cody Morley.
That's why you don't look at the porn on your phone, because then somebody texts you like your buddy does. You're like, oh, I got my.
Yeah.
You texted me actually.
Really?
Yeah.
During a phone
Session. I didn't have the iPad there.
So rarely,
device was local.
so rarely do that. I remember when I got my iPhone and I first looked at porn on it, I was amazed. Like, this is a fucking revolution. Like, we went from Snake to watching a normal porno.
Yeah, I didn't get to see much porn back then even going. The most I could hope for is like, Bucky's or the end of shower scene or, Fast Times at Ridgemont High with Phoebe Cates coming out the pool.
I have a question for you, Patriot.
That's not the part people remember. It's the Phoebe Cates part that we don't remember. The music of the car song.
I have a question for you, Patriot. What are the top 3 keyword search words that you type in when you're looking up porno?
If you want to see some pretty feet, go to YouTube's and type in Miami Metal feet.
Jesus, that was not the question I asked. I can't believe you just said the words "go to YouTube's."
Go to YouTube's. Type in Little Orphan Annie.
Listen to my question, Patriot. When you're going to jerk off on a porno website, what are 3 words that you find yourself typing in sometimes? Not all at the same time, but at different times. Your 3 favorite things that you're into.
Petite, feet, natural, hearing.
Whoa, Harry! Good thing that I specifically asked for your top 4.
Wait, what's with the hearing? Is that like having like bush and no bush? Bush, big, your old sword. I like a little bush.
Yeah, dirty crabber.
There's still part of me that has a little love for the bush because we grew up on the bush, but the cleanliness factor is far better to it. Well, it's if it's a bush or if it's just like not taken care of. It's thickets and shit. Yeah. What they're like doing with it. Where it's like you're putting your dick in there and you're pulling her butthole hair and then you do something that.
Not really into it at all. I'm anti-bush. I really am. I just can't. It reminds me of like I must have like seen my mom's vagina when I came out of it, and there was probably a bush there. My mom seems like the kind of lady that would have a bush, and I'm sure I saw that vagina on my way out, and I'm like, I don't need to ever see anything like that.
His mom's got a bush. Filthy worms.
Right. Whose mom is that dirty of a slut that she's fucking pulling out the razor?
I can't stop looking at Freddie's beard and thinking about bush.
It's true. Me too.
Well, when I go down there and I eat it, why I really have to pull this thing back?
I gotta sit with the rubber band and pull up the Captain Lou Albano.
But sometimes I'll leave it on and come up and let my
Let's keep this fun train moving along. There's nothing from deaths, huh? Nothing from the blind guy? Oh, what a shame. All the potential I could see in him. Your next comedian is Frank Castillo.
Hey everyone. So I started prematurely balding when I was 19. The thing that sucks is like no one is ever honest with you when you start balding. I didn't get the hint until my mom bought me a yarmulke for Christmas. Like we're not even Jewish. Like I opened it up and I was like, Mom, are we converting? She's like, no. You are, you bald. Thank you. That's what I got.
That was 21 seconds. Is there anything else you're working on? Alright, well first, let me just tell you that the only thing that I didn't like was the absolute opening. I started prematurely balding at 19, but it'd be okay because you just need to go on to the next, right into your next sentence because that's not really a punchline. So if you're like, okay, people are like, was I supposed to laugh at that? But you really don't need to because that's not really a punchline, that's just your setup anyway. So into the premature balding, into the Jew thing, which I think is hilarious. Is there anything else that you're working on?
Not that I still know. Like I'm still writing.
What's the premise of doing it? You'd be uncomfortable talking.
Alright, so my girlfriend is, I have a girlfriend that I live with. she's really good at cooking, and I love her cooking. I love it so much that Brooklyn's hot chicks for me. Like every time that I see a hot chick, I have to really decide whether or not it's going to be worth it. Like I see a hot chick, it's like, oh, you're cute, but it's enchilada night. You can't miss this. Sorry. There's something there, definitely. Yeah.
Definitely. Again, when you started that
on person on plate, right? Something like that. Right. And then you pick it into the cigarette.
You have more and more. Very dicey. I'll point out that
You say like she said Noah, and I was fucking her, and instead, then I'll laugh. Pepperoni pizza. There you go. It's good. There's something there. I know what he's talking about. Because there's girls far better than my girl, but it is. It's like the chick-up's really good. I even explore with that. It's like, girl, sevens take care of you, tens not so much. Tens take care of themselves. Is what the fucking says.
right. Yeah, I would also just be more clear on the front end of it. It's going to help you a lot in that payoff on the end if you're more clear. Because the way that you're saying it now, you say that you have a girlfriend, and when you see a hot chick, so we don't know whether you're saying that your girlfriend's not hot, because you don't say that. So it's sort of misleading, whereas the idea is funnier than how you're saying it right now, which is fine because I sort of drug it out of you anyway. You didn't want to talk about it. But, take the importance of the setup being so important. It's important as the punchline. It needs to be quick, concise, fun, to the point, because that all adds up to the payoff at the end. This balloon that you're blowing up for one quick pop, every breath counts. The more air that's into it, the louder the pop's going to be. So, be clear on those setups and keep rocking and rolling. If you're on Twitter, his name is @FrankC Comedy, right?
Yeah.
There you go. That's Frank Castillo.
Castillo.
Other names in the back.
Let's do Rapid.
Rapid.
Rapid 2.
Rapid. Luke Schwartz.
I've noticed that single guys do this thing where they carry like a condom around with them all the time, like in their backpack, in their car, wherever. Like just hope springs eternal. Like there's just gonna be like some sex emergency that you're just gonna have to like jump in and just fuck. But like it doesn't ever happen like that. Clearly. But the closest I can get as a single guy, like carrying that condom around and like using that condom, is if I saw a sexual assault like happen. That would be the only place I could use the condom, and like I'd have to like run up to this dude and be like, look, I know you're a sociopath and you like have no feelings, but like I also want your dick to feel nothing too. And that was my sorry, everybody.
Brian, in the very beginning of that, Brian pulled out this fucking pancaked magnum of disgusting fucking. He's sitting on that for months.
So this is French. I just put this in. I always keep a condom in my back pocket.
Here's something I would say.
I keep them at home where I fuck. Sometimes you're behind, picked up, with that blind sex emergency. Sex emergency. I had that. You never had that happen where you go to a girl's house and you're just like, oh, I'll go back here, I'll have a glass, and they're like, oh shit, you have a condom?
We used to carry them around like an 8th grade, thinking we were going to get the puss, like he was saying, like was going to attract the puss. Like you should go somewhere to that, because it's like, carrying the keys to a Mercedes won't attract the Mercedes. It's like, nor will carry a condom attract the pussy. It's not going to happen.
Yeah,
we thought that in 8th grade that because it's back there, it will come.
Yeah, that, and where I thought you were going to go was somewhere like along the lines of what you keep in your pocket instead. And plus, again, sort of like with Carlos, there's a little bit of confusion in your works for other guys.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying. Okay. I'm not trying.
Maybe it's something like, I'll tell you, I bet you anything this week, though. Like, if you said something like, the guy like made, something like, even if I had a condom in my pocket, you still have that face. So it doesn't matter what the fuck's in the pocket because they don't see the condom in the pocket. That's not the first thing they see. They're not seeing you and going, oh, this guy's safe.
Still me.
Right, yeah. They're going, this guy looks like fucking Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah.
And if he has a condom in his pocket, he also has a corpse under the stairs or something like that. Like, I really talk about, do you look like a serial killer? More often. That's why I want to put out there. It's like, yeah. I mean, you really got to acknowledge it. You got to talk about what it's like living life from.
I would say it doesn't work for me. I don't carry a condom in my pocket. I carry mace.
It's not the worst. For innocent victim.
Right. Just for fun. Get right. The joke that we were talking about, the only time you get to use it is if you saw somebody getting raped and you put it on that guy. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So you're going to put the peel on his banana.
Oh my god. That's what that was all for.
Yeah, just waiting for the end.
He's doing his top bubble. It's so funny when he laughs in that suit. It's my new favorite thing.
But yeah, in the end, I completely confused on all that. Like, you saw somebody getting, essentially raped or whatever like that, you would put the condom on him so he wouldn't feel it. That was the only way I could use the condom. You could find something funny on that.
Yeah, it's a really interesting reach that you're going for with that. But, there might be something there, like, that.
Because the condom is hard to put it like if somebody's getting raped. I'm not, like, concerned with the logistics.
I was trying to going for the oh my god. Patriot out of nowhere. From 3 point. Well, I happen to know when I'm raping girls, it is not easy to put a condom on whatsoever.
I keep it on all day.
Like a real rapist.
I don't like condoms.
Jesus Christ. No one was like, that guy loves condoms. Alright, Luke Schwartz, everybody. Yeah, that's fun, right? What would Morgan Freeman say about Luke Schwartz? Where we at? Let's do one more out of the bucket, and then we're going to move on to our final segment of the show. Mike Glazer.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Growing up, I enjoyed doing magic. I drew like coins appear all the time. It was really fun to do. I'd pull them out of people's ears, which was nice because then I'd get a quarter and it felt good. And I enjoyed that idea. But then I was doing children's birthday parties in high school. I wanted to try hypnotism. And no one would let me put their boy in a trance. So I don't know how they practice. How do hypnotists practice? How do you get someone to never? How do you get them to try napping? You can't just wave a watch like an asshole. No one wants you to. No one wants to whack or bark or control. And that was an hour's exercise. Alright, that's what I'm working on right now.
Alright, a joke about hypnosis, and everybody in the room got very, very sleepy. So it actually made sense if you add that part to it and not do any of the beginning stuff yet. Cut out that 50 seconds that you just did. Just add the part. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, it talked about hypnosis and how they would practice. It's really not how long have you been doing stand-up, Mike? Wow, you. Interesting. Where are you from? Nice. How long have you been here?
2 months. Yeah.
That's fun.
So, we'll get into everyone. Yeah, I mean, you could say, I like the idea of, like, how do you train hypnosis? Like, do you start off just waving in somebody's face real close? Or, like, there might be something there, like,
setup though? Were you really a magician? Did you really do all that? Or?
Yeah, I love that, and it's in my mind it's like, oh, protection of getting into a weird new thing. I can talk about myself for this person. I like the idea of like a lot of getting people to dance against their will so you can get the part.
Yeah.
Do you have bits about you doing magic and being a magician at some point?
I have a short story about that.
Sounds fun. How long did you do magic for? Did you do magic? Okay. How long did you do it for?
6 years. Are you still doing it? Do you go to the comedy and magic club up there now? I want to go there.
You haven't been there yet?
You do any magic for us right now? I like some rubber band, like it's cards, maybe? Yeah.
Rubber bands? He thinks rubber bands are just condoms.
Keep their hair out of your face. It's got a good beard going on there.
Yeah, it is. It's very sturdy.
He goes for the heavy mustache with the beard. I like that look. It's a good look.
Very well trimmed.
Yeah. He's like whiter than Paul Simon. But do you trim a different length on your beard? I have what's called the natural with the integrated mustache.
You guys and your testosterone.
I keep the mustache from growing over the lip, but I let the rest go. Okay, yeah, I do. I cut the lip. I let it do. Yeah, I do. They're full.
Do I grow a fucking beard?
Oh, yeah, you have it by now.
It's just one of those things where it's like, how could this possibly be? And I'm still waiting for it. I'm 29 now, but I still think about it. It's like, what the fuck happened? How the fuck I'm stupid? I can do so many things.
You rub your face on my ass crack, it'll probably grow in 2 days.
Ryan.
It's a rope up to down.
I can expect that from the Patriots.
For the Patriots.
I get this right now. It's comical that you say it goes down, it just goes down in patches. Yeah.
So, like, very interesting to watch.
You don't want to be hairy, man. You don't want to be hairy. Because, I mean, Brady looks like he's lucky. He's not too hairy, like, on the back and in the chest or anything. But usually, if you're hairy, up in the face, you start hairy everywhere. And when the bone you get starts going everywhere. I saw ear hair the other day. Oh, I got lots of hair. Oh, yeah. Your arms are she was even more like, oh, this is like a month. Oh, no. It's like, I want to say something. Where are you going? Keep it going for Mike Blaze.
I like my good stuff.
Yeah, definitely. Keep rocking, man.
There you go.
He's on Twitter at Blazer We're now going to move on to our final portion of the show. As always, we have two regular, very funny ladies who do a minute each every single week since the inception. We're getting together for, as always, your first of the two, the one and only Sarah Mustajabi.
I was getting ready to go out on a date last week, and I realized I was spending entirely too much time trying to gather. You guys don't fucking care. You don't fucking care. It doesn't matter. This guy's about to spend $19 on a couple Big Macs and a pack of Zimas for what? A fucking pair of panties? I don't think so. It's not about that. Guys, unfortunately, don't have it that easy. It's a little creepier with you guys, and where you're wearing a little white paper envelope, so please don't bring that out, because that's terrifying. Or the plaid boxers. No one wants to fight a fortress of plaid fabric to get to a dick, that's not good. Just maybe throw in some boxer briefs and call it a day. Make it easy for everybody. Make it less creepy. That's all I got, you guys.
Shit, Sarah Mustajabi. Underwear stuff. Don't you say? Yeah.
What was the first part? Like, guys don't spend. What was the first part?
The first one is talking about I spend way too much time. Like, literally last week, like, trying to pick out underwear, and I don't know why, because, like, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, why would I even?
Well, did you wear that underwear, or nose, and it's basically almost a camel's arm.
It's not offensive though. I'm not
No, it's fine, but it's fine and it's great, but it's definitely not professional. You know what I mean? Like you wouldn't want to. Nobody's gonna. Well, yeah, that's the point. Is that when you're doing stand-up, you don't want people daydreaming at your vagina. I mean, guys are gonna stare at that, and chicks are gonna hate you because.
That's when you're talking about underwear. Is what I'm saying.
It's like a really interesting pair of pants that you're wearing because not only does it accentuate the camel toe, but the front is almost completely missing of these pants.
She's super fucking cute. That's what makes it.
Of course, but I'm just saying those pants make it look like she got raped by Freddy Krueger. They're cut up. I mean, it's adorable, but we've talked about this before. Like, you know, I mean, if you, as far as doing stand-up, you gotta dress the part in some way. That's definitely that's the last I should get anyone who I know that's succeeding on the female end of doing stand-up. What was that like? Let's do the picture up. Jerk off setting. But yeah, it's not a professional pair of pants. I've been working on the pants. I really didn't notice them. So,
I mean, it's very, like, I would say about pants, it's fun. You know what I mean? Make it look like what you're talking about.
you gotta dress the part. You gotta almost dress like a boy to do stand-up. Here she is, Sarah Mustajabi. We got a fly, baby.
And you know both ways. If Brady were up here wearing a thong, totally girls would not. Let's totally this month.
Right. If I was wearing those pants, I'd be in big trouble. Put your hands together for your next comedian. As always, the one and only Kimberly Condon.
Hey there. My mom thinks I'm immature. She called me the other day and she thinks, Kimberly, you don't know anything. You don't know what's happening in the world. You need to grow up. I'm like, Mom, I watch news and I'm not immature. There's some really serious things happening. I'm not kidding. I'm being serious. Like, that's not funny. Okay, Mom. I know what's going on. Like, CBS and Time Warner had that little battle, right? They had months-long blackouts. Did you know that? Big deal. I did that my freshman year of college. She's like, George is not immature. You don't know what's going on. I'm like, okay, I might be immature, but you have a really big problem with Jewish people, so I'm going to get off the phone. That's it.
Always good. Short, sweet, thunderous jokes. You pack them into one format of which you're talking to your mom. It's an easy outlet to unload those 3 topical jokes. While the only thing I would add to it is acknowledge that your mom is Puerto Rican. Right, I would acknowledge that from the top, you know, that it's always interesting listening to your mom because then that'll make that pop a little bit because people are like, well, you know, it's just a little bit. Normally I say trim stuff and make jokes shorter, but with that, it's just to throw that in there on that front end so that people aren't surprised when they hear a stronger accent. But other than that, that's very impressive. You're killing it, Kimberly, every week, and you a minute, and great job to both you and Sarah Dress.
You're talking about hovering your vagina so I can't see it.
There she goes. Freddie, anything you want to promote?
I'm on Twitter now.
Oh, really?
Actually, I've been Freddie Lockhart.
Awesome. Freddie Lockhart on Twitter.
I make podcasts on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. with Toad. And then,
That's what's good.
That's what's good. But most importantly, find me on PlayStation 3 and configure the shit of Call of Duty Black Ops. I will fuck you up, son. Grand Theft Auto, man. Grand Theft Auto. I will drive my shoot, pepper your ass up like it's nobody's business. And don't try to be my friend on the online world. Very nice guy in real life, but I will shoot you in your face online. My name is Mr. Majestic, which is a Charles Bronson movie. Look it up. Because that's who I am, is Mr. fucking Majestic. 27 on PlayStation 3. Thank you very much. And the champ. The fucking champ. Thank you. Thank you for having me on this.
Absolutely. It's a pleasure to have you. Please keep that fantasy football belt nice and clean because I'll be taking it from you in just 2 months.
Oh, you want to be my hype man? Carry it around for me? That's awesome.
Yeah. That's awesome.
The show, you're so busy.
I actually open up against you on Sunday.
Oh, good luck to you.
Yeah. 13th. Thank you.
Well, I should have been all the way next weekend, sorry.
Music played, all people sigh.
Fuck yeah, everybody, welcome. How are you guys doing tonight? Holy shit. There's a big crowd here tonight. Shout out to the Death Squad fans that are out here. Hey guys, how are you? Welcome.
It's a plethora.
My homeboy, J.R. Steiner, is wearing the greatest t-shirt I've ever seen in my time. J.R., will you come up here real quick and show this thing off?
Yeah, it's badass, but there's controversy about it, but it's badass. Yeah.
Look at this fucking Kill Tony shirt, ladies and gentlemen. What are you creating?
So, since discovering the Joe Rogan podcast and with Brian's help, we created like this little community called Death Squad. Can I raise this one?
Oh yeah, you can.
And there's like 8 of us here right now, and we flew from all over the country. And so what I wanted to do was get some shirts together for us. So I came up with this idea. Like the Iron Patriot thing is definitely like a, it's like a thing only the fans will get. You know what I mean? So I wanted to surprise these guys. So yeah, here's a shirt. We'll never actually be able to sell it because of copyright. So we fucking love you guys.
Thank you so much. And here is for J.R. Steiner, the Death Squad Nation, everybody.
What we should do real quick though is stay real quick because let's introduce the Iron Patriots. There's controversy about it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Iron Patriot is here, everyone.
Like you say, there's a million new ways to die.
That's one of the
Iron Patriots, right?
That's one of the J catchphrases. Patriot, you have any new catchphrases this week?
Just between me and everybody else, always used to put myself in your times.
Wow, that's a long
Yep. I'm happy that you guys took the time to make the position, but something's bothering me.
Oh, what's bothering you, Patriot? Is it the fact that JR is somewhat black?
It was called like female brothers. I don't like the Iron Patriot and the Saints. I don't like the Don Cheadle or the Shields and Norman Osborn. The one that fought against Wake Up. I'm the comic book Iron Patriot.
On the comics, right?
Yeah, I'm legit. I would put anybody on the shirt. I could put anybody. Shop of me, maybe we're all getting copyright because I don't look exactly like anything. So I really just don't like the colors of it. Sorry, I didn't get it right. But I did my best to get it beautiful, but it's just that kind of strikes a chord with me because I told you about that before. He knows how it feels.
Patriot, what's the difference exactly in the logistics between the comic book Patriot and the Patriot that's on the shirt?
There's this whole great story about Norman Osborn that fought against it, and he was great guys when he fought against Spider-Man.
But why does anybody care who's underneath the suit?
But they had to change the story because in the movies, different people own the rights. The Marvel owns the movie rights, and then different people own the
What are you talking about right now, Patriot? What do you Jesus. You did what he said.
I don't want to sound like I don't appreciate it. It's like a great job. It's 3 episodes ago, you started getting real high.
Iron Patriot, do you remember the old Tom and Jerry when it used to be awesome, and then they made that new Tom and Jerry that everyone looked really weird on it?
Yeah.
Is it like the same thing to you?
Yeah, it's just when they change a story that you're so passionate about. See, I didn't even know they were going to have it in the movie until like a year ago. You know, they came out that one picture that the Iron Patriot was going to be in the movie. Before that, the guy that made the costume for it, we didn't even know it was going to be an Iron Man 3. And then it was kind of a shock when we saw they changed the story up because we were so in love with the story. So
Wait, who was in love with this story?
the guy that sculpted the costume in Norway, my friend John. Where's that Hollywood Baron?
People run away.
I was saying to JR, I would like to maybe somebody in the crowd maybe get a shirt. Yeah, absolutely. Should we do like a contest? Like maybe trivia? Can I do a quick trivia?
Wait, I thought there was only one shirt and that it was for me.
Oh, I brought like 12 of them.
Did you really?
There's only 8 claims, so if you want to give, you want to do it.
Loser.
Oh, well,
Where the hell did that come from? 13-year-old gold.
Alright, like you're gonna possibly be able to keep an eye on the shirt that's sitting next to you.
Kimberly was stealing, rip it up, and make it sexy.
Oh my god. Let me see what side it is. Let me see what you got there inside. Are you gonna wear it over your suit or not? No.
No, it starts it out. This is sweet action.
Yeah, why don't we take care of this after the show?
Also, I bought Tony some Snickers. They're really shiny golden ones.
Like everything of the extremely flamboyant.
It's super shiny, so if you guys want Snickers that much, just come up to the door.
That is so fucking cool. JR Steiner, everybody. Powering the merch of greats like Tony Hinchcliffe, Joey Diaz, and Brody Stevens. A great soul. Fuck yeah. Patriots got that. The best when it just gets real.
What do you get him one of those fanny packs?
I used to have one with my own, but my costume before I got this, I actually had a red fanny pack. The colonial red. I do not find that hard to believe at all. I can picture a red fanny. Now it seems like it's getting a little dusty. Do you polish that ever? Or? I don't get very dirty, but you know what? I think it's good that the light's dirty because in the pictures, my eyes wouldn't really show up if the light was too bright. So I really think it's designed for pictures. If you look at me in the pictures, my eyes kind of have a different light than the face and the chest and everything was too bright. You wouldn't see my lights. I mean, maybe I'm just trying to rationalize, but I really think that's true. I think you're trying to rationalize it. You see my pictures, they look good.
Because he looks
What pictures are we talking about?
We have pictures on Instagram and Twitter. What he's saying, yeah, they look pretty badass. And the dirt is actually a good contrast between the lights and the eyes.
You know what I'm saying? I dig it, bro. What do you guys go bot fuck somewhere already? Fuck yeah, Patriot. Anything else exciting happened this week? Just smoking any pot or anything? Any deep thoughts with the Patriot? Yeah, I was on Criminal Minds and I was in the 16th century and it's like a Salem witch thing in Massachusetts. And they dressed me in 16th century clothing and made me real dirty. They even made my teeth yellow. I didn't like it. For the show. I'm proud to keep my teeth white when I'm doing that shit on there.
What did they use to make it yellow?
Just, I don't know, it tastes weird too. I try to tell them. I don't need it, but they put it on there. There's some cute girls that are dressed in that 16th century clothing. There really were. Were their feet exposed? No. I saw their cute faces and everything. I can imagine. What'd you think of your girl, Miley, twerking? I like to watch her twerk. You know, I told you the story when I was on here. She don't have any feet. It shocked me too. I know. I couldn't believe it either. I couldn't believe it. She had such a cute face.
You see that new video that was released?
You know, there's some bad grammar in that video.
Which one?
You know how she says, we run things, things don't run we? That's not correct grammar. That should be things, we run things, things don't run us. It's got your left arm twitching, I noticed. I gotta stop doing that, Tony. That's what my mom says. Gotta be fucking shit. You keep telling me when I do that, because I gotta go and this shit. I'm a superhero. I can't be looking like a George Martin.
I would just say, honestly, as a robot, it works. It looks like you're kind of like, redoing something. Or,
yeah, I don't want to look like that. would write them with us in a room. Sometimes we write them in a room and just write these crazy fucking jokes that turn into, I mean, everybody knows a great one when they see it, so that sometimes they, just feel them out accordingly. But it's an interesting, different type of process that never has a rhyme or reason. But good question. Well, I mean, you asked me, so you really didn't give me much of a choice. Yeah. I'd like to thank you guys. People are watching the Dirty Grammar videos on YouTube now. Oh, they are? That means they're seeing it. They're all decimal fans. They're seeing it on Patreon. Now, do you still talk to all the crabbers? I've been in contact with them the last couple of weeks because I've been telling them to watch the show I'm on. And they're really featured Dirty Grammar. Did you have a fallout with one of them? No, not really. I mean, the drug player in Dallas is still known as the saxophone player lives there. The drummer lives in Las Vegas. So, we keep in contact with them. So now I gotta go. The scene movement is one of our dancer. Wait, what are they called? The scene movement. How many girlfriends? I had 8 different girls. Yeah. You bring one of the girls to a show? Yeah, I've been trying to work on that. One girl I want to play. She wants money. Oh, like we talking $10, $20? No. I just told her what I wanted for free to try to build the show. Pages. And then the other girl, she wants to bring her young daughter with her. This one's 21. The real secret is she has a daughter. So you've talked with the other Dirty Crabber members? Yeah, they're feeling the feeling like it can come back. We can bring it back. Dirty Crabber in 2013. Yeah. I feel good about my career, Tony. I think I'm going to have a hell of a time. Oh, we can tell. Look at that one. There we go. Yeah. Can you say you think you're going to have a house in Malibu again? I'll be living next to down. Oh, and that would be like a perfect Iron Patriot, Iron Man type of thing. I'm trying to get him excited that he does it again. No, Tony, I'm thinking about running for president in 2016. Oh. What we need to be right now, we need to change. What would be your main platform? Protect the people. Fuck yeah, Patriot. Who's your vice president, Dr. Schultz? No more ideas, no more that crazy shit that makes the money and hurts the people. Protect the people. Oh, you are one excited little Patriot tonight, aren't you? Just a fact, I have to thank you guys. You guys are the ones that make this all happen for me. And I don't say it enough to you, Tony. Thank you very much. Well, we're happy to have you, Patriot. You excited about our guests tonight? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys ready to get this thing started or what? My guests tonight, 2 guys, literally 2 of the smartest, funniest, most awesome people that I know. These guys are unbelievable, and it's an absolute miracle that I'm such a badass motherfucker that I'm able to get these 2 guys on my show at the same time. So, what do you say we just bring them up? Put your hands together. But this guy has his own amazing comedy group called the Goat Face Comedy. Truly hilarious. You can catch him almost every single night of the week here at the Comedy Store. Put your hands together for the one and only Fahim Anwar. Monster. And amazing rising talents in the entire world. A great friend. Me and this guy started together. One of the funniest guys. If you don't know him, you're going to. The one and only Gerard Carmichael, everybody. Oh, yeah. Fuck yes. I can't tell you how excited I am to have you 2 guys with me, with Red Band, and with the Iron Patriot. You know, but the Iron Patriots are something confused me. Fantastic. I have the view on YouTube today. You did your homework? Sure, yeah. But anyway, right, we have an aluminum Patriot that applied last week. Didn't you? I enjoyed your dance routine. You had long hair, and your name was Lance Can't Snuggles. True, yeah. Now, when's I love that you think that's who the real me is. Yeah, this crazy mullet in a white beater. It's a character. He's like, I like that guy better than this guy.
I have something to ask you, John. You noticed our corner that you're in the list. And Princess Rod. Does that mean that your penis is well known in things?
Oh my god, hatred.
I've been in it in the toys too.
I almost beat the shit out of you for asking that just then.
It's Princess Rod.
No, you don't. You're over one with questions that just with Gerard. The Iron Patriot is our head of security, Gerard. And,
They're different from my life.
yeah.
So I saw that interview and you went to the shoe store?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's kind of pretty good. Oh, my God. Thank you.
I really enjoyed that joke on YouTube of you talking about the war that's going on in Chick-fil-A.
Chicken fillet, the entire word.
Chick-fil-A.
I feel bad. I wish I would have known more about you.
Now, you can read about me too. You would have gone to my Twitter, look at my pictures.
I feel like he baited you into it. Funny you should ask. I'm going to check it out.
Glad you guys are here tonight. It's a really good family we got here. I love when Tony brings his friends so I can meet them.
Yeah, I saw 2 arm twitches on that one. He's really excited. He bought this $4,000 suit, right? That's amazing, yeah. And it was shipped from what country?
From Norway.
From Norway.
It took a year and a half. I didn't know what I was going to get. There were many delays. He had issues and had problems with his sculptor. But I finally got it. I didn't know what I was going to get. And even a year ago, I was dreaming to come to Denmark. And I wanted to come meet Red Man. Because I knew he would live there forever. 3 or 4 years ago, I knew.
that's his way of describing black women. I'm not kidding. I noticed this over the last few weeks. He naturally, I guess it's originally being from Texas or something, but the female brothers, and he doesn't call them sisters. I asked him this last week. He doesn't call them sisters because he doesn't want people getting them confused for nuts. I couldn't make that up. That's him. Gerard, what's the report on everything I just told you?
You don't understand how much I love the feathers. I was raised on Pet Sanford and Son.
This one, I doubt it.
I love Jimmy Walker. Dynamite.
Is he ruining Iron Man for you? Can you not watch the movie anymore?
Not as much as he's just validated Texas. The reputation stays true. Well, you guys know what we do here. We have a huge amount of comedians that sign up in order to get pulled out of this bucket. They get 60 seconds, maybe try something new, maybe try something old, and whether it's new or old, we try to either tag their material or interview them, talk about something else that we think they should talk about or something like that. It's just an interview after they do 60 seconds of stand-up. Comedians, when you hit 60 seconds exactly, you're going to hear this happy hour. That means you're at 60 seconds of shut because if you continue to go, the Angry West Hollywood Bear comes out. Now, originally it would be like 5 or 10 seconds after you went over your time, the bear would come out. But we've noticed recently that Red Band gets a little excited, and sometimes that bear will come pretty quickly after the cat. Oh, that bear's already running in there. You can just hear it getting ready for people to run the light. If you don't, if for some reason they're not here for their spot, they get blacklisted permanently from the show, and all that means is that they're off the show, they go into a different tile, and the Iron Patriot makes this noise. Alright, so what are you gonna say we get this thing started, huh? Yeah. Let's do it. It's all happening. Our first comedian tonight for 60 seconds is Rob Russell. Here we go. All happening. Rob Russell. Oh, shit! Very aggressive, and I loved it. Blacklist. Rob Russell on the blacklist. Alright, first comedian tonight is Jeff Simmons.
Hi everyone. Hi. All that shit that went on, I would never know what the zombies are. You never know your own. I'm like, I'm so lost on my because I never hear this again, but I know they did all the murders and stuff. Yeah. I would have easily called it. Hey, yo, I got asked out by a guy and he was love and I I'm not going to like I would never be sorry like that. Oh, yes.
Alright, well, that was something. That was really something. Take down your microphone. Just talk to me for a second.
All the part of an experience.
Yeah, you gotta project this. I mean, we're not even really getting an opportunity to know what you're saying, whether it's like, you gotta like kick it out. Give us an example. Like say, I'll have some pie.
I'll have some pie.
Let's actually try.
I'll have some pie.
Already memorable. You hear that? Did somebody get her some fucking pie? What are you guys doing sitting there? Jesus Christ.
Unused Michelle Cannon.
Oh my God. Jessica. I love what's going on with you, but I have no idea what you said the entire time you were up there.
Can I try one of them one more time? Just one joke.
Yeah, try the joke.
I don't see the world in black and white. I see the blonde and the
The Maker US Hollywood Bear is out of nowhere. Alright, no, it's okay. I don't get what you're saying there. Like, it sounds like that sounds like a joke that Hitler would write. I only think people have heard that. Like, are you saying that you don't want black people around? Are you saying that, like, what is the biggest?
whenever I'm on the blonde girls tend to talk more than others. Like when I go to meet their friends, they're all blonde, and I feel like when I'm working, they kind of strip it down, kind of like that's
There's more here in this than just that. You know, you got
I should have.
Yeah.
You have to be really particular that I just don't want to go first, and I should have I want to go third.
No, that wouldn't change that. And I mean, yeah.
But I totally agree with what he was just saying conversationally when you were just explaining that
We have more insight into you with that than just we know nothing about you or even who your mind works really like anybody could have done. Interchangeable. So there's that. There's joke writing, and there's also just errors because you're new. So it's very hard to process the two. So just stage time. So we're up with
have you ever considered wearing an Iron Patriot suit? Just kidding, Patriot. Jesus, that death glare you're giving me. And that left arm so solid, not twitching at all. That freaking thing is a wall right now.
I guess I like it.
Oh my God.
I guess.
Jessamine, I love it. You gotta project next time, okay? You gotta really push it. Gerard, what do you think? I mean,
I appreciate that. And for the record, it's not my father.
your uncle. It's somebody. Heck yeah, Jessamine, everybody. She's on Twitter @realadorable. Real_adorable. It's her, that's her actual Twitter handle. Gerald Carmichael nailing it from 3-point range, everybody. But yeah, Jessamine got the mic and the mic stand. One more time for Jessamine, everybody. Real adorable. I think, I don't know if she said it was her death. Maybe she I don't think you've ever been funny on purpose. Put your hands together for your next comedian. It's Pete Christian Hesse. Well, you guys allow me to go first. I love every second of it. Every second of it. And once we get to the bottom of whatever you did to your daughter, you're going to be so what if it's over?
That's your it's a little pitchy.
I mean, listen, no, here's the thing. And this is a compliment. Whatever you are, you are. And I like that. Like, whatever you are, it's not like you're real thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like real. You can tell, like, it's like a vibe. That's not like trying. That's life coming at you fast. Yeah. I've never seen somebody that looks both like a cowboy and an Indian. Sometimes you're pulling that up. Like, I've heard of the game Cowboys and Indians, but you can just be both sides all at once. You can play that like solitaire.
But then if I were to guess, like, he's only a bear because he committed hate crimes.
Still shooting from that porch, maybe. Gerard Farley. And he just squeezed another bit in. He knew the bear was swiping for a moment, and he got it out there. Got the bear off guard. Yeah. Oh, shit. Vicky, what do you got for Pete Christian?
I like how he soaked up the intro.
the scarf on. They're banging a lot of girls. If you have the condoms, they can go. That's an interesting motto. Give this guy a condom, he gets confidence all the time. Alright, well, I like your style, Pete Christian. How long have you been doing stand-up? Hey, Trina, something you want to say?
I want to comment on the first part of his routine. It is interesting how many stars there are on Hollywood Boulevard. You know, when I first got here, my territory, quit encroaching. I mean, that shit stretches all the way down to mine over to Capitol Records. I mean, when I first got here, I thought they would just be a bit of the Chinese theater, but they got stars for everybody, just like, you know, he said, the Muppets and Kermit the Frog. I mean, I have to have my own star someday that says comic picture. It's $30,000 for your star. I want you to guys the comedy joke. Yeah, that's how they have together.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's Pete Christian Hesse. Good job, Pete. Thanks for coming, buddy. Yeah. Does he have a Twitter or a... Yeah, this is your official Twitter at Hessing. At Pete Hessing, everybody. Follow him on Twitter. I'm surprised. You don't seem like the kind of guy that would have a Twitter. Well, when you always forget your password, you have to do that. That's part of forgetting your password. It's called a silencer, right? Like a conspiracy. 160 characters. Oh my god. I fucking love it. He also doesn't seem like his name would be Pete Christian Hessing either, right? Doesn't that sound like what it sounds like? It sounds like the name School Shooter. The one he found. Yeah, the one that he found. First day here in the newspaper. I guess I'm Pete Christian Hessing, the obituary. Alright, fuck yeah. What I love, another thing that I love about that is there's 3 spaces on these things when comedians sign up. A lot of them don't fill out the third. They don't know what they're going to talk about, but the third one is the topic. And what Pete Christian Hessing wrote for this topic was weddings, economics, and something else. There's an and logo, and then his handwriting was too big, so it got really small. No. I honestly didn't. He wrote 3 things for the topic. It's like, are you going to cover Pearl? There he is. I always think about the outline of the cowboy hat deep in the distance. He just came out of nowhere from the farthest corner of the room. Alright, Pete, you're good, but rather fun. We'll bump them through another one, shall we? You guys having fun out there? Okay. Here he is. Give it for Paul Aaliyah, everybody. Here he is. Paul Aaliyah. You guys ever think of Fast and the Furious 7? Not one time it made those movies, and they never stopped to get some deals. You guys just, where are they getting this deal from? The 7th one, those motherfuckers walking. See, Vin Diesel kicking a can of that. It's like I told you, motherfuckers, Chevron. Damn it. You can't get a girl without a car. You know what bothers me? I hate when I'm at a red light and see a hot girl to my left. And I look at her and she looks at me. And then she slowly starts pulling away. And the light's still red. It's just like, she's saying no to me with her feet. You know what I mean? It's just, so all I do is I can pull up next to her and take it one step further. Or I can pull up next to her and just be like, hey, so you on Facebook or want to hang out? Oh, no? Oh.
part of this whole thing about picking up girls in cars. So I do want to be interested in the first part. Yeah. Yeah. I have before. Really? Yeah, man. Like if I see a girl next to me, I'll rub down my window and say something. Oh, yeah. I don't give a shit.
Jesus Christ. That's something you need to be talking about. You're a way to hear that douchebag. You need to come out and say, I'm a fucking douchebag. Here's what I do. This is why. And then explain. And then the other side will make sense. Why are you creeping on women is what we're wondering. I mean, and it's funny, don't get me wrong, and you can still use that because they're deciding with their foot, but you can see them making that decision when they press that gas a little bit. Like, I think that's very funny. Yeah, like, what do you say when you roll down the fucking window and talk to all of our girlfriends? You know, we hear about it almost like once a week. Right, yeah. Like, your girl tells you that too? Oh, yeah. Some guy trying to get on me in the car. There's this creep in, like, Ray-Ban glasses, and he sort of looks like a white ninja. She saw they were Ray-Ban glasses. I know Ray-Bans when I see them. You know, Donatello from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, or something like and then he did an impression of a cool black guy and drove away. Yeah. I don't think he should waste time even talking about Facebook. Just say, I live down around the corner. Let's go back to my place right now. Why did I talk about Facebook on our page? Yeah. You stopped at the corner and then she was pulling ahead. You're trying to get her. Oh, right. Never grabbed this fucking thing before. It's supposed to be a prop, but I swear to God, Bear, go away. You apologize to the Iron Patriot right now. When the fuck did I talk about Facebook? He made his arm twitch, bro. I accept his apology. Okay. Iron Patriot. Yeah, you be nice to him. See, at the bed, I wanted to say something. So I tried to say something. What do you really say? That's what we're asking. Hey, how you doing? Where you going? You see how that summons a reaction from people? That's what you want. You want to get those people growling like that on your own when you're talking about it. You can do that. Yeah. What kind of car do you have? He's an awesome guy. Oh, that's fucking terrible. You're picking up fours on four wheels. I love that. He's pulling up next to a girl on a bicycle like, hey, what's up? What are you doing? You want to ride? Throw it in the trunk. Automatic trunk, thank you very much. On a bike. I'm going to all the romantic music. I know what a car is. I'm saying the girls that he's doing from parking out of the Nissan Altima can't be any higher than a 4. A couple with Down syndrome. If you're gonna do it, if you're gonna know bowling is it's 16 Down syndrome. If you're gonna do it, you have to waste it on a good-looking girl. You can't waste it. Because it'll hurt too much. Like 2. Yeah, she's fat. She's not driving away. There you go, Paul. Hey, everybody. There you go. Follow me 123 on Twitter. If you want to tag any of its stuff out there for you listeners of the podcast. Nature. Jeez, I get so offended when somebody comes at you, you know what I mean? I'm so defensive of you. I feel this frustration. It's hard. You gotta move slow with the ladies these days. They don't like it. You're too aggressive, too quick. You need to take them out to dinner or buy them some appetizers. Take a jump on a beam. You gotta be patient. You can't just jump right in their pants like that. Touch the couch. I just got dizzy for a second. You can't just jump in their pants and what? Touch the pouch. You have to sit in a good couch. You know.
Till it's time. You gotta be patient. Woman likes to know everybody.
I love how it's not take a girl out and buy her dinner. It's take a girl out and tuck her and have a Tyler. Like a special occasion that she allowed to get on the prince.
You know the whole thing.
Last date you went on Patriot, where'd you take the girl?
It's been a long time. I've been in a dry spell. I haven't had sex since the summer of 2004.
No, Patriot, no.
I hate to kill your image of me, but hopefully now that I'm in the Death Squad family, things are gonna change.
I wanna know the story. Yeah, I do too. I want to know what had to happen in 2004 that went so bad.
I didn't tell you about my DJ years. I DJed for 7 years. I was at this club called the Sugar Shack, and there was a cute bartender girl. She let me play with her feet while we watched the last episode of Friends.
Wait, last episode of what?
It was the last episode of Friends. Remember that year? And I took one sock off, and then I took the other sock off, and she let me play with her toes.
Was she alive when you were doing this? Is this just a corpse that's laying over your lap? She doesn't even have her skin.
I'm not ugly, Tony. You make me out to be like a creepy ugly. If you look at my Facebook, I'm a decent looking guy. It's just, I've been here in LA for 5 years. It's tough to meet someone here. I'm real picky too. I want the right girl. I know I'm not finding the right person for me. My soulmate.
Yeah, you'll find one that's suits you.
I'm jealous of Red Man. I heard him talking that he met a nice girl. Did you go to church or something? Did you meet that nice girl?
Church. Maybe church is chicken, but you're better off finding a good girl than church. Honestly, you might be going to church if you want to meet a nice girl.
Yeah, but you know I don't believe in God. I believe we're all God.
So, don't pay attention.
Yes.
Look at feet. Look down like you're looking. Feel like there's a tear right now underneath that helmet. It's short circuiting it.
My 40 years from work from 86 to 93. That was when I was in Dirty Grab. Those were my times when I had sex with that 20 year old.
I'm about to cry. Holy shit, it's awful. Hey, we'll talk after the show. I got a website you can go to.
No, I don't want Tinder.
Yeah, I can have our young producer here, Josh Martin, suck your dick. Yeah. Would you guys like to see that right now? Come on, Josh, let's suck his dick. Come on, Josh, get in there. Get in there. Come on. Put on your chin. Josh.
No, I'm not into that good stuff. Come on.
Hey, Jerry, what are you so uncomfortable about?
I like girls. I like Josh, but I'm not really.
Come on, he looks like Rhea Perlman. Let him do it. Josh, you're taking orders from the Patriot now? Get your ass over there and suck his dick. Alright, let's pull another comedian out. This is fucking unbelievable. Hey, that really does suck though, and I need to help you somehow. I can't. 2004 is a long time. That's, it is post 9/11, but.
And the last time before that was 2 times in 1997.
Oh my God. Stop. We need to stop this. We need to stop talking about this. I can't even think about it. You masturbate? How many times a day do you masturbate?
I've been surviving on porn for a long time.
Do you ever just lay on your back and put your left hand on your dick and make yourself nervous and fuck your hand like it's a top?
No. Puberty came on very strong, Tony. It hit me in the years of 13, 14. First orgasm I had, I ran out naked in the backyard and swung on a tree like a monkey. And I came, the wind made me came. I didn't even touch the wind. All that shit shot out of my banana. years later, I did bestiality with my cocker spaniel.
Get that bear away from here. It's a danger.
They put Hershey chocolate on my banana and the cocker spaniel licked it up.
Wow, that is a good. I'm pretty sure we just had the child that knows what the feed ducks chocolate. They were more concerned about the dog eating chocolate than sucking its dick. I just hate that the dog risks his life for that. It is so logistic, the dog didn't. The whole thing is why would it be chocolate? Why would you do that? Everyone else needed mother. That's for one thing.
I was horny in Texas and I couldn't find a woman. Yeah, there's some cute hussies in Texas.
Are you talking about actual fucking
You should see how nice and tan their feet are. They're groovers.
Are you talking about the dogs? What are you talking about? Do you like Paul too?
I know you're going to think I'm creepy and weird now, but it wasn't that big a deal. It's not like I tried to...
We're not going to do that. We already think that, Adrian. You just... Cocker Spaniels are adorable, so I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and they'll eat anything. I mean, they love it.
All right.
I didn't do it again. It was only one time. It's not like I started doing it on a regular basis.
Okay, so now I have to ask. I mean, I already pulled the name out of the bucket for some reason sometime before that. However, I gotta ask a couple more questions. One, did you finish when the dog was eating the chocolate?
I can't remember.
That's a yes.
Okay, he has a steel trap memory, especially with Facebook comments, and now he can't remember.
Right.
You know what I also did? You know at the car wash they have those vacuum tubes where you vacuum your car? I put that on my banana and sucked it dry. It was great. I did that about 3 times.
And that would make you finish. You could climax to that.
It's great. It just leaves it up and just sucks it dry. I only did that a few times. I was pretty crazy back then. I'm a lot more normal.
And you started fucking the vacuum.
He did some crazy to stop the bag after you're done.
How many dogs did you go through until you started fucking the vacuum?
Those were like 3 things I did a couple times. Nothing beside that.
Alright, let's keep the show moving along. Good luck to the comedian who has to follow that. Put your hands together for Michelle Westford, everybody.
Alright, guys. Recently, I'm celebrating something. I got engaged. 3 years ago yesterday. Moving on fast track. So subsequently yesterday, I wrote a letter to Match.com and canceled my membership, right? And I'm really in now. Match.com, if you guys aren't familiar, maybe they should, I don't know, maybe they should rename it to something more realistic, like circusfolk.com or the creepiest assholes you ever met.com. That's the service where you put in your zip code and then they scan the area. They do like a 15-mile radius and bring you back every sex offender and broke turd. And yeah, these are your new matches. Went out with a guy, Dancing Dave was his name. He insisted we go dancing. But to me and everybody else in the club, it looked like he was getting electrocuted or playing an imaginary game of highly aggressive tetherball.
There you go. That's right. She made it in between the kitty and the bear. She nailed it. Great decimal. Yeah.
You have great stage presence. You can hear yourself. You seem very comfortable on stage. How long have you been doing it?
Have you really been engaged for 3 years?
I have been engaged for 3 years. Yes, I have.
You're starting comedy right away.
Yeah.
One dream dies, another one lives.
Maybe. No? We met at Starbucks in Seattle.
I just got news from
Okay, we met on Match.com. I'm on a podcast now. I'm going to really good at that. So.
really?
You could just start off like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you're famous in Seattle, in which case somebody will find it and really go and show my story. Found the guy showing
You don't know me, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not famous.
How'd you know he's from Seattle?
Yeah, I'm from Seattle. I know.
Be a friend.
Man, or everybody. You know, I love her stuff. She's like a real vet, and
That sounds like someone's getting sick of it.
One from Starbucks to Seattle's best, if you know what I'm saying. That's a coffee chain, everybody. 1 in a million. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Thank you, Bill. Yeah, how long have you been in LA?
A week.
Are you staying here?
I'm going back home on Wednesday.
you just stand up there.
Yeah. In Seattle.
You get up with the underground.
The underground. Not the parlor lab.
Okay.
Tacoma, Oklahoma, and then
I'll give one note. You know, it's actually talking about this too. You're a good writer. Your stage presence is great. You know, you're not nervous up there. The jokes, it's like you're scratching the surface on some of the easy, almost. You dig a little deeper, you know what I mean? So try to scratch a little more.
Totally.
Sean, what do you got?
Nothing.
Oh, thank you.
When's it gonna happen?
Maybe next year.
Really?
We don't have a date yet.
What's the point of being engaged?
You just kind of feel that it's real.
Super needy.
Yeah.
Do you feel like a sense of security knowing that you're engaged in that day?
No, I'm not like that. I mean, I never was one of those gals who was like, yeah, I can't wait to get married and do a wedding and all that sort of stuff. They just happen to meet somebody.
Are you delaying the wedding?
I'm delaying it a little bit. No, my circumstances. I'm doing comedy in Seattle. I'm trying to make money. I want to be more, you know. Yeah, I could. I just want to be.
What does he do?
He works at a oil refinery.
You can't like make it sound like you're supporting him with your comedy. That's how you're supposed to.
No, I'm gonna wait until I feel more of it. I'm 33. I want to feel like I'm more successful.
In what? Stand up?
Yeah.
How it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I got out.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen there. I mean, all the grades they get out of there just shine somewhere else. Right.
Oh, I love you guys. This is a good therapy session for me. Thank you.
To push back this engagement another 8 years, and down to LA, then you'll get that success you wanted, and then you can go back and get married. They'll be waiting for you. The fucking oil refinery guy in Seattle, he's got nothing going on. There she goes, Michelle Westmore.
Love you guys. Thank you.
She's on Twitter at Michelle's Comedy. Wow, you actually were able to get that handle, huh? At Michelle's Comedy, the one and the only. Fuck yeah. How fun. Well, yeah, like, there's the game. How about all that? You like that first one? You're like the fucking Dave Chappelle in Seattle.
That's all I brought on stage.
Fuck yeah. Seattle's a great town. I love it up there. I could never live there because of the rain and stuff. I'm from, where I'm from in Northeast Ohio, we have one more day of clouds than Seattle has. And Seattle has one more day of rain. So, Seattle has this reputation of being depressing as fuck. But statistically, where I'm from in Northeast Ohio, it's just as depressing, but we don't have the same reputation.
Which is really depressing.
Exactly. Which bumps us to the most depressed city. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. All hands together for Kevin Park, everybody. Holy shit. Either you've been practicing this every day for 7 weeks or you're just a really smart guy.
I don't know how smart. The fucking Jedi, right? When he said that.
Yeah, it was. I looked too. It was great. There you go. You should have ended on sounding really smart. Then all of a sudden we found out about the taco at the keto shop. And now there's something very Pete Christian testing about eating a taco at the keto shop, knowing exactly how long the minute is. I see that cowboy hat creep up. It's just a light. There's just like a silhouette of like dreadlocks and a cowboy hat way up there. There he is. Cheers to you, buddy. Fuck yeah, man. I love you, Pete Christian testing. Oh yeah.
Great material.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like you have a take. How long have you been doing stand-up?
2 years. Wow.
Yeah, it's great. A lot of your stuff is like just going with it and sort of are a lot of your other jokes like not real to you but goofy like that?
Yeah, well, I mean, I went to a wedding.
Right.
But yeah, I sort of talk about that.
Right.
I'm curious, like, obviously the way you talk now, the way that you talk on stage are different. Where did that come from you from the start, or did it evolve into it?
It evolved more into it, but I've always began like, right. So that's great. It shines through and it gives you your own sort of take on it. It's sort of like having a voice somewhere. Yeah. So about that.
Well, it is pretty funny because it was about, like the husband, the guy having to buy, his daughter's getting fucked for the rest of his life.
Right.
Which makes a good point.
Yeah. It's true. You have to pay for it, and you have to walk her down the aisle. Like it's like that would be something I'd add into it. It's like the real fuck you part. Like, and I have to walk her to you. Like she's like a dog or something. Like I don't know. It's like the icing on the. There's a better take on that, but definitely going that route after everything, after paying for everything, after all that, you have to literally hand her off.
Like two fighters going down to maybe 300 or whatever, where they're just walking down and just about to fight almost. Dad's dropping off his daughter to the tiger.
It's gonna fuck the shit out of her. Yeah. There's something there. On top of all that, but that's already all funny. How long have you been doing that show for? How long have you been in LA? Yeah. Where you originally from? What nationality are you? There's the ID that you guys keep on your arms.
As sweating napkin, I like that in the minute you did it address the time version. Because that's that's the minority.
Hey, I have curiosity. Right. Yeah.
Oh, you don't really have to.
You have to keep your hairy asshole in your back pocket, but that's the joke. But yeah, those are some really hairy arms. He's at Kevin Hart on Twitter. That's Kevin F-A-R-D. This is fun, right? You get to see some comedians.
It's interesting going on. Almost like you forget about those years.
Yeah, totally.
What do you think? You do stand up for a long time? Like we're in our own class or whatever. Like I've been doing it for I'll take class like level. We've been doing it like 11 years or whatever. You forget we've been doing comedy for a year or two or what it's like. So this is interesting because not often we get associated with people who are like still.
Totally. But meanwhile, when we go out to dinner, sometimes late night or whatever, we'll end up talking about those years. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But reminiscing, but it's seeing it's different.
Oh yeah, exactly. Totally. But it's part of our lives. So, Gerard, you and I definitely were hitting open mics together for the longest time. 2007, 2008.
Yeah.
Getting rides from people.
I didn't have a car.
Me neither. And I remember you and I were two of, well, I mean, I guess there was quite a few of us. It always seemed like the funniest people didn't have cars.
A lot of walking.
And the funnier that, and the less funny that somebody would be based on how nice their car was. It almost seemed at the time you do like pulled up to the 7 Series. Right. That's good. When somebody rolls up on a bicycle, you're like, this motherfucker's a killer. Yeah. Because it does, man. You have to have a fucking passion in your spinal cord to be bicycling across 90-degree fucking heat across the city.
You just see the
It's mandatory.
yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
It's just catch up, man.
I did that a couple times though. When I first moved here, I didn't have a car and I lived in Burbank. And I remember the first time, especially, I was thinking like, that Cahuenga Pass. It seems like there's no elevation. You know what I mean? It almost seems like it used to be a ride. I almost fucking died a couple times. I mean, almost getting hit by cars. But the worst part was going down because it was forever. By the way, it's like an hour and a half uphill.
Which side did you go? Facing traffic. Yeah, so
Well, no, I went the other way with traffic. Yeah, because I went against it. And thank God I did, by the way, because I would have gotten hit head on because your brakes mean nothing when you're going that. You're just riding your brakes the entire time and you're still going like 30, 40 miles an hour. It's embarrassing. But you live and you learn. I survived it. You know why? Because God loves me. He wants me to succeed.
yes.
Your next comedian's name is Aaron Marsh, everybody.
Hello, Mike. How are you? Lovely, thank God. Great to see you. Oh, it's my bed-in, so to speak. But no, I'm up and at 'em. I've already done a podcast this morning with a chap from England and enjoying the day so far. Today is Innovation Shaping a Better Planet, and just like the previous session, I will explain to the audience that we have some upcoming sessions, and then I'll read through many of the different technologies that we have to discuss today. And then we can touch on any of the ones that may be of interest to us. And then perhaps towards the end, we may talk about if it works for you. Um, we've had a previous discussion about the e-democracy or voting, basically given back to the people. Does that sound okay? Excellent. That, that's correct. Excellent.
Recording in progress.
I'm well, thank God. How are you? Thank you. That's absolutely correct. Our topic today is innovation shaping a better planet. For anyone who's just joining us, previously we spoke about life extension technologies, and we have several other sessions upcoming that we plan on reviewing Earth megaprojects, humanity beyond Earth, and extraterrestrial life. But for today, innovation shaping a better planet. And for those of you in the audience who are listening, I'm going to read through some of these, and then Mike and I are going to dissect some of them at the end. So the first is nuclear fission power. This is generating energy by splitting atomic nuclei, releasing heat used to produce electricity. Then there's nuclear fusion energy, producing energy by fusing atomic nuclei, like in the sun, with minimal waste and high output. It's still experimental, but as I understand, the amount of energy output on with fusion is about 4 times as much as fission. So it's a really exciting opportunity, perhaps. Next is solar photovoltaic farms. These are large-scale installations of solar power and solar panels that convert sunlight into electricity. There's space-based solar power satellites that collect solar energy in space and transmit it to Earth. This is still a concept, but perhaps in the future may be a reality. We have tidal energy systems, and I think this is an amazing opportunity. Harnessing energy from ocean tides using underwater turbines or barriers, and in relation to this, wave energy converters, devices that capture energy from surface ocean waves. And the way that I first really started to study this type of technology is when I heard about a project called the Venus Project, where basically some scientists and futurists got together about 15 years or so and put together some documentation on some not currently utilized types of energy generation. And that's how I learned about tidal energy and wave energy, and I find it fascinating. Another really interesting type of emerging technology is geothermal energy. This is using heat from within the earth to generate electricity or provide heating. And as you may know, and the audience may know, the earth is essentially a giant ball. And if we just take a pipe, stick it into the ground, the earth is emitting heat, and all you have to do is turn a turbine, and that will create energy. That's geothermal energy. Green hydrogen production is next, producing hydrogen fuel using renewable energy, resulting in zero carbon emissions. Advanced battery storage systems, high capacity batteries that store energy for later use, improving grid stability. And in addition, I'm just a major advocate for improved battery technologies. I've heard of Americum batteries that can last as long as a decade. And then, really, an emerging technology I think that's exciting is gravity batteries, basically using the microgravity of the Earth to be able to generate electricity and store power. Next is desalination plants, and I talk about this quite often on my streams. These are facilities that remove salt from seawater to produce fresh drinking water. The earth is two-thirds water, and the fact that we still have people who are thirsty and we still have crops that need water and droughts is really a sad state of affairs when we have desalination plants. There's atmospheric water generation, extracting water directly from humidity in the air. Ocean plastic cleanup technology systems designed to remove plastic waste from oceans. Smart irrigation systems, automated watering systems that optimize water use using sensors and data. Wastewater recycling, treating and reusing wastewater for agriculture, industry, or drinking. Ocean farming, seaweed and algae, cultivating marine plants for food, fuel, or environmental benefits. Vertical farming, another point that I talk about a lot on my streams, growing crops indoors in stacked layers to save space and resources. Another one is precision agriculture, AI plus drones, using technology to optimize farming with data, sensors, and automation. Lab grown meat, and I'm a major advocate of this as well. I don't want to see any animals get hurt unnecessarily. Meat produced from animal cells in a lab without raising livestock. There's also okay, and we can certainly have a difference of opinion. No one says that we have to agree on everything. Genetically engineered climate resistant crops, crops modified to withstand drought, heat, or pests, soft regeneration, carbon farming, practices that restore soil health and capture carbon dioxide, aquaponic systems combining fish farming and plant cultivation in a closed loop system, urban rooftop gardens, growing food on rooftops in cities to increase local food production, autonomous farming robots. I think this is a really exciting type of technology. Robots that perform agricultural tasks like planting and harvesting, carbon capture and storage, capturing CO2 emissions and storing them underground to reduce atmospheric carbon. Direct air capture of CO2, removing carbon dioxide directly from the air using specialized machines. Cloud seeding, releasing substances into clouds to encourage rainfall. And this is already done in parts of the world, including in United Arab Emirates. Solar radiation.
Let's just stop there for a moment.
Certainly.
Because there's still a lot of things here and people can read the screen. So let's go back. I'd like to talk with you today on a couple of things. First of all, we have up here at Wave Energy.
Yes.
I think this is a fantastic idea, and I've seen it being implemented in various videos, and it looks like it's a very good idea. Are there any drawbacks to this?
I have heard perhaps there may be some issues with water life or aqua life, essentially fish maybe getting caught in turbines or other perhaps aquatic mammals. But there are solutions to this, basically putting nets around the turbine or even just to create some a type of almost underwater.
I saw a very interesting concept of this, where they just had flat floating devices which just sat on top of the waves,
Absolutely.
and there was no danger to any fish at all. So I don't understand what you're talking about there. What kind of devices are you talking about?
So I think what you're talking about are wave energy converters, and I'm talking about tidal energy systems, the reference point right above, essentially putting the turbine at the ocean floor or perhaps connected to the ocean floor, allowing the natural tides to spin a turbine to be able to create energy. And then there's the wave energy, which, as I understand, are those flat platforms that exist on the surface of the water or very close to the surface. Either way, I think that these are extremely efficient systems, and in my opinion, are much more efficient than perhaps wind. There's a lot more power behind water than there is just the air, and I think that with perhaps a few ways of preventing any type of marine life loss, we could have an excellent middle ground between efficient energy production and safety of aqua life.
Now, also, you mentioned nuclear energy.
Yes.
How would you implement this and keep the Earth safe from the leftovers?
Excellent question. So, as I understand, nuclear energy is already extremely safe. So, in the 80 or so years that it has been utilized on Earth, fewer than 50 people have ever died directly from a nuclear incident. So, there were, and you can, the audience can look this up on Wikipedia. There were about 40 people who died at Chernobyl. There were none who died at 3 Mile Island, and approximately two that died immediately in the fallout of Fukushima. Um, and it is just an extremely safe way generally to be able to produce energy in comparison to all of the people who die as coal miners or working with natural gas or other carbon or fossil fuel industries. Um, Nuclear seemingly is much safer. Now, you asked the question, what about storage of the nuclear waste? And generally, the nuclear. Sure. True. True, but there hasn't been mass die-offs of anyone on the West Coast because of Fukushima, and even the um, vegetation of Fukushima was considered generally safe to eat in the months thereafter. I'm not saying that any system is perfect. There was a major earthquake that hit a nuclear facility, which is a difficult situation. I don't necessarily think you have to absolutely build a nuclear facility directly on the coast. There may be options to build them in safer areas, perhaps not in tsunami zones, perhaps not in the Pacific Ring, or places with major seismic activity. There's there's no reason that you can't build it perhaps further inland if you can properly cool the facility and such, and pump or pipe in much of the electricity into the major industrial hubs that may need it. And we're still in the infancy of this type of technology. When it was first thought about, it was seen as a miraculous modern invention, and there have been a lot of skeptics on this issue. But overall, if you were to compare the amount of people who have died from nuclear fallout versus the amount of people who die annually due to fossil fuels, it is exponentially higher the amount of people who die due to fossil fuels. And fossil fuels are far less efficient. So I'm at least an advocate of more people, especially young people, getting into nuclear energy and becoming nuclear engineers, nuclear physicists, to make this system even more efficient and safer than it currently is. Now, as for the nuclear fallout, pardon me, nuclear. Go ahead. It's certainly a thought. That's correct. Exactly.
And I think it's incumbent on us to use the best tool, the best technology for the circumstances. So if we've got a lot of geothermal, let's use that. If we've got lots of waves, use that. But we can't rely on a single power source. And that's the big problem with the world. It's got basically a single power source. And when there's a disruption to it, as we have right now, we have a big problem.
I absolutely am in agreement. As for the nuclear waste question that was brought up earlier, I think that there are alternatives perhaps to the current system of storing nuclear waste, perhaps even in low populated areas. There are a lot of completely unpopulated areas in the world. You can bury nuclear waste. Essentially, it is somewhat harmless after it is encased in a sarcophagus, essentially of concrete. So I think that we can certainly look at better ways to be able to store nuclear waste. As for the idea of nuclear generators, perhaps in space, that's certainly an alternative. These are all, I think, excellent ideas, and we will talk in a moment about how we get to these ideas, how we can perhaps vote on these ideas. But before we do, I just want to hit on a couple other points that are near and dear to my heart. The smart, sir. No, not I cannot.
Yeah, okay. All right, let's move on. You mentioned, where was it here? Lab grown meat.
Yeah.
And you and I are going to have an argument on that one.
Okay, we can.
So, well, I think perhaps because to be honest with you, I don't really understand the concept. How can you grow meat in a lab?
This is an excellent question. Essentially, as I understand, you can take the cells from animals uh, without needing to slaughter an animal and not without needing to raise livestock and basically create different types of cuts of meat just like you would have in the slaughterhouse. And there's also a concept known as 3D printing of meat as well, which may be related. This is already um, in the market to some extent, and people don't know about it. At least in the United States, there is a growing amount of lab meat and lab grown meat that is replacing the standard type of butcher, type of slaughter that many people have been eating as carnivores for about a century or so. And
Not a secret. I'm on a carnivore diet right now, and I will not eat lab grown meat. And the main reason, apart from all this stuff, it's not natural. It's being promoted by Bill Gates, and I don't trust Bill Gates as far as I'm concerned.
well, I understand your skepticism, certainly. And it's still in its infancy. That doesn't necessarily mean that we need to throw the baby out with the bathwater. It is just it's an emerging technology. And perhaps in a century or two, I would like to see all animal suffering alleviated as best as possible. I have a heart. I'm a naturalist. I'm a conservationist. I don't want to see animals suffer any undue harm more than is necessary.
But the problem is, you see, we let Islam into our countries, and that's when the animals started suffering when they're getting slaughtered. Because in the old days, before Islam came, we used to stun them, and it was just bang, they did. That was it. And they never felt anything after that. So, I think we need to look at the social implications of this rather than the actual physical harming of animals. Because where does the harm come from? From a wild, nasty religion that will only slaughter animals in a particular way.
Well, without focusing on an individual or even a group of people, we're in the infancy of this type of technology. It's only been around for a couple of decades at the longest. And as you and I both in our previous conversation have, we look to live quite a few years into the future. So perhaps this type of technology can improve. perhaps there are ways of even more humane ways of animal slaughter, and maybe decades or centuries down the line, uh, we can alleviate this completely. Perhaps uh, it's a dream I think we both can have. Well, we uh, well, there are religious arguments. We don't necessarily have to get into them now. At least traditionally, it's a process known as shechita within Judaism. It's kosher slaughter. We do our best as people to eliminate as much unnecessary pain to the animal as possible. Essentially, doing what we can with a very sharp knife to slit the trachea. Well, I, well, I think we're in agreement that we want to alleviate animal suffering, and perhaps there are different ways to go about that. And maybe there are other ideas to explore that we didn't currently address. Uh, what is clear is that lab grown meats are growing. They are being brought into slowly the mainstream of the American market, and I'm sure are growing in other areas as well. Two other points I'd like to touch on before we get into how we make the decisions to do all of these things. One is smart cities, smart grids, the smart home are all, I think, an emerging type of technology. There is a place. Okay, well, perhaps not in Australia, but it's already being done in China. There's a place called E-Town in Beijing that runs all of its streets, its street lights, intersections are all. And you may not in Australia, but at least it's being done in China and it's being rolled out, and a lot of it. Well, okay, well, I mean, there's nothing necessarily innately terrible about having an efficient system now, is there? A smart home, what's wrong with that? Please do. Okay. Okay, that's not the point we were talking about. We're talking about a smart home. What's wrong with a smart home? Okay, I mean, couldn't they just do that with the authorities, just being at both of those entrances? Okay, and we're not disagreeing on that. What I'm saying is that to have a very highly efficient home is not a bad thing. To ensure that you have a zero carbon footprint for your home is not a bad thing if it's your choice. I don't think that things should be necessarily be mandated upon you. I believe in individual freedoms, but the fact that if you could perhaps not have an energy bill, that doesn't seem like a bad idea to me. Okay. I am in agreement with you. Carbon is a very small amount of the atmosphere and isn't even the biggest uh, greenhouse gas. Essentially,
It's not the carbon, it's the pollution, and that is that's coming from bad manufacturing methods. We need to clean up the factories.
agreed.
Clean up their discharge from their factories.
I'm in agreement with you. Absolutely.
We have gas and natural gas is wrong. That's the wrong approach to take to cleaning up our country.
Okay. So perhaps better phrase would be just doing our best to minimize or eliminate pollution because carbon inherently is good for some species on Earth. So with that being discussed to some extent, uh, there is a type of technology perhaps that may be utilized by countries in the future, known as it has different names. I've known it as an e-democracy. Essentially, it gives the power to the people. No longer do we need to vote for elected officials, perhaps, or city boards, or even perhaps an executive or judicial or legislative of any type. We can make the decisions ourselves. And in our previous discussions, I know that many of these types of technologies that we discussed, if they were explained to individuals, individuals could make the decisions on this. We don't need uh, basically intermediaries. And with the advent of the smartphone and um, the connectivity that we have in our society, there may be the opportunity to be able to make these decisions directly. And what are your thoughts? Excellent.
And that's what my future plan on the website is all about. And we're working towards that goal now here in Australia. This is all going to be determined by putting the power back in the people's hands. It's all going to be controlled by a simple device, your mobile phone, like voting app, based on the digital blockchain. And that will free us up because it will give us the power to make instant decisions affecting our communities and our nation. We don't have to wait for 3 years or 4 years Big Bang elections. We don't have to rely on unqualified politicians who are there for their own political purposes. Absolutely. Right? We, the people, should be determining how we want to live in our communities.
I'm in agreement with you, and I don't disagree with anything that you've said. And everything that we discussed today in terms of technology is it is very complicated, but can be boiled down to some simple strategies. And if you were to explain them to the populace, many people I feel could be able to make these decisions on their own, and we don't need the intermediaries anymore.
Or as a community,
Agreed.
we come together, community town hall meetings, we discuss the issues, we might even come close over some of them. Give a big example of it. But at the end of the day, we need to come to a consensus.
Agreed, agreed. And even the list of technologies that we name, you and I agree wholeheartedly, probably on 90% of them, but there's going to be that 10% we don't. And there's healthy debate that can go on, healthy conversations, just like we've had. And I look to better a better future with these types of technologies and this type of a voting system. Perhaps it won't be implemented overnight. Certainly, these will take decades to be implemented, but hopefully, we'll be able to improve our Earth. We only have one planet right now, and we should do our best to take care of her. So, with that being said, Mike, I appreciate the opportunity to touch on these topics. Again, the next session that we have is going to be on Earth mega projects, which is really exciting. So, with that, again, if you want to find my social media anywhere, just go to linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You can find everything that I discuss. And please check out Mike's websites. They're very informative on many of the topics that we discussed today. And Mike, I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you.
Thank you very much for coming on.
Absolutely. See you next week, God willing.
Recording stopped.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, Mike. Same time. Or we're gonna go back to your 8 o'clock next Monday. so long as nothing changes. But just let me know if anything does. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. Whenever you have time, uh, let me know when the podcast is posted, and I'll put it on all my social media. Okay. Does that work for you? All right.
Thank you so much for
hosting session 2. Please let me know if you need anything from me at this time, period. Once the podcast is uploaded, comma, I will be sure to publish it on all my social media, period. I look forward to next week.
Go, lie.
The parents were married with the sons. When they were in college, I would go when they were in high school. I was like a junior. This is as I go, stack up the U's because we're also having U's would sell by 10 o'clock. Yeah, not like the U's but it was all day. Like, it was all day. The teachers
Busy all day.
the school got so pissed. They told people that you weren't allowed to leave the school for lunch now. Why? Because they wanted the cafeteria to make money. So, I mean, they told you it had
You have to understand, all the food distribution in North Jersey is handled by a lot of people you don't want no fucking problems with. You know what I mean? All right, so people stay and eat the goddamn food. All right, let's get
it was especially, it was suspect us, but Mr. Hash would go fuck that door in the back. I'm not gonna let him go in the back. But if I say, hey guys, that means we're out the back door. So for a year until they moved that law, we would sit in the back halfways and still leak the fucking thing while the school teachers were in front looking for it. And the truant office and the whole thing. It was terrible.
Man, there was no goddamn good place in my shit town. I got nothing to it. We had fried bologna sandwiches. Like, oh my god, you hear that? That's your grandma rolling off.
When I went back in
Like
93,
just 90, just flip it right in the gravy.
when I went back in 93, I stayed with my buddy. Seaborg was there, Mike Ryan. And down the block from his house was a fucking deli that I put it up against any deli ever. Right there, fucking claim to fame was there. Peppers stuffed with mozzarella sauce. Oh my god, with mozzarella cheese, full sauce, like going in and more like just the green peppers, just a fucking like a pepper, and it's a spicy pepper.
It was like that peppercini,
So you
right?
gotta get 3 of them in a sandwich. So you can eat the pepper while you're eating the fucking sandwich. That type of old school deli. Because there's different types of delis, but that was
Right.
motherfucking great fat guys gotta talk about food before that.
Because we're all stout and it sounds great.
But this is crazy. What do they signify as in the Catholic religion? And a lot of our religions is also.
Well, I mean, our good friend George, God rest his mama's soul. She's passed this year, and it's hard, man. My Uncle Jim passed this year. It's hard. You see people at the end of their life. That cancer is a miserable thing. Man. I mean, it is a horrible way to pass. I'd rather get slammed into a sign on a 5 and break that bitch. I tell you, God forbid, but hey, I'd rather take that than that stuff. You know what I mean?
So it was just going to church. It really was by myself. My wife and the kid and one from them. I just wanted to go because we did that church over the St. Bartholomew. We did it over. So I just wanted at 7:15. I tell you what, man, it just brought back a lot of fucking memories. That's what happens in church for me. When I go to church, I look at the 12 stations of the cross, and it's like a fucking acid trip, man. I just go back into sections. And I remember I was thinking about my godfather. One of the worst things that happened in my life was fuck my godfather over. After church, I went home and I tried to find him. He's still fucking famous on Facebook. He was the key
Yeah, man.
You can ask them who killed the world. You know what, man? They killed the fucking world. I mean, the world is half dead. We don't even know.
No, it's more than half dead.
Trick or treat this week. I saw trick or treat. There's no kids on the daytime. I mean, it's a great area to trick or treat. At work, at night, I saw kids, but they're confined. The parents put the fear of God into these kids.
Yeah.
You know, Friday night I went to this trunk or treat. You know, I'm going to Mercy have a great time. Fuck yeah, she had a great time. You know, did I have a great time? Fuck yeah, watching her and watching the kids and watching my wife. I dressed up. I put fangs in my mouth. She kept saying, "Oh, thank you, Daddy." Fucking fangs out of your mouth. "Oh, thank you, Daddy." And she would keep tugging my kid. Thank you, Daddy. It was the cutest fucking thing. I went in there and I had a great time. We got that fine area. The dinner they made us was, you know, not bad. It was a cheeseburger with macaroni salad. It was a barbecue. I enjoyed it. And then I watched her play ball with one of the kids. And I could tell that we're halfway there. We're okay. We got to rotate, get the ball, hit her in the face big time. She didn't cry. Some little boy dressed up as Captain America got hit once. He wouldn't stop crying. But when the kids left to eat, she didn't want to eat. So she stayed with me. She goes, "Daddy, come here." And I started playing ball with her. So when kids came over to play, she was like, "Da, da, 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 da." She was all fucking nuts. That was the only problem we had all night. At the trunk or treat, it's like a cars get together. It's like a beautiful car show. And they back up and they open their trunks and they hit kids and they sit in front of the trunk with disguises. And I tell you what,
Is it like a lowrider club or like hot rods and stuff like that?
it was just all these fucking Studio City people.
Oh, yeah.
You know, whatever they are. I don't know what was. I didn't talk to one. I talked to maybe two parents and the principal.
Man, you know, I've done that same thing with Mexican car clubs, bro. They are the nicest. They had a whole goat cooking. Okay, I mean it was the real deal. Old ladies was making tortillas. Okay, they was handing out good candies and stuff like that. Having a blast. They had a band, a salsa band. It was on, man. I'm telling you.
This was the fucking kids.
Yeah, it was for kids too. Yeah.
There's no fucking salsa band when there's kids. That is
Yeah,
not white
there
kids.
was. They were all white kids now.
This is white kids. There's no salsa band. There's no Beatles. That band
Dude, you
walking around.
want to hear about white people?
So these motherfuckers. I mean, the most interesting thing in the world was I looked at my wife and walked away and I go, "What the fuck is this?" I almost had a nervous breakdown. I'm like, "What the fuck is this? This is like Puerto Rican shit." And I go, this is what we have now. The parents are scared the kids. And you know what? Let's get together. Let's put them all together. When I was a kid, you know, one parent went out and you held hands and you fucking knocked on doors and you yelled. And, you know, Saturday night, I didn't see people till 8 o'clock at night. How much pot do I smoke on my balcony at night? People, a lot, tons. I stand up. I was scared to smoke. My kids are going to walk up on me. After 30 minutes, nobody said nothing. Every once in a while, I'd see 3 kids and a parent. But the 80, 90 kids, I used to work with 80 fucking kids on things. Yeah. You read 80 people. I'm running it 20. Yeah, no, those are 20. I didn't see that. And it's just what I know. And they found needles and fuck every year. Some fucking down here in Pittsburgh sticks hypodermic needles and fucking chocolate. All this shit.
Man, that's why I tell all my kids, hey, Daddy has to inspect all of your candy. I need to find out all this shit. And but I end up
Friday night, though, I got so high at that trunk or treat. I went home and she gave me a little bag of candy. And I kept sitting there and I just started talking to her like cocaine. Like, and you have one racist.
Oh, you're fucked.
Then you're fucked. Racist.
You're fucked.
Put you over the limit.
If you start with the little ones, the bullshit.
That's what I started with.
Oh, then you're fucking. Then you're fucking getting cups out of everything.
I got the whole cup.
Oh, God.
It's finished. That's my world. That's my world. Since I came from Cuba, I discovered Swedish fish. The red ones are the multicolored. Listen, the red ones, they only come in one color Swedish fish. That's it. The ones that settle in the bag. That's the only one I eat. All those are the skinny worms and shit. Shove those up your mother's ass. I don't need none of this shit. I'm a fucking Swedish fucking fish fan. Since day one. When I was a kid, I'd buy them by the box. So I didn't get a brown bag and I'd stick my hand and put them in my pocket. That's how there was some when I was living in pocket in a bag. And
You get there's a big tray of them.
No, I bought the box from the wholesaler.
Oh, really?
$6 If you know where to buy the box, wow, there was a fucking wholesaler for candy. That was again, I'm telling you. You gotta go around there, but tell nobody. The next thing you know, tell nobody. You go down there, I get a box of Swedish fish, and I get a box of a thing called Devil Gum. What's that? Devil Gum. Way before fucking these other gum thieves thought about Big Red. See, Big Red. What makes Big Red? Wrigley. See, Wrigley. They fucking Devil Gum. When I was a kid, Devil Gum was cinnamon, but it was hot. You ate 3 slices. The asshole was a fire. That's what Mexicans give their kids when they're daycare.
We had atomic fireballs. That's all we had.
Atomic fireball. But yours are small. You know the small? Yes. That's my asshole. My asshole's not on fire because I'm telling you, I've been swallowing gum since day one, so my body knows how to process it. See, if you're gonna swallow gum with your teeth, then you're fucked up. I've been swallowing gum since day one. You're gonna talk to a female Joey Davis? Go what? What's he gonna say? I want you to learn how to listen. I have pulled the gum out of my ass. I have little pieces of gum. Process it out of the head. Sometimes you gotta pull the shit out of it and get rid of the gum.
Let me tell you what. Have Joey when he gets one of them good ass zits above his asshole to come and pop it like a foot and a half away from you so you hear it. Okay, he did that in my fucking apartment after he drank all my goddamn orange juice. Alright, he drank a whole fucking thing of orange juice in 10 minutes and then proceeded to hold the thing. No, not on his asshole, in the crack right above it. So to get any pressure behind it, he had to take those big ass fingers in there twice. Go one knuckle deep. I know all the story. I'm a man.
I used to travel my bus for a lot of years. Was my sponsor. Joey Express. I would get on that fucking downtown bus to El Paso and I'd drop you off and pick you up. The longest bus ride I did was New York City to Dallas. That was the longest because I had nothing going on. I'm gonna go all the way to Cali to the country. When I get up here right here, I can pay the express for $48. I looked at just to get to Boston. It's like only like 2.5 days for like $100. So I wouldn't I mean, if I'm just thinking if I had to.
Man, I travel by bus because I own one. Get a king size bed. Don't do that. I could never sit up. I could never sit like that. But you guys ought to jump on the bus sometime and we do this church at other parts of the country. Yeah.
Where the bus now?
The bus will be here tonight. It'll get in tonight from Tennessee, and then we're here. We're gonna be driving. They're gonna be driving around Wednesday or Tuesday and Wednesday, and then we go north to do some gig. I don't know where it is, to be honest with you. I don't look at my family. I didn't travel.
Don't fucking. You guys would kill each other. You guys would work before you got to the first rest stop.
You're retarded. We would hotbox that bus. It would be just look, bro. Wait, shut the fuck up, okay? Me and Coco lived in an apartment smaller than this fucking studio, okay? And we left our asses off, and with the doors were open and the windows were open because it was so fucking hot, and we couldn't hardly go to sleep because it was noisy as shit. We put on Joy Medina. 5 minutes sleeping time. Wake up, go kids for Jesus. Making biscuits, and I had him on the floor, futon, okay, and
John Wesley
on the floor.
Jody Ferding on the bed.
Yeah, it was crazy. We were in it to win it. This was Team Us. 1440. You don't even understand. Kill ourselves, my brothers. Are you kidding me?
Well, no, literally, I'm just saying, like, you put something on the TV that he doesn't want, he'll start.
I got 5 fucking TVs. 5 fucking TVs on that goddamn bus. What channel you want? Player, I got it. I've got a kid size bedroom that's it pops out, okay, and then the living room pops out, and then there's 3 bunks. It's got a 2 bathrooms and a shower on it, and I've got, I think there's like 6 air conditioners on it, so if we go someplace where it's hot, like I went to Bonnaroo this summer, and everybody, all these dirty white people out there when it's 120 degrees in dirt. Fuck you. I took 3 showers a day. I was the sweetest smelling motherfucker out there. We
were like, they thought I was for real or something. I was smelling so good. Okay, I was doing it, Jack. It was awesome. Everybody's boo-hoo. It's hot. Yeah, me too. I'm gonna go make a fucking margarita in my bus. Take a shower and smoke a bone. Fuck you. I hate that man. He was awesome. It was so great. But that's how we gotta go, dude. We gotta go on the fucking bus. Alright? Your babies would go bananas in that bus. Your baby would love that fucking bus. I can't know about that noise. It gets stuck in that gun. Yeah, right? What happened? A couple weeks ago, I went swimming in Toledo. And I got on the fucking plane the next day. I got the airplane. Right? Oh my God. And I was sitting there. I'll tell you, man. When you work out, you have to take a lead sometimes or the other. Yeah. That's that's all that works for at this point for big guys. But you wouldn't teach you. Dude, I'm past that. Yeah, you get slammed on your back. You go home, you eat your lunch, first thing you do is take an Advil, especially if you train the next day. Really? Yeah. You gotta do all that shit because it lowers the inflammation. You gotta eat fucking like smoke a weed. Eat weed. Actually, to do with the inflammatory fucking thing. You see the Google today? You see the front page of Yahoo today? What is that? All the infiltrates of medical marijuana prescriptions are down. Prescriptions are down. Prescriptions are going down. Yeah, the opiates are going down. Yeah, the benzos are going down. Listen, I'm telling you, as your brother, you fucking go and you work out with Eddie Brown and those savages down there, and you walk home and you can't move. Okay, I'll do an experiment with you, motherfucker. I will experiment. I will give you the lead one night, and a week later we'll do it again, and I'll give you a chunk of real hash, and you eat that hash, and you call me tomorrow, and you tell me which day makes you feel like. That's what Bruce Lee was doing this. Nobody knew why he was eating marijuana 40 years ago. Dan and his son said that he gets it. That's why he was eating marijuana, because he knew that a lead will kill you. Yeah, believe and have eat your fucking liver. You gotta drink gallons of water. You take a leave. You gotta drink fucking water throughout the day. And that's why I don't take them at night. I take them when I get home from jiu-jitsu band from or kettlebells. I'm not sore an hour later, whatever the fuck I do when you're sore. Sometimes you get sore from wine. Dude, I get wiped the fuck out. Shit, man. First of all, like 6-hour flight. Okay, alright, yeah, okay, you fly and your connection in Dallas got bumped, so now you're in fucking Chicago, and you land at B-32, and yours is, next flight is at H-17, and you got 15 fucking minutes, and Chicago, fucking terminals are so close together that there's no room for a fucking one of them chairs. You get $20 to a black guy with a golf cart. No, you gotta fucking hump it, dude. You gotta fucking rock. And then if you're hungry, you gotta eat. There's no eating. Sometimes I take out the one night with my ears actually, you know what? Somebody gave me these 2 lights. And they told me they gave them next Friday, I'm gonna throw them away. I said, I don't give a fuck, give me 2 because I know I'll be them one next time. Like I eat them. That night with the ear infection, I popped that light and I gotta tell you something. I got fucked up on that couch, dog. I liked it. They fucking smoked the head. I fucking went to bed. I got up like brand new the next day. My ear hurt a little bit, but it hurt as much as it hurt. He gave me 2. I said, the other one fell out of the bag. That was it right there. Oh my God. That was the one I just found. I thought it fell out of the fucking bag. Man, I think I like those pills too much. I don't do them. I don't fuck with none of them no more. I like them too much. I like the feeling of when I'm on the road. Yeah. That's where I like something to sleep. I have sleep with those distracted. Me too. Because I can't sleep. You need sleep from weed? Yeah. I could fall asleep right now. You're not us. When I get up at 5, you're a titty baby. When I get up at 5 Thursday morning, I gotta go to the radio, right? And I get up at 6, right? But they're picking me up at 7:30. That's why I don't want to just get up at 7 all in a rush. I want to get up, I want to relax, I want to read the paper later, go to breakfast. I want to write a little bit, I want to slow down, stretch a little, I'll get up, take a shit, do all that shit we're talking about. But getting up on time management, yeah, with hash, with the fucking thing. Yeah, you fly to the other side of the fucking country for 6-7 hours. Okay, you get in your fucking shit hotel at 1:30 a.m. Those dicks are coming to pick you up at 5. They didn't even
sleeping straight till 3.
Yeah, because we're at work.
And I don't sleep late. You know me, I don't sleep late. Ever. On Saturdays, I don't do lunches. On Sundays, I know that people are going late. I know that I have a chance of falling asleep for 3 hours. I'm probably not even. Yeah. I'm used to it now. Probably got a flight. I'm taking them over to Jersey. And I'm still flying to Kennedy Jack. I'm on a New Brunswick because there's no connection. Everything is connected to Jersey now. There's only one direct, and that's Virgin. But Virgin gets me in at 8:30. Virgin will get me in Thursday pool at 2:30. Sunday, I wait till 1 to fly back down.
No.
Gets me back here at 3:30.
Fuck
I
that.
can't do it.
Hey, man, listen, look at Southwest. They've got one where you can get your checks.
Listen, Southwest is doing 2 hours.
Yeah.
2 hours.
Yeah, your back starts to hurt.
There's no entertainment. There's nothing. There's no.
Someone gives you free TV.
They give you free TV. I don't like. We got really old TV, like a lot and all that shit. What the fuck? I sit next to a communist.
Oh my God.
Listen, American Airlines are going 2,000 miles on that.
Yeah, right.
Platinum.
Right.
There's no Southwest. It's California.
Nevada.
California, LAX to Boston.
Yeah.
Houston, 2 hours, 2:10, 2:15. Anything after 2.5 hours of Southwest, you're asking for trouble. This whole story started with the pimple in the ass because of the bus. And if you want a pimple in the ass, it's that bad. Fly fucking Southwest. So what happened was, I got back on a Monday night from fucking El Paso. I've been sitting on a bus for 12 hours. I must have fell asleep sideways.
Oh my God.
I was about 370 at the time. And the grease of the fat in my ass built the pimple up. 3 or 4 inches from my asshole. And it's like, north from me, my asshole is right here. On the cheek, on the inside, I got a pimple that stuck out an inch. And it was developing like it started with an inch. How did he find it so quickly? How did I find it? I couldn't sit. He couldn't. Every time I went to sit, I'm like, wow, something hurts.
And then he pulled the hair out.
So I took a fucking hair and I took this to the days when I was in my apartment. Yeah, in my apartment. And I looked at my ass and bent over. And guys, there was a white head on my ass. Oh my God. It was throbbing. It hurt so much. And I couldn't take it over. I was sitting there going around me. And I remember that I go, he was telling me a story about something. And I'm sitting there, finally open up my pants in the front. I had no underwear on.
No, you didn't take your pants off. That's when you had the ball pants.
I stuck my hand through
A hole
like a fucking yoga position. I had to get to a yoga position, Lee, and I had to squeeze the pimple and turn it. But I had to turn the skin down. So it would go pop. And Lee, you could hear it go pop. And it was just a yellow ball of pus. I had to go back in, and I had with my fingernails, I had to take the fucking piece of skin out. Like, take them out of them? Yeah. Because they grow in half. I'm sitting twisted on fucking phone. If you sit down all day, you will have pimples on your ass dramatically. All those fat people that walk around and work in offices, look at their ass from time to time.
Oh my God, it could be bad.
It's like strippers. For some reason, strippers always have big white hair. You ever look at a stripper's ass when she's dancing close? Look up close and you always see a little white out of their cheek. Just tease. It's just a joke.
Yeah, he's been going in. Like, really, it's just what I experienced. Well, when it's an ingrown hair like that, yeah.
On your ass.
Yeah. And it was a long hair, too. I saw it. Made me look bump a little bit in my mouth. Totally gross.
Terrible.
I know.
People think they comedy when you sell those buses for that long. And now, it's you fly so much over the years. Southwest, I love it. Los Angeles, they're fast. Southwest is big, fast, perfect. I think Southwest, whatever that thing is, the level. A-level. I love Southwest. I used to hate going to board, but they work much quicker.
Dude, so much better. It works so much better. Get the fuck on. Fuck you, get on. Fuck you, get on.
8:15, 8:30, you get a seat in the aisle, you sit there, you do people dirty looks as they walk by.
I had to do that because I forgot to check in one time and then it was like B30 or something, B20, but I ended up at like 96 aisle and window seats. So I'm only here the first time to teach you.
You did the math.
I got nervous, dude.
Man, you are such, that's the truest thing you've ever said to me. And you're,
I I'm a chubby guy. I haven't had enough years.
Dude, you got the flag angel right there. If that is the Jewish thing you've ever said, that you counted all the fucking windows on the seats. Oh my God. Dude, here's what I do. Because I'm fat, I got about 2 seats, right? And I don't mind. That's no big deal. Here's how cool fucking Southwest is, though. If that plane ain't full, they give me one of those seats back for free. For free. And so the next time, so I fly, when I live in Nashville, 2-hour flight. I'm in Boston. 2-hour flight. I'm in Chicago. 2-hour flight. I'm in Miami. 85% of my work is within 2-hour flight. So I go over there. Southwest. This is how good they are in Nashville. Holy shit! I got there 10 minutes before the plane was supposed to take off, and they go, Rabbi, we've already got you checked in. The plane is now having mechanical problems, and as soon as you get on, it'll be fixed. Okay? And they rushed this before the TSA bypass, all that bullshit. They were like, just pat him down, get him on the plane. And they wheeled me from on one of them go-karts. And this is how much Southwest loves you. They got me to that plane as soon as I stepped on. Hey, and the problem solved. Yeah, everybody clapped. I had my 2 seats right there waiting for me like a doctor. And those guys love me. They come out. They're the best. Burbank are cool. Real nice. Oh, yeah.
She works good. She's the front desk manager. Right? Sometimes I get there whatever. If I know she's there, you got clout.
Yeah.
One time she took me to the Southwest and I was eating food. Sandwiches in the fucking lunchroom. They had a party after the party. She got delayed. She might as well come with me. And I went into the van. They had little sandwiches cut up with potato chips and the Southwest were back there eating them. She took me right there. She was like, I'm back to get you. They're really nice. I didn't say they were a bad thing. I know, but it's not that comfortable.
It's not that comfortable. It's a game.
Here's the thing. It's not that comfortable. If the plane is packed and we're fat fuck.
Right.
Okay, my shoulder goes up. So,
Me too.
oh my God. I get shoulder pain on Southwest.
I know.
I made a mistake. I connected one time to save $3 or two papers. Because you're always looking to save.
Right.
But flying is something that if you're looking to save, you're going to have an uncomfortable journey. Prepare for it. Go on their website. Look for the worksheets. United has a thing where they give you a bigger seat and they give you security clearance.
Yeah.
For $75. It's worth every dime.
Yeah.
Because that means I'm walking the first class line.
Right. The first class, and then there's economy.
United office, you have to scroll all the way down. It's 75 each way. It's working.
So fucking
When it worked,
you just buy it.
the economy is working.
Goddamn
A couple weeks ago, I was upgraded to first class, and I still didn't respect the flight because of the security order. Yeah, this is what's going on out there. Because if you've been on the holidays, I'm telling you right now, if you don't get early,
Or
get it.
if you have a passport, by the way, and you travel a lot, just go get TSA pre-approved. It takes about 5 minutes, okay, which utterly scared the living shit out of me. That I show with my passport and my ID, and they asked me like 6 questions, like, do you love America? Of course. Are you allied with any of that terrorist group against the country? And I go, not only do I fucking hate them fucking cocksucking dirty sons of bitches, okay, they shot at me, fuck you, alright? I hate Russians. I'm bona fide, Jack. Fuck that. And I go, have a nice day, Mr. May. I had to raise my hand, sign a piece of paper. Boom, I had it then. And all you do is go up there. You don't have to take anything off. No shoes, no fucking
Eventually, you have to give them access to your social media or something.
No, that's bullshit. What are you talking about?
I just hear stuff. I don't know.
That's bullshit. But you know what? Though? It would be smart. And let me tell you, every business doing it. I put on the bus a tower, a mobile cell phone tower, Wi-Fi rather, like the largest one you can get on in a mobile unit. And so it's free Wi-Fi at all my shows. All right, but what happens to log in is I get all your information. So next time I'm in the area, I can hit you up and go, hey, I'm here. All right, and that's how do it. I provide. It costs me a lot of money to do it, but at least I get something in exchange, and they get free internet. You know what I mean? Right? It's cool. It's really cool. That's what you got to do for people. But businesses all around are doing that. But you know what they do? It's not like on Southwest, you give them their email, and if you got like an iPad or something, you can watch real TV, and they've got movies on there too. And you can flip channels, and it's real time, and that's for free instead of like, what is it, Boeing or something like that? That's like fucking $22. Goddamn, getting shit. You can't work Twitters or nothing. But that's garbage. That's way too fucking much. I mean, like the month.
Southwest gives you free Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
But it's when you want one, I don't get it.
So you just have to. They don't want to pay for screens. So you could run out your tablet and log in. Just log in. Just hit accept, and then they have like a whole bunch of TVs.
Yeah, but you can get on your Wi-Fi, everything on there, and everything. Especially if you're A-list, you get everything. You get all of it for free. I do not fly JetBlue. I'm too wide in the ass, and I don't live in a hub of it. But I do live in a hub. Nashville's a hub for Southwest. And, you know, they've got 3 directs. I took American here. First class like a doctor. I was out of there at 6:15 on Saturday, on Halloween. That was the first one in there, on there. Dude, it's a fantastic flight, man.
They had one during the winter.
Yeah.
It's a problem. Like in the winter, you have to look. They had an extra one on the way back. Because you have to leave early to have one at night.
Yeah, they get nervous about Dallas and Chicago, so they add extra direct to Nashville because Nashville's such a great hub that they can get all to the south and right there from there. Like that's like their emergency one. Like when Dallas has a ice storm and Chicago's fucked up, they add extra flights to other key cities just so like to Miami so they can bring people up to the East Coast. It's crazy, but that's what they do. They're smart, you know. They do it like they do, baby. They do it like they do.
A lot of people don't fly. They get
I'm
gonna tell you what the best flight. I'm gonna tell you what the best ticket is in business. Virgin, make cabin select.
Fucking A, man. I tell you what, Virgin first class is bomb, dude.
I'm talking about the main cabin
Oh,
select.
yeah. It's fantastic.
Or first class.
Oh, my God. It's first class.
It's first class.
It's first class.
First class.
Like, it's first class. It's first class. For half the price. It's first class for half the price.
Best seat in the business.
And then, without a doubt, you've got more leg space, actually, than you are in having first class.
I've been more comfortable in main cabin select than I am in first class.
Yeah.
They have a desk. I can put a notebook there. I can actually fucking type something. I got your rubber hands, bro.
You can stretch the fuck out. It's got more space than first class does.
You have to hit a button. They bring you free food,
Yeah.
free booze. Everything's on the house. So it's still first class, only down in first class. And you still stay on the first class line.
That fucking Brit.
And if you want to fly first class, you book 12 hours before the flight.
Yeah, if it ain't full up.
49.
Yeah.
Boom, they bump you.
And they have to go across the country. That's one of the
The only problem is they like that. All right, I want to go to fucking Austin from LAX.
Right. No.
You gotta go to San Francisco first.
Yeah.
That's the problem. We'll see. Chicago. I'd love to take Virgin to Chicago. We go on. I want to get down to exit 9.
Yeah, that's hard.
Exit 9 is wow. That's a rough fly. You know what? America don't get me anywhere at 5 a.m. if I go on last. I didn't think about it.
That's true.
I don't think about American Airlines. That's
They
why.
have flights all
That
the
is
time.
why I fucking fly American.
They're at
They got
24 hours.
they got a vampire flight.
They're at 24
They
hours.
got 5 a.m. to Chicago. That means you have to be at LAX at 4 a.m. What time are you even feeling you're working at 4 a.m. without drugs?
Yeah. You know, it would be more effective, like, if they ran, like, Southwest is almost a 24-hour-a-day airline, and especially with all its international flights now. But I'm telling you, man, American is the smartest in the business. They lower the rates from what they could, but they run them all the fucking time. And if they lower the rates in that so that more people go to the off times who are bargain hunting like the rest of us used to, and then main consumers can pay at an accelerated rate for the last immediate good flights that aren't as full because the cheap people got diverted to the other flights. It's a goddamn beautiful business model. That's how you fucking make money.
But it's amazing how much these companies treat the customers like crap. Like especially
Well, there's no fucking reason why they. I mean, all right, if you you were the worst person in the fucking world, go work at the airport because no one will bitch about you because they don't have time to fill out a form. They don't have time to fucking talk to your manager. They just don't. They got a plane to catch, so they go, oh, that guy was a dick, and they watch your next plane. You can, it's free. It's awesome. You're an asshole. Go work at that there.
About a year ago, I made a really bad mistake. That's the type of person I am because I know it's a corporation, I know it's a company, and I know was even on that matter. I was in a chat today with somebody about agents, and I said, listen, I know people who are shit agents, but the agents are killing me.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Just because he's, always looking at it. It's the funniest thing about IMDb. They've got a rating for agencies and management and all that shit. TA is obviously number one. William Morris number two. Innovative is like 8. And then the agent top was like 200, it's like 300. I mean, it's a fucking nightmare. There's some management companies I looked at, and this was fucked up. You look at Jeff Susser's management, they're 4,300. A regular person looking at that, I wouldn't even talk to that management company.
Yeah. What do you mean for that? That's how much they cost.
That's how, like, that's the rating.
That was the rating that was as far down the list.
But they've got 3 clients. They've got 3 clients.
So it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. You
understand this was all bullshit.
What are the rankings based on? I guess the client's earnings. And the client's earnings. And so, like, I'm with William Morris, and they're, I think worldwide they're number one, but here in America, CAA is, especially in LA. Alright, but William Morris is badass. Who gives a fat baby stick? And they're at that level, I mean, unless they're worthless or fucking strung out on something. I mean, there's been a lot that have risen and fallen because of what they're snorting and what they're drinking on their fucking expense. But man, if you got one client and you're that guy's manager, and that fucking guy is Kevin Hart, your rating would be, I mean, that you only have one client and you're so far down. But Kevin will work hard and make a ton of money. But what if he takes 2 years off? Just to relax and build up a new act. That's when your rating drops to 5,000. Like I mean, but how much TV does Stephen Joe and Kevin do anymore? No more. I mean, it's Joe doing. He's still throwing people around in UFCs, right? Right. But that's it.
So he
would be such a fucking amazing action hero.
I understand.
I understand. Alongside, he would be so amazing. Okay, when Joe Rogan, okay, with a fucking skull and tats and crazy shit, okay, driving a hot rod to the fucking desert for hot bitches. What the fuck? I'm all for that. That fucking nice ass Corvette is fucked up. Women run to him. He can throw it. He can take a light bulb with a kid.
If you want to show on TV, would you want to be example for this? I go, he probably could do it if I asked him. But it's the last thing on his mind. It's the last. And if you understood his life, he does the easiest path of resistance. We were talking about work ethic a couple of weeks ago. He got that job at the UFC as a volunteer. He called the guy and said, I'll find myself now. I just want to do something like that. You guys have an idea what the UFC pays? What he's become when that channel is the voice of that shit. Yeah, this didn't come to him because he trained. He went to the IDT Institute of he stepped up. And that's what this whole thing's about. It's about. So if you have this job, right, guys, this is how he looks at it. I look at it the same way, right? You got this job that flies you into Vegas or whatever every once a month to call a fight. They pay a shitload of money. He gets residuals from 2 shows, guys. Yeah. Remember, he was on 2 super shows. Yeah. Why would you want to drive Warner Brothers and put up with that? Yeah. Why? You know how hard it is to beat a rock? It's fucking. You know how hard it is to beat a rock? See, people are doing it because he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He don't wake up one day and go, first of all, how many needles can I stick in my blood?
years.
I was telling some damn things on my one. Well, I was at Joey Theater show. 29 years, I'm 52. I did more for 35 years. I you know, I'm surprised I didn't fuck the mouth so much bad pussy. I ate like a Kardashian black guy.
Oh, yeah. Lamar Odom. Let me tell you,
I would foam at the mouth.
those bitches are fucking kissing death, dude.
20 years, I'm overweight. You gotta look at your fucking weight. You gotta look at your life and go, how long do I gotta look at last? So do I really want to drive comparative every day and put up with this folklore producer and director and their creative thoughts for a show for 5 years and my glory to stick away from my kids? The kids are fine. He's fine. The UFC pays him great money. He goes on the road when he wants to with the UFC. So it's all in house. So yeah, then people make me laugh when I know these come to like, so what's it gonna take? For Joe Rogan to come to my club, I want to say, listen,
act to God.
he comes in for one fucking night. He doesn't want to, you know, I remember in 98 being at the Laugh Factory one night. I tell the story constantly. As for whether people like him or dislike him when he's not funny, they cooked one night at the Laugh Factory, 99. And he came over and said hello to me. I looked at him and I go, how was the last week? He goes, it's a fucking great club, man.
Yeah, that was 90s.
No,
I mean 2000, 2001.
he goes, 2000 only problem is, there's a lot of work.
Yeah.
Wednesday through Sunday, and I looked at him. And I didn't think about what he was saying, but I got it.
Dude, and that guy had a ton of money, and we had $2 to our name, and we would have loved it. But no, he goes, I just want to be bigger places.
That's it.
Just one show.
That's it, one show. He put that out there. He put a place together.
He changed comedy with that move.
With that move. And I saw it happening. I remember seeing it started.
Dan is the one who started. You know, everybody before, from Mitch Hedberg, everybody, Wednesday through Sunday, maybe stay until Tuesday. The drugs are good. Every fucking body, everybody, Dougie Stanhope, everybody did it. Fucking Dane Cook was the first one that broke the fucking model. The clubs had the control the whole time because there wasn't after comedy died after the 80s and the 90s were fucking dead. There were no headliners that were selling tickets. Okay, so when comedy started to come back up, the clubs, there was less clubs, and so these comics, so they could fucking keep the money down. But now the dumb fucks, they got greedy like they always do, and they fucking start making money. They start putting all these comedy clubs everywhere, and then they go, oh, I got no fucking headliners. And then that's when we got the power, and it was fucking Dane Cook that showed the way. You can say, go fuck your Wednesday and eat a dick on Sunday. I'm doing, no, you know what? I'll come in Thursday for Friday morning radio, and that's it. That's it. And I'm back at home in LA early this Sunday. We put it together.
What do you think you're dealing with, Lisa? Bad motherfucker, you. Fuck you. Good. And let me tell you what the only reason I went to church was the other day. Because it was the 36th anniversary of the night. That morning was the 5th. That morning he had older brothers. His kids came from younger than great kids. He had a couple of past masters. And he had a shed. And when we were growing up, his brothers were part of this crew. They fucking had parties, not big drug parties. They were drug parties were about music. And they did crazy things. Like they would eat glass. Fucking even the house that had see, one day, this is way before I was oh yeah, somebody fucking I went over there one day for a party, and the only young kids that were invited to the party were me, a fellow, and this kid, Danny. And at this party, they took a garbage can, and they filled up everything they had. They put Hawaiian punch in it, and they took bees. I mean, he called and told us that their brothers took bees. Trying to think about eating the bees in the fucking thing. So with ice, and this stuff had like 151 rum. Oh my god, it tasted terrible. So fucking, they just scoop it out. It was a garbage can, and it had chunks of fruit. And I'm back there smoking pot. And the next thing you know, I'm getting woken up in Sassulo's front yard. Anthony Sassulo, he's at the house. And I'm getting woken up by Ray Ernesto. Ray Ernesto was a cop in the neighborhood that would come down and play basketball on Sunday. But he always wore colored socks and drove me crazy. At the end of the basketball game, that was the argument. Ray, you gotta go over the colored socks. I'm like, put you in my fucking Ray. You gotta punch that out. You're fucking 40. I'm fucking 10. Like, go fuck yourself, Ray. But Ray was a cool motherfucker. Ray picked me up. He was going, what happened? I don't know. I blacked out. I got fucked up. This blood dragged me home. And he knows me. Oh, my mom answered. And she's like, what's going on? I go, Mom, we got fucked up. I fell asleep on this Zula's thing. She was going to fucking sleep it off, you idiot. She yelled at me. And she was like, me at the office.
That's when parents were fucking parents and police were goddamn police. They expected him to be fucking parents too, man. Right.
I'll never forget that I was fucking all over. This was the first time I remember that I was all over. So I got in like at 5:30. The light was starting to come on. 5:30. A sophomore, I think I'm going to be a sophomore. This is like 2 weeks before they put me in the hospital for a lung infection. I'm fucked up. I'm not doing drugs, no guys. I didn't do drugs. I was smoking pot then. I was high. I wasn't a big drinker, but I drank a little much. I'll never forget that. I probably drank early. It was a Sunday morning, so I got home like at 5. I passed out. About 10 o'clock in the morning, I could hear like ice cubes. That's why I woke up to. I could hear Cuban music. And I heard her come up the stairs. She goes, oh, yeah, well, I need to wake up. I made breakfast or lunch. And she had like a class in those days towards the end. She used to drink a Bloody Mary with a Heineken. Shit, right? Like some Bloody Mary with a Heineken. She was such a spin. Like, she was such a spin. She just fucking bring it with another drink and eat it while she was talking to me. But you have to appreciate this. You can't write this. You're supposed to cut the lettuce off the celery. She was such a spin. She just hated it, right? She would eat it, and she loved tomato juice that V8.
Oh, fuck yeah, I still love that, dude. I drink that like twice a week.
Put Tabasco on her Bloody Mary.
Oh, I got
Frank's red sauce.
Oh, not me.
She looks at me, I'm fucking had a headache that's pounding. And she goes, oh, go see that. Like, go to and she goes, she looked at me 45 minutes. She took a piece of the sun and she goes, now you know what I feel like in the morning. And she fucking walked out and that was like a prolific thing in my world. Like, I never thought about it again. Okay, so it's August of fucking, it's August of fucking whatever. But she said it very patois. You know what I feel like in the moment, okay? This is how you want to live your life. She just walked out of the room. Okay. So, this is the end of August. Mid-September, October, November. I get invited to a Halloween party. It's a Saturday night. Fucking crazy. Oh, let's see if you can make it 6 yet. 3 days before this fucking party, a girl pulled me aside. That's beautiful. She goes, hey, what do you think of this girl? I go, why do you ask? She goes, she wants to get together with you. You want to know? I go, sure. But she had just broken up with a kid. And even in 1979, I went up to the kid like a man. The kid was a dumb kid. I went up to him and I said, can I talk to you for a say, hey, already. I go, I know whether anyone you mind. He goes, you know what, I like you. What I do, I still love her. Just give it to me. Okay, fuck you. I just, that's how deep I was at 79, guys. At 15, I already knew that I found everything I'd be a man. You gotta be respectful. And then Halloween night, we all dressed up like girls to get ass and went to the Cameo's garage. And it was tremendous. It was tremendous. And at 11 o'clock, I went to fucking meet her. And some girl came and said, she's not coming. You have to go get her. And I was like, what? And the girl was hot. And then we walked. In fact, Jimmy Holloway is her cousin. He's listening to this podcast. Robin Thompson, who's created her. Robin Thompson started walking her boyfriend, Glenn Zemnick, who was a man already. Me and Robin were 15. Her boyfriend was a man. That's how hot this bitch was. He was a fucking man. This bitch didn't think high school kids. He got out of the car and thought we were leaving together. Started yelling at her, but I stuck up for her. He was like, I'll deal with you some other time. And he, was very nice to me that night. All this shit went down. I forgot the whole thing. I forgot to call home. That was the rule of the house. You gotta fucking call home. So Saturday night was this night. It was a Halloween party. But it was, in those days, that year, if you look at 1979 map, Halloween was on a weekend. Me and the boys at trick or treat on Halloween. Probably let up. It was like on a Wednesday. So, but the party was Saturday. Yeah. So it was like maybe Halloween was like Monday. This party was on a Saturday. That was like October 20th. You like trick or treat like 3 times. So what happened was I stayed there, and all of a sudden I realized it's 3 in the morning. And I called, and my mom answered. She goes, what the fuck? And I go, listen, I'm up here, but there's no buses. There was one, but what was the date on the fucking Saturday night? The Saturday before that. The 27th, because she died on the 8th. So she died that Wednesday after that, not after the Halloween, 10 days after Halloween. So it was a week and a half. She died a week and a half later. So she gave me the speech on a Sunday night, and she died November 8th. So look at it. You follow me? Yeah. Wow. So that Sunday, she goes, I'm on the couch. What are we going to do? And I go, I don't know. She goes, we'll take a taxi home. I go, I'm going to take a taxi home. I got a little money for me. We're all going to walk home together. And I'd done the acid and stuff. And the acid was coming down. I was getting like these little jingles and shit. So something happened for me to go right downtown. But by this time, we're talking. It's 5 a.m. I'm not going to call her back. She was already sleeping. And after that, my friends dropped me off. I had a ghost costume on. And I walked up the fucking stairs. And as I was putting the fucking key in the door, she opened it. Grabbed me with one fucking hand, just smacked me across the face. She hadn't smacked me in 4 years, 5 years before that. I was a big boy, and that just wasn't her MO, to hit me. She would say, I'm gonna fucking kill you. 2 years before that, she did light me on fire in the Mountie Rose. My mom's in the backyard. So, but she was pissed. And she slammed the door, she goes, I'll tell you something. She goes, someday you're gonna be fucking married. You're gonna have a fucking wife. And you're gonna fucking call every hour on the hour. That's the deal in this house. You can stay out all the fucking man. I don't give a fuck what you do. Drinking with your stupid buddy. She went off. After she goes, all I wanted was standing there going, you just smacked me in the fucking face hard. Like it was a hard smack to the face. Like it was still stinging. And she's like, you fucking idiot. What the fuck is wrong with you staying out till 7 1? Get upstairs to your room and I want to look at you. And I was pissed. I'm like, I might even move out. Like, that's it. I'm going to move the fuck out of this bitch. They fucking bitch. What the fuck? You know what the hell is going on? Get the other one out. Fuck you. Holy shit, that was fucking real in the game. That's real. My father died at 37. And then one who was a killer who had come because he hit him in the head with a fucking Saint. Go ahead and look bad. Santa Barbara. What happened? The man that with the sword, he flicked the cigarette. She fucking waited for him to fall asleep. She broke it over his head. Nobody could be with him. He was blind. He was in the beast. So that night I went to bed thinking, after she got home because of the fire? Yeah, they came home together. They were he was sitting on a chair, and somehow she wanted a cigarette, and he took it, and instead of handing it to her, we're all school humans, right? You don't throw nothing in the house. No, that's real. That's nothing real. I don't give a fuck. If somebody flipped this egg, if I can have a cigarette, like you said, hey, get out there. Hey, fuck, can I have a sip of your water? Sure, and you fucking threw it at me, it's the same fucking thing. It's true. It's fucking rude. But my mom defended Trump. It was a disrespect thing, so she waited for the go to bed. She had a minute. I left the next day. But, so I'm walking up the stairs thinking, that's just, and I'm walking up the stairs, I'm walking up the stairs thinking, you know what? I ain't tolerating that shit no more. I'm 15. I get a job. I know what it's about. I don't need this shit. I bet what the $1,000 we're gonna have for nights was So the next morning she woke me up again. She's like, yeah, cook something. She goes, let me tell you something. She goes, get up. And she got up. She going out. I was like, oh, fuck. She goes, first off, I'm sorry for going my hand on you. Too old for me to be Indian. But number two, she goes, I just want you to understand something. All I want to understand is for you to grow up and be a man. That's it. I don't give a fuck how you do it. I want you to grow up to be a man. Okay? When you tell somebody you're going to go home, you go home. And she kissed me in the cheek and she walked out. And I didn't think much of it. I just sat there. I was like, oh, whatever, man. What the fuck is up? I am a fucking man. I was just sucking titties in high school last night. Man, I worked last summer. I made $75 a day, my head. And in the morning, whatever. So 10 days later, when I found that dead on the floor, the first thought was like, she's never gonna find that I got let back. But the second thought was, this is what she was saying. She gave me a heads up. That's all she wanted is for me to be a man. Whatever I do in her world, what that meant. But I just wanted to celebrate that. I know she liked churches. Yeah. My mom loved going to fucking pray. There was a church down the block in St. Patrick's Cathedral in the 70s and 60s. And every year on February 26th, my mom would give the guy 100 and bring him a bottle of Chivas, whatever, flowers, and they would set the casket up like a fake casket. And my mom would do a fucking thing for my dad. And she used to say, look, we used to go to churches, just fucking go to churches. Even though they are beautiful, she would go to churches. And in the 6th and the 5th grade, I was 10. That's 1973. And that year, something happened in the New York Mets. Went to the playoffs, the NLCS playoffs against, look it up, please say, against the Cincinnati. Literally, look up the New York Mets against the Cincinnati Reds, 1973. Poor man. This is how Royals win that shit. And they did it right there. Fucking, fucking, Spike Lee, then you took his head back off. Okay, Terrence Steinman was back to his $1 billion. Okay, and the little team from nowhere, fucking no money Royals. I'm so proud of him, cuz. It's an American dream. It's a fucking American dream. Good for them. Welcome to that. And their house. What year was it? 73. 1973. New York Cincinnati Reds. October 6th to 10th. And New York won the series 3-2. But they left the 8th. Right, Pete Rose beat the fuck out of Bud Harris in the second base. When he was sliding in. That year, my mom, when I made my first communion, you were talking about. Oh, yeah. So when we went to Jewish instruction when you were growing up, before the guy, what you had, it's Saturdays. It was Wednesdays a lot. Wednesdays and Sundays sometimes. Hey, did you have the little face of the guy? That would have been a little pronouns. She needs a lot of good piece of same color. If you did that, I grow those. Yes, you do. How do you grow those? You just let it dance, let it fuck. What the fuck do you crazy? It's a fucking apple. Okay, no, it can be mutton chops. I think you're a hipster bag. It can be great. Get you some mutton chops. grade, sixth grade. Put together tricks and they had to ring the bell. So sister Hannah would go, all right, eighth grade, and she ring the bell, and you go like, oh, my mom was to eyeball that bell. Because it was made from cotton and wooden head. Big Saint in Cuba. This is October 6th. I got it out in you're supposed to have a copper bell. And if you want money, you have to ring that bell. So my mom went there the way I was like, just get close to me. My mom shoplifted the fucking bell. That bell was everything. That bell was bringing her love. Every time I'd see her, she'd give me a kiss and go, you're a genius. That church is bringing me good luck. That fucking bell.
When she stopped by the church is bringing me the Lord. That's amazing.
So every time the men would play at home, she'd ring the bell. She would do a big game. She'd take the bell and put it in her purse. And she'd ring the bell at the men game. This is true fucking story. This is how crazy. This is where it came from.
Oh man, I know you don't have all this time, but have you ever like trying to go back to 1973 when it came with like video on TV and hear the bells?
Oh shit, you're blowing my fucking mind.
I couldn't. No, I couldn't. You would hear it. You would hear it called Rusty Style. She would throw chicken wings when you run back. Rusty Style. So she was on this side. What loud is it? She to the point. Usher would go, Denora, where do you want to sit? You know, you want to sit in right field. And they rushed with a Rusty Stop playing 73 Mets. It wasn't 73 whatever Rusty stood. They had a horrible run. It was Rusty Stop. It was Theodore. Here's the deal. The guy would go, Denora, I got signed out right field only. So he would have to run past her. He would have to run past her. If she would sit there and he ran past her, she would lose her mind. She would go ballistic. All 8 times he run. Oh yeah, Ruthie. He went Ruga. She fucking yelled in Spanish. And then she was calling him. She threw chicken wings at him. Oh yeah, he went Ruga. So when the guy would ask her, where do you want to sit? And he'd say, like, what do you want to sit? My mom would go, oh, no me ponga esa lado. He would say, I don't like that fucking dude. So she would sit on the other side. Who was the left fielder? Wayne Garrett. So she knew Wayne Garrett. Wayne Garrett took his dick out my mom and jumped the fence and sucked it down. And Tom Steve at the same time.
Your mom's gonna die.
Give me a tea.
By the way, this Friday I'll be at the Club Nokia here in Los Angeles. If you're a church member, please come in. I'd love you. I'd love to see you live. I'm gonna do about 2 hours to blow your fucking minds. Come on, baby.
What's the team? Who's the left fielder and who was the fucking basement?
You know, the left fielder was Cleon Jones.
Cleon Jones, who was third baseman. Wayne Garrett.
Yeah.
That motherfucker dog. Reminds me of David Wright, the hot corn they used to call it. My mother loved Wayne Garrett so she could tolerate Cleon. Everyone used to call Cleon Jones like Cleon. Vamos para nada, Cleon. Vamos para la cuendera. I think the flags might love a clap of Wayne Garrett. She like Wayne Garrett. Get on the side. She beat him up at the cocaine. My Rusty style. She turned and looked at me and he I don't want to look at this motherfucker. I sit there and look at this motherfucker. So, when she lost like $10,000, one time he dropped the ball, and that was it. That's it. My mother's world. Okay. I don't know. He did something stupid.
He couldn't throw it to first base. He had to hit the cutoff.
I don't know what he did to my mother. My mom just didn't like him. So my mom, when she sat on the right side, not only would she ring the bell for the Mets, but then she put over the rest. He's not with the same. The bro, listen to me. The fucking Mets beat the Mets, right? to the red one beginning on dynasty. That was the big red machine. That was the big red machine. You know what happened? Holy shit, man, what happened? My mother, when they went to the World Series, my mother put, I was still going to Seaman High School for boys. I still remember that plainest thing because my mom had that belt. And if, and listen, this is gonna get creepy. You're gonna get creepy. Not only do you, the school, you go in on Sundays, and you come home on Thursdays. It really gets creepy. Like, literally, see what day the World Series was on. The game that what was the series when the Oakland A's beat the Mets? 1972 World Series. 1972 World Series. Look at the day they clinched. So this is really a fact, you motherfuckers. See if it was a Sunday. The day they won that game, the Oakland A's beat the Mets. Game 6 was on a Sunday. Was it 6 games? 7 games. Okay. Sunday, October 24th. Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with, gentlemen? Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. I still remember. I still remember. What's his name catching the ball? And my mother looking over at me and going, let's go. We're going back to that fucking school. And on the way, her like playing, she wouldn't even look at that fucking bell. So for the last 3 months, all she does is she loves this bell. She put the bell down and let a candle next to it. And the chicken head. She did the whole thing. She gives the blessing. The day the Mets lost, she personally got in the car because usually she go to the bar. And my stepdad or one of my mom's friends would drive me. We'd all go out to dinner as a family, and then my mom would go to the bar. Because you'd have to be there till 5. No, 3 if you were working a window on Sunday. My mom, yeah, man, that Catholic church is a fiend. My mom personally drove me to the fucking school. Got me out, and I could see she was agitated the whole time. And in the middle of the agitation, she gave me a hug. And she goes, do me a favor. Get this fucking kiss of that bell away from me, right? I'm like, why are you touching that? You've been looking for that bell for 3 months. You've been doing searches with dogs for that fucking bell. Oh my god. And I go, you put the fucking bell back, you robbed it. Yeah, we are in front of the church that runs a town. 10? I'm fucking 10, and my mom's telling me, go put this bell. I don't want to see that fucking bell again. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that bell. I don't want to see Rusky stop. As long as I live, I swear to God, I don't know what I hit. My mom used to get superstitious against certain things. Okay, so now the bell had carried her throughout the whole baseball. Not only that, the bell helped the Mets beat the Cincinnati Reds, which at that time were royalty. Yeah. Okay. Now, because they lost in Game 6 and in Game 7, the bell was bad luck. They wanted to fucking out. Take this fucking bell out of here. Like I said, she personally. How much you think she lost on that bet? Because you know she bet the shit out of the 50,000. Jesus. I hate that motherfucker too. My mother, I burned that bell. Mother had a gambling problem. Women play things with those slot machines. That my mom made you look like a fucking. My mom was a bet in baseball. Sports? No, just baseball. Baseball and horses. And that the horses will kill you. It's every day. You can't do anything every day in life. She lost everything because I was baseball betting. Everything. And her teams were betting baseball with the Red Sox. At that time, which they were hot then, those were over. So this whole last week was really, I watched the fucking Met games. I watched it and I cheered for them. I gotta tell you something. I was cheering for them up to when they went to Shea Stadium the first night. And when I saw them singing, Bring Me a Song, You're a Shadow Man, whatever that Billy Joel thing, that was it for me. I was disgusted. I have never been that disgusted. That's not the New York I left. They were all hugging each other. They were singing, sing me a song, you're a piano man. And Billy Joel was the top actor. Like, what? That stuff drives me crazy. That's a baseball field. I'm going to throw things, ring bells, and, Sundays and shit. They breathe into something else. That's what pissed me off. That's why I got so mad. I'm like, so you sang for the July, also when they get beat up and shit. No, that's why I kept tweeting last night. Did you see what I was tweeting last night? It was fucking Billy Joel getting singing. That's the night they won, the night that he fucking sang that song. Now they're losing. Where's Billy fucking Joel when you need him? Where the fuck is that cocksucker? Fuck yourself. watch the series?
Fuck yeah,
I
man.
didn't watch it. I was disgusted with it.
Are you serious? You watched that piece of shit Monday night game? Did you watch that fucking football game? That was hot garbage. What did you watch it? Fuck, you got a fucking 9-foot TV behind you.
He said he don't watch no. It's That's America. This
What are you doing? Were you playing some
he was
shit
here
game?
working. Though. He was
He
here
was
working.
playing that shit
He was
game.
here working.
One of those screens that would infect shooting games.
No.
He was shooting somebody and he was fucking in Belarus right now. They're both cussing out 30 fucking Russians. I know. He was good with his fucking cousins. Alright? Yeah.
You know, you can't say that. And I love that. I hate when people forget about the game. Small ball. They stole bases.
They stole
I
back.
love when people steal.
They put pressure.
You really want to fuck with a motherfucking, and if you look at the Cincinnati Reds, the big red machine, that's all they did. Their job, next time classic baseball, the Cincinnati Reds play, you should think you watch that whole game. And you're like, oh my God, nobody had more than 15 home runs. Gary Foster.
Small ball.
Small ball. The main job they did was
Get a single and
steal the singles is something that's forgotten about.
yeah, man. You know that's why Ricky Henderson played baseball so long and for so many teams. Because think about it.
He played for the Red Sox.
He played for everybody. He played for everybody. Listen, Ricky was goofball dumb, but he was one of the greatest baseball players to ever get behind. All right. If you got a pitcher and he is out of business at 96 pitches, and Ricky gets on base or a fucking single or a walk sometimes, he gets on there, he jumps out, that guy's gonna have to throw over there 3 or 4 times. He's gonna wear out his arm. You're gonna have to bring that middle reliever that's a piece of shit that hadn't worked in 8 days, and then they have to go through 3 closers. So what does he do the next day? Ricky Henderson blows out their next guy. That's what genius small ball is. And that's what they did, man. They played fucking great baseball, man. Great baseball. Beautiful college ball.
Cincinnati Red games, the leadoff was always Joe Morgan, and he always stole. And once he stole, once Geronimo came on, those fucking Indians, those Geronimos, they go crazy. And they had like 3 people who would steal it. Pete Rose was stealing your ass. You know, Pete Rose wasn't a thief, but he just, you know, they just gorilla you. And if you watched it, there was a game where he watched the Scholastic's baseball 8 years ago, that they actually showed the fucking pitcher just going like, I don't want to deal with this ever again. This was not baseball. This was torture. Because it's slow ball. It's slow torture. Every pitch, something happens. There's always something happens. Every time you let that ball go, it's either a single or play. Well, this motherfucker stealing. That's torture on a pitch.
Yeah, you got to duck. You lose your concentration.
It's fucking crazy.
And that's cool. I used to love baseball. I know everything about the Red Sox. 162 games before the postseason. I don't have time to watch all of the games this year. I don't know.
Well, not every one of them, but watch one of each series and feel like a fan. You know? You know what I mean? I like the Houston Astros. I started stand up there in '90. I loved them. Me and John Wesley, we went for a foul ball, and a little kid was going for a foul ball. We were throwing out of our balls. And instead of me squashing that kid for that fucking foul ball, I broke the seat. Okay? And the kid got the ball, and everybody's shooting. We're on the big screen, and I'm holding that chair together, motherfucker. I got my left hand on the chair up. Okay? And John's laughing. He goes, "You break that chair." I go, "That motherfucking chair is done. I'm from the past and dumb and been there 30 fucking years." And I fucked that chair up. We got up, it fell apart. I swear to God, get Johnny with the phone. That is so fucking funny. Oh my God. I've broken a lot of shit.
Launches. It's pretty funny, bro.
Yeah.
The home run roll that used to have naked woman pictures all around the bar.
Yeah, right.
I hated that. He always used to hate those. Man, I hate launches, though.
Yeah, that's the chair you have on your lap. I never knew why you had that goddamn chair.
I broke one, you broke one. Well, I broke it. I was like pushing the jar, and you came and just walked into a mess.
Well, bro, that guy, this is the worst chair.
Someone get shot in the pilot. The chair.
Yes.
How something happened from
Yeah.
right there.
It was awesome.
For a long time, I was breaking
Oh my god, that's so
I
fucking
love
funny.
my chair for one time. I sleep out in a chair broke in Miami.
Dude, you broke Kevin's toilet. Remember, you went in there and you just sat down to her and you broke that fucking toilet. And then you made the soul creep. And water came out and flooded Kevin. And Kevin got out of his, because you were sleeping in my mouth. But that, you're like, fuck him, I'm going in here.
I broke Karen's ankle. Not so good. I slap 8 ways when you're a fat fuck. Without even knowing, it's the most embarrassing thing. Live like a fat fuck so you can break a ton of shit. Clothes. I have ripped clothes. I don't know one time if somebody's gone and cheaped their hand, I went to get the handle, and I went to pull up and after the fucking window.
Oh man,
Fat motherfucker.
man, ain't nothing easy.
Let me do some shout outs and get the fuck out of here. I'd like to thank Mike and Mary Johnson, Unique Bows. Thank you very much for Bows. We put on a little half of Halloween. Thank you for listening. Rusty Shackle first. That's what Dallas and the rest of you
I love those guys, man.
Sandman, Benito Munoz, Sean Cappuccino, Jimmy Carroll, and Kurt Brooks.
You know who I know is watching? It's my man D in Colorado, who's a cool motherfucker. I know D in Colorado, and that motherfucker's got wings 15 foot tall. 15. The biggest ass bud. Dude, he's a great guy, man. That guy's cut from rare
Just
silk.
talked on my Twitter a couple of days ago. He's a good
Yeah, he's just a good dude, man. He's a good dude.
What's up with you, Tarzan? We're going to kettlebells tomorrow. Extended jiu-jitsu, we're going to bust through them.
Sounds good.
Let's do it. Let's fucking go. I got shit. I got to take headshots on Wednesday. So.
Yeah, I'm going in and out. You know what I mean? You're going to get real. Okay, we're 3 fat guys. You got to talk about workout sessions now. We've been talking about fucking ass college ass, breaking bad. Just like my better best, motherfucker. That's what I did. Fuck breaking them. Buy the best.
Bro, if you want to flip over my back, I can't do it. I'm never my left and I'll do it. He's like, I'll just do it. I'm like, yeah, what's not gonna happen?
Just fun. You know, you do the best you can. I'm going to do it.
Oh my god.
I know, it's easy.
Okay, I can't believe I can join this conversation, but I can actually and be relevant. Holy shit. Okay, I've been trying to limber up and like, because traveling so much it hurts. And so my doctor, as part of, I broke my wrist, as part of my physical therapy, go to yoga, okay? So I'm having this one-on-one with this yoga instructor, okay? I'm going down and I got my legs spread as far as I can, and the fucking yoga mat split in the middle, and my bum hit the fucking floor.
in short laps. We would see you go to the big pool with these kids, and people see you in this lifeguards. I was still too embarrassed. I'm not gonna be a fat guy who wears a t-shirt.
No, I am. I'm a hot mess. You don't want to see me. I keep all this head.
I'm gonna fuck it. I don't want to go in without a t-shirt. Boy, I was 400 pounds. There was fat everywhere. And I'd sit in the sauna, and I'd think like I was losing weight in the sauna. Then I'd go in the steam bath, then I'd jump in the pool. And I did this every morning at 5 a.m. I did this to start off, and I was still snorting blow. So in my mind, if I ate sushi and I went to the steam room, I would sweat the cocaine, and I wasn't a fiend no more. So now it's 2 in the afternoon. I go across the street to the Y. I'm still low hungover on the floor, and the fucking steam pool was packed with kids jumping up and down. And I'm like, I can't do my fucking laps. But the adult pool, the lap pool, was wide open.
Oh shit.
Fuck this. I swam when I was involved. I was swimming for 3 weeks. I'm ready for the big fucking pool. Why don't I swim with these fucking fat fucking boys? I went over there to put my name on the blackboard, guys. I put my goggles on. And on the deep end, I jumped. Just the cold water hitting me, bro. It just shocked my body. It just shocked my fat little body. And then I'm trying to swim. I'm swimming up with everything I can. I'm turning my head. I'm remembering my form. And I look up, and I haven't even moved like 5 feet. I'm fucking sideways. But by this time, I'm out of air. Like I was smoking 2 or 3 packs of cigarettes a day. I'm dying. I'm 10 feet out. But I can't swim back. And my feet can't dig it, so I'm just holding on to the rope. And people are swimming by me. They're going, come on. Like, go to the rope. Come on, swim. And I'm like, guys, I'm dying. I'm trying to get the shortest distance was this way. If I swam vertically to the fucking wall, I'd never make it. So I had to swim this way. So I pulled myself like Spider-Man. And I get to the wall, and I'm huffing and puffing, guys. Oh my God. Guys, I was fucked up. Seriously. That's when I realized this has to end. And I'm holding on to this, and I can't kick no more. And I'm not oxygen, and I'm holding on. And I got my fucking chin on the thing, just holding me. And some kids are like, Mister. I go, okay. And I'm like, no, I'm not okay. Help me. They're like, come on, pull them out. And all these little kids get together, these little Mexican kids. And they're trying to pull me out, and they can't pull me out. They're like, 1, 2, 3, pull. And they're pulling, and I'm turning purple. I'm not breathing. I don't even know if I'm breathing through my nose. I'm starting to panic. People are starting to circle and look around, and these little kids can't pull me. I'm like, fucking ring the buzzer. Ring this buzzer. And it's going round. And also this chick gets on the thing, and she turns this thing around, and they're actually going to make me listen to this. They couldn't get me out. So they were going to fucking drop our waist into the pool. And they wanted me to swim into it, and they were going to pull me out like a fucking whale, like water. And by this time, there's 50 people watching me. You have any idea, Lee, how embarrassing it is? I got kids that run my stomach. Lee, I'm purple. You know, I swim to the middle. Get to the middle, and go in, and we'll drop the hoist. The hoist will pull you out, and then we'll ringside. Lee, by that point, I'm so fucking embarrassed. And now, out of the corner of my eye, I see ambulance tech workers running in with a fucking mattress like I got shot in Vietnam. And something made me put my fat little foot over. I just went, and my fat foot got over. Oh my God, that thigh must have weighed 1,000 pounds. And I fucking pulled myself up, and I rolled down like water. I just rolled down to the pool. I got up, and I got up right in time because I went to the fucking door. The 3 ambulance workers were running in. They're like, where is he? Like, that's him. And I just walked right past him, dog. Because rule number 1, don't stop and don't sign nothing. You don't need to get checked out. Mind your business. You're fine.
You know,
As long as you're in your car.
I gotta be honest with you. I think there's a thing called secondary drowning. Look it up, Lee. It happens. You just take a little bit of air, a little bit of water in your nose, and it gets down your actual windpipe, and it can be a very small amount. You don't have to have this deep, long thing. It's a secondary drowning. Look it up, Lee. Explain it. Lee, that's what what it is. That's what I thought you had because I swim all the time, man. You know, we go onto that tennis stuff. People invite you to come up there like regular white people and let's have a goddamn party. Okay?
You're telling 8 days of fucking year.
I'm calling it out. Let's go. Okay?
Alright, next up.
No, man, next summer. Stop. Come on. We got the whole holidays. We got the holidays coming. I'm gonna smoke turkey. I'm trying. Okay, if you could teams in me, alright, trust me, I got problems, okay? Yeah, I'm fucking Jay-Z over here, but I got 100. Alright, word to that. But you know what? She's fucking being so great. It's like, it's so, like, freeing for both of us. And I still love her. I'm in love with her. I love my babies, and that's why, you know, this wasn't an acid trip night, you know what I mean? It could have been, but it just simply wasn't. I got real shit to do tomorrow, you know? I got two beautiful babies, love their daddy, and I've been getting so much bullshit, you know, about me and the wife for divorce. Truth was, she was just responding. I didn't like check LA records. She was already speeding, and I had filed on her like 10 days before, okay? And so there was going to be this big jurisdictional battle that my lawyer in Tennessee goes, you're going to spend about $150,000 just fighting over what state we're going to have the divorce in, okay? Not counting my money, all right? I was supposed to write a retainer tomorrow if she wanted to go to war for like $50,000, okay? It's retarded, right? And we're just being cool. It's like my babies, I always want them supported. My wife will never want for anything. She'll have the house that she designed, okay? She can be free, and I'm a miserable person to fucking live with. Not that I'm a fat piece of shit. It's I'm work all the fucking time. I'm always. I've got babies that have to be in school. But since this shit broke on the internet, man, they have people taking pictures of my kids, man. It's like, motherfucker, I'm the guy. You know what I mean? It's like I'm the guy microphone. You know, those are my babies. And they're just being fucking pigs. You know, I couldn't even go hardly trick or treating with them. People all fucking up in my business who I never even knew. I would have slept so many motherfuckers. I couldn't take it. I just sat down. Because everybody knows my fucking business. But they also know my babies and they go, yeah, their parents, you know. And everybody up there is either swinging, looking divorced, fucking somebody else, or doing cup. You know, there ain't no innocent ones over there, but they're throwing stones. But man, they're coming at me.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You told me a story that was fucking hysterical. I didn't understand it. Because you're a funny fucking dude. Whatever's going on in your leg right now, around people, with your children, people in the church, we love you.
I know.
I got your back. I want you to know one thing. Divorce ain't easy. There's two ways to do this. You want to do this with shotguns and Jews?
No.
Or you want to do this with, and that's the way you got to do it.
Exactly. Yeah.
You want peace of mind. You want peace of mind. Listen, man, sometimes people try out to not let this wrestling work. I didn't know. I don't know anything. Guys, I don't know anything. I just found out that these people broke up. And she dated a dude. When this is happening, how this is happening, the singer from No Doubt, she likes to find me, and she dated the judge from fucking the show or something. He broke up with his wife, and she broke up with her husband after 14 fucking years. And they had like a thing for like,
There's twin children, guys.
yeah. You know, listen, man, people in life sometimes don't get I pray every day that literally stays in love with me, and I keep it together with her. I pray every day because I know how fucking you feel. And the longer you're with a person, the harder it fucking is. And when you have children, it's even fucking harder. So hard. There's two ways to do a divorce. You can either A, go to war, or B, take the fucking few lumps in the head, which you're gonna take anyway.
That's all
You're gonna take anyway.
I've taken that my whole life. It ain't no big deal.
Either people can hold you down and put a big flag dick in your ass, or you can just take a fucking white flag, get naked, put it on your back, turn around, loop your own asshole, and go do what the fuck you gotta do, okay? You know what? A dick in the ass hurts
on a salary from my place. If you're gonna be getting out on it like regular white people, because we're Jews, you gotta respect. All right, babies already have big things set up for them. They'll never want for anything. They'll never have what I went through. You know, and it's like that's what you want. But now they're coming. It's just so irritating. It's like they're just dumb. These motherfuckers.
It's a good thing and a bad thing.
Yeah, right.
The internet is a good thing and a bad thing. I use the internet for certain things. I see people use it for other things. That's fine. That's what it is. It's your expression. But sometimes if you open up the internet, the result isn't going to be good. It's happened to me. It's bad. But it's your situation with divorce and stuff. No one knows.
Nothing's happened yet.
You do what you're doing. Yeah. Try to put your pieces together.
Trying.
Be a father. That's this. Listen, the divorce in my life had to be tougher than a prison sentence. I lost a child in a divorce. I lost dignity in a divorce. And to this day, I have animosity. I know. I'm like Michael Douglas says, it was a little way to snap on the 405. Walking tall, standing tall, when he started shooting me.
Yeah. Last straw.
When I saw that movie really scared me. Why? You ever seen a movie where he goes nuts on the 405?
Yeah, he's lost his job.
Drug dealer goes to mug him, and all of a sudden he shoots him. You want my briefcase? It's pretty funny. And now the Val was looking for him. It's a cliche type movie. I always saw that happen to me with my ex-wife. That's how bad of a divorce it was. I forgave my stepfather. Until this day, I talk to old school. I said, fuck him. He never gave you what was coming to you. You know what? I gotta go get what was coming to me. That was my frame of thought back then. He didn't give me my mother's money. What do you want me to do? They shoot me. For 3 years, I was preparing to hide under a car and grab his foot and shoot him. Where's his money now? So I shoot him. I'm gonna get his money now. So I had a terrible idea. And I hated him for fucking years. And one day I go, what? This guy got crazy. You give me $1,000. What was I gonna do? Was I gonna invest? Was I gonna buy a building? I was gonna buy a plant for so fucking lucky. So in a way, he saved my fucking life, So I forgave him over the years. And I forgave him. That was when he died. I didn't go to the funeral. I sent flowers. I went to see his wife, and then she died. But I let it go. I gotta tell you something.
I don't have any anger. I have only love. No, I know. I don't care. I want to see all the numbers. I just love my babies. I forget another place here, and I hate that.
Got nothing to do with numbers. Okay. There's levels of a divorce. She walked out of the house. She goes, listen, I'm just gonna be a mile up the road. Come over anytime you want. Let me just get some space. And I was cool with it. I'm like, look at it going. This is a dream come true. I could work on comedy. I wanted to be a fucking comedian. I just got out of prison. I was doing the working. She never stopped when I go, fuck it. I want to do fucking comedy. And then all of a sudden, you went from one thing to another. I hope it doesn't go that way. I hope you handle it. No, but truly,
I love my baby. I love my wife.
I hope that the attorneys don't get a hold of this and turn it into something else. I hope that, because that's what happened with me.
Yeah.
Once attorneys get illegal, once the fine print, there's a fine print. And once that fine print comes out, they say, there ain't no coming back. And that fine print has to exist. It has to exist. The law says it has to exist. And sometimes that hurts. So, my love always.
Oh, I know. I know.
I seen videos of little Spanish guys.
You gotta knock it out with that, man.
Really,
Like,
I've been through a divorce, I've been through a separation. Guys, it is brutal. I always advise people to keep it together. Keep it together. Well, no, I can figure it out. If there's no love, there's no love.
No.
There's no love. There's no love. You have love.
No. when I was in high school, and I actually had wished they got divorced earlier. Like we stayed together because of the kids. Even back then, I thought it would be better just to have like a.
This is listen, man.
I was telling you that stuff right now.
Let's get something.
I got bladder.
Let's get something out of here. This comics thing is a great show, and it shows a lot of comics in the country, a lot of vice versa. I don't know what I'm saying. Well, Ralphie was a less understanding. He was already a brilliant headline. Ralph was already had a lot of people paying tickets to go see him. It's just accelerated the program. Right now, these kids become somebody. Ralphie May was already somebody. You follow me? Ralphie May was already somebody. Went from one thing to one thing, Ralphie. I just did. I was there. I was there when you were, going for a with no money. And also, the next thing you know, we're sitting on Bullshit Boulevard with a jar of weed in the living room. People just sticking their hands in damn weed to go and do it. He didn't give a fuck. Take it. Show him how to smoke the fucking whole thing. Yeah. I mean, every time he'd see me, give me $200 to do what you do. It's hard. I'm a person that never went on a marriage. Man, this has been a journey for you. You've learned, and now I hope that you keep it together.
Man, I've got so much more peace in my life. I've got so much less stress and less anxiety. I don't have nightmares every night.
Because you can still find it.
No, that's hilarious. Hey, that was 12K. Shut your mouth, cocksucker. That was a good angle. Alright. I broke my fucking ball, but hey, I fucking got 12K out of it. Word to the mother. No, it's when I had bilateral double pneumonia, pulmonary embolism, and I had to stay awake for 9 days because they said if I couldn't help my lungs expand, I would die. And the blood clot was so big that because I had pneumonia and I broken 2 ribs from coughing, and that's what caused the blood clot to go right. It was right here, and they said that a radiologist was going to come in at 7 a.m. and enter this vein and go into that and find it right there by the lung. And he goes, "You have to be awake. We can't give you any anesthesia, and it's inside you. It fucking hurts in there, man." All right. They're gonna. You got a 5% chance of living. Okay, if it blows the clot out, okay, you fucking live, and if not, you'll bleed out in your brain and you'll have a stroke. Good luck. Hey, sleep tight. Boom, motherfucker. I was fucked up, dude. That fucking snapped
listen, not even regardless, if you were telling him about that he's going on, you don't understand. This chick, this chick is living in his house. Before we're talking about this stuff, here's three guys trying to fuck the same chick. It's miserable. I'm going to my gun trying to fuck her. But you wanted to fuck her if your face fell into the asshole. It would have been worth it. It would have been worth it. So if something happened, they have an argument. You cannot write this, Lisa. This is an apartment that's living on whatever round features. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm living on round feet. I got a little bit of coke in my pocket. Round feet. Bloody Marys. And we're going over to hitting this every night. With Red down. You know that at 2 in the morning after the so party was in my apartment. The Red Devil, Ricky Cruz, Babaloo, you know, and we just talk shit. Somebody would have a joint, somebody wouldn't have a joint. There was one night it was just me. We always had Bloody Marys. And we did. Joey said something around here. This one. There was a big Japanese man in the picture. All right. And Flaco here sits down and she pisses him off. And he's sitting in the position and something happened. The light got a little lower. And he's fucking saying shit to her with his face red, right? He's like, fuck you. This is my house. Never talk to me like this. This is my fucking house. You believe this Coco? She's my guest and she's talking to me like this. This is my vodka or something. And he's in the middle of his rage. He's like, and he stops. Because the whole year is you can't write that. You cannot write that. That's a spit those type shit. Right, really? I was like, gee, you just always had a hat on. You busted that toilet, you know. No, it was Gavin. It was Gavin. You fucked up Gavin. Stop. You also shit in Gavin's shower and then puts it down for your toe, motherfucker. Okay, I know the ring up. You Coco. Alright, you can bullshit with these other faggots, but I'm bona fide. Okay, I was there at the beginning. Okay, I was looking at it. Light the bomb on fire. You light the bomb. People must say it. I had a fucking camera. Oh my god. With multi-millionaires. I tell the story and I put shame in there. And she was giving these people drug dealers wanted to fuck shame. So I left it downstairs in Gavin's apartment. They had a meeting. And she's telling ESPN story. And I come back at 5 minutes. One guy was horrible and playing theater. Oh my god, horrible and friendly. Oh my god. Everything ever happened. She's on coke. I'm still on. And this thing we've been so breaks down that side. You have no idea. Like, hey, shut up, bitch. They're taking the titties out. That's what she told me. Do you remember that? You fucking told her. Go, yeah, whatever, bitch. Take the titties out. I still talk to her in Vegas. Is she in Vegas now? That's awesome. She is so cool. She opens her body. She got a little gig. She's a dude. I mean, she's making a fucking shit. She's 45. She dances in the cage. She looks like she's like 20 feet. She dances out of fucking lesbian book. She keeps marrying gay guys. By mistake. What? She hooked up with that dude in Alaska. I had to do this. What? Listen to me. About 15 years ago, I had to do this. She married a gay guy? Listen to me. I had to do this gig in Alaska one time. And took the Charlie's. And one of those people. And I canceled. I got like this TV show or something at NBC. And I had to cancel. And she was up there with a group of bands, like a male dance. And they found she put his name on a little pussy. Oh, whoa. Back in LA. They were, yeah, that'd be like, he was like unemployed, but he always came up with a little bit of money. And she was dating him for like 2 years there with love. And then one day, she wanted his email. She saw an email from old dudes that he would go to their house in the afternoon. I put like a bikini and leave him dance with old dudes and shit. He would get like $50 to do math. So she threw him out and shit. She was heartbroken because she always makes fucked up choices. I've told this story before. That's hilarious. Somebody tells me this is the name of the guy that she's got on her pussy. This guy She throws them. Oh, she throws them out. I hear about this. And she says to me, how you doing? We're going back and forth. I knew her. I don't think his name was. We don't be like, I saw her. She was kind of sad. She was I've been marking more. That's a shame. I go, listen, I know this whole dude.
Sheba, you gotta give it up. She is the queen of a ball buster. She will give it, but she will fucking take it. I tell you what, she takes it better than a lot of fucking grown by grown men.
She's always like, well, she's
fucking funny.
She came up at the comedy station.
Hard.
When my mother's a biker. My mother's Gemma. Did you know that? My mother's like Gemma. She been telling me stories, showing me pictures one time now. My mother's like Gemma. And she's half Arab.
I didn't know that.
She's Arabian. She's like she's Korean. She's beautiful.
I tell you, if you look at her, you think that she had plastic surgery and you're like, but you realize it's just natural. She flows.
Everything from Macy's to do a fucking type. The place it is, this is closed. They go and doing this dirty shows all over the place. When they start doing watch the show, they got a my face. What was before Twitter and MySpace. They got a MySpace page together, and they were doing all these dirty wrongs. And they got a penthouse, and they had peanuts, but they had some other things. They were really trying. And every time you see one, you see the other. And one day I see Shane, like, what's going on? Where's your place? She goes, we don't know. So in the back of my mind, I'm like, well, it's two girls. They work for the same guy. It's all girl shit. About a month later, I find out they're on a trip back to the fucking bitch. Together, verified. They're on a plane on the way back. Or else the plane's just having any trouble, and they're gonna die. The plane's gonna die. Also, we're gonna release the mask. They released the mask. Only one came down. It was Seamus mask. Fucking April Macy took it, held it down for the joke. Savagery comedy shit right there. Are you still on the Netflix tour?
Yes, unruly. We've got the West Coast this whole month for the next 2 weeks, and then it's the Lord's Day, Thanksgiving. You got to get back to breaks. I'm hitting Eugene. I got Santa Cruz, Fresno. Holy shit! Portland. I don't know what I'm on, but man, this is great. Seattle.
Flying too.
Oh, he is fucking his Pluto lane. Jesus Christ. Look at you.
Oh my
Dude, I'm telling you, look at that. Get that mustache. Like that Dylan. Get that mustache. I was busted up.
You alright?
Look like the fucking circus strong man.
You should have seen your face come out.
Hey, all the church members up in Canada. First time I'm coming to Vancouver, man. Come out and blow me up.
See, that's a fucking town.
That's a town, Jack. I've heard a lot of great things about Vancouver.
Carry out,
cup. That's that cap on the top of the fucking NyQuil. It's a measuring cup. I've never fucking used that in my goddamn life. I didn't have no idea. I just drank it up. You know, I go like 2 shots. Fucking. Okay. Hey, that's your fault. That's good ass fucking drunk. Alright? Okay. That was you aggressive motherfucker. You know that. Okay, you're a dick. And I wasn't the only one. You fucked up some shit on getting out of there. Okay, so you fucking dick. And by the way, we always that jack in the box right behind his house because we were smelling all them fucking jalapeno poppers. Bullshit, fuck you.
I had to pull over. I couldn't stop laughing.
That's just gross. You eat the same cap, that's disgusting. Alright, and so I was just like, fucking hit it. But you know what I quoted them? Like, because they're just making lies up about me. I was like, last thing I said before I head on stage, I heard was, all I said was, yes, Mr. Cosby, I'd love another cocktail. That's all I remember. And then just like, go fuck yourself. Dude, I was so fucked up. In 92, I played the hip hop comedy stop. Steve Harvey's and Sean McDonald, all black, and comedy club at a hotel. Okay, and I was sitting back there with these crazy ass, like I met this guy to go there. My name's Willie D. Alright, he's Willie D from the Ghetto Boys, okay? And then this little ass midget walks over Bushwick Bill, okay? And he's a gangster, okay? I mean, Bushwick Bill was no bullshit. He had knives on him and shit. That little motherfucker cut your balls off. That was high level to him. Okay, no, with codeine syrup. Codeine, and we listen to fucking slow records. This guy named DJ Screw would do. Alright, but we drink that with 7 okay, or Mountain Dew. They do a Mountain Dew so they wouldn't pass out, so they didn't drink that syrup. Alright, it was fucked up. Dude, they poured a lot in mine, okay? They poured a lot, and they shitload, and a lot of us putting that, what's that, the raspberry, the Chambord or something? They pour Chambord in it too, so you'd have like grape soda with some Chambord and syrup, okay? And all those fools were doing that, all of them. It was, and it was like, I didn't know what hit me, okay, because it didn't taste like good. And I was like, what? And they called me up on stage. And for whatever reason, it was the greatest set of the 4 years I've ever done comedy. And I relaxed. Yeah, but I was, I've been smoking weed in the back with this little crazy midget passing it because it was so funny to look at a midget when you're on codeine and smoking weed. And like if the midget takes the joint out of your hand, but it was so much infinitely bigger in his hand than it ever did in yours. It's crazy. Like what? Woo! Okay, it's amazing. But I came in and blew the place apart. Got a standing ovation. Alright? But that guy, a comic, came on stage who hated my fucking guts, and just like he was trying to be like the number one guy, and he had tried to do everything, and I blew the guy out of the fucking water. Steve Harvey told me I did. Okay, everyone was fucking unanimous, and he starts talking shit about me being fat, like making all these fat shit jokes, and the audience turns on the guy, and then out of nowhere, you see this nickel 45, 1911. 45 caliber come up and go, and it is Bushwick Bill, and he goes, bring the fat white boy back, shut the fuck up, nigga. Alright, and he to shoot that man. Okay, that's how gangster and fucked up this guy was. And they were like, okay, where have we been? I had nothing fucking left. What the fuck? How can you follow what you just did? I had nothing at all. I'm like, man, I love those midgets. You know, they've always got your back up to here. All right, and then I got the fuck out. I was so scared. I'm like, he's already pulled a gun once. He's gonna shoot me for making a midget joke at him. But he loved it because he was all fucked up and falling over and shit. It was crazy, man. Midgets, when they pass out, they just kind of like, you know, weeble wobbles and then they go, okay, things like that. Okay, you never hung out with no midgets like that? No, me, I like them. They're good people. Shit. Word to that great church, by the way. Thank you for having me come.
Fucked up on board. I want to drink with white people drinking now. I saw it on drugs.
What is it?
That shit they drinking Memphis and stuff.
What is it?
Like with codeine and they mix it with Kool-Aid.
Oh, yeah, sir. Yeah, that's the exact same thing they were doing.
It's just you mix codeine with a drink.
No, what you do is it's cough syrup. It's cough syrup. And from prescription.
Fucked up on that stuff.
Well, you know,
I drank Nightmare as a kid. I discovered Nightmare when I was like 9. I remember it would help me fall asleep. Oh, so I liked it, but I didn't like the feeling of the morning.
I've never chugged codeine, but yeah, it's great. It's like a joint. It's like a joint.
Dude, I get so fucking, I can't eat that shit. My fucking little pooper gets worn out. I can't shit and it's miserable. Fuck that. I don't do none of that shit no more, man. Dude, you don't want to. Oh, man, that's what we used to do. Like, slow rap. Hey, wait, put this on. Okay, this is a great song. Okay, alright. Word to that.
Let's do this real quick. For 9,000 years, that's how long humans been making wine. That's also how long they've been confused about which wine to drink. Some people get a headache after they drink wine. I used to get a headache. One time I shoplifted a bottle of wine from Albertsons across Hudson County Park, and I drank it. Didn't get there from Louis Catholic. I had a headache for 2 fucking days. But for many of us, it's the shopping part that causes a real headache. You got too many choices. You don't know what to do. People coming over, they're serving chicken, they're serving lobster. And sometimes you're down there, your wine's expensive. You went in there and buy it 20. Next thing you're dropping 60. You got no guarantee when you're going to buy right. Let me tell you something. It's overwhelming to figure out a good bottle of wine sometimes, especially when people don't know. Your own personal experience learning about first order when you go to clubw.com/Joe. And this is not like fucking Columbia House where they say you rent it every month even if you don't want them. Now you order what you want. Right. So if you think you need 3 bottles, you order 3 bottles. It's 13 bottles. They get delivered to your door, and it's exactly what you like, what you guarantee to love, or you get 100% money back guarantee. So again, do me a favor. Get 50% off your first order. Go to clubw.com/Joe. Stop wasting time and stop losing money at these retail stores and start drinking wine you know you're going to love. So go to clubw.com/Joey. You can get 50% off. I'm doing it just to get this out of the Thanksgiving parties. Just get no, I'm just saying, like, let's say you have to bring stuff to a party. Yeah, man, just get 3 bottles of wine. You're gonna have to go.
This town makes a whole week on this parties every night.
Up until the start of the new year now. When you start the TV. A little bit of work, not really. Yeah. Until Thanksgiving, they be busy. But
They're out. Everybody's skiing.
Yeah, that's good now. Anyway, I'll tell you once, I'm going into a heavy season now. I go into like 6 weeks of flying. So this whole thing, I got my honor. I always laugh what's the one I take? The immune, the short take immune. Let me tell you something, those planes are filthy. Those planes are filthy. You get off a plane, they steam it with chemicals, they wipe down nothing. In my bag, there's a fucking deodorizer. I got a hand sanitizer to wipe everything. That's the first thing I do when I sit down there. I don't want somebody else's ass on my ass, and I'm sticking like their fucking ass. You gotta wipe those fucking seats down. So do me a favor. It's just bad when you fly. There's a lot of human contact this time of the year. Do yourself a favor. Go to hunting.com. Get the Shroom Tech Immune. Boost up your immune system. You have a lot of human contact when you're flying around. We're smoking dope with different people. You get a makeup man. You know, you get sick this time of the year. You lose fucking thousands of dollars, especially you wealthy man. I can't afford to fucking get sick. I can't. So I don't take a chance. I off my vitamin C when I fly, and I also take Shroom Tech Immune. That's not only the only thing fucking on it's got. They got Shroom Tech Sport. It just gives you more endurance when you roll, lift weights, walk, whatever the fuck you want to do. Even when you fly, it opens you up. They have strong bone. They have protein powder, and they got upper brain. You know, it's a 100% money back guarantee. They're gonna drop it. It's off the fucking chart. So do yourself a favor. Go to hunting.com right now and press in. Sure. You get 10% off your first order. And if you get it sent right to your fucking door, you don't have to leave the house. You have to go to Whole Foods. You have to do nothing. What do you press in? Church. Beautiful. Number 286.com. What did your dad say?
He loves them. He says that we say it's $5 for $50. It's half off. They're usually 20. No, you get it usually like $20.
They're 20 fees. You get right now 86. Tremendous 1,200 guaranteed bucks. Right here. I'm smoking a reefer. Right here. My little fucking cigar. I'm living like a doctor. I'm like Pacino and Godfather to me. Just don't even fucking know.
You broke my heart.
86.com right now. They got the tobacco, they got the cigar, alright? And then they have the tobacco on a cigarette line. It's 24, 16, 8, 0 milligrams of nicotine. You can quit smoking whatever the fuck you want to do.
Like that, like the flavor stuff.
And the flavors, you can switch it up, go to 86.com and press in
Joey's Church.
and get 5 for 50, which is 50% off. NailTheLife.com, the Vapor Kings. You want a vapor pen, you like smoking, you like doing this, you want to see the devil. Go to NailTheLife.com right now. What are they running? Nope.
When you use code Joey Diaz, you get 20% off the premier vapor pen on the market. All the oil and wax smokers out there. And if you live in California, they are also makers of Louis Vuitton.
There you go. So listen, do yourself a favor. Please support Nail the Life. Please support these things. Please supply. And please go to Club W. It's a holiday season. It's beautiful. Wine delivery. Money. That's perfect for you. I don't need to save you guys money. I'm not trying to fucking say you don't jump out like that. Don't forget my main man is where I don't get neither.
I'm at the Friday.
Go to RalphieMay.com.
Yes, for tickets.
Go to RalphieMay.com for everything. Go see if he's coming to your fucking neighborhood.
I'll be there soon.
I don't want to miss this one.
I go everywhere.
I'm in Portland Thursday through Sunday, and I'm in New Jersey next week at the Express Break. All right, guys.
Hey, I love that club, man. And maybe those boys from Raptors come out, man. I like those guys.
Thank you for coming out.
Hey, Church, you know what?
Thanks for fucking me up.
Good fucking job.
Wait, see it.
Yeah, pretty definitely to a ride. And that's what Coco brought up the church was happening now. Maybe in Deacon. Okay? You've been there. You've been right there with us, please.
13 years ago. Who's back here? Close up. Thank you, Rabbi.
Coco, I love you.
Friday night.
Anything.
I love you, concept.
I love you. Thank you, sir. Thank y'all for having me on. I really appreciate it. You stuck around. And I know I get long-winded. I'm annoying when I laugh, so I apologize if I laugh. But I love everything that makes me cry laughing, so I'm sorry. Thank you.
This show is brought to you by Club W. Go to clubw.com/Joey to get 50% off of your first order. That's right, clubw.com. Check clubw.com to get 50% off of your first order. What do you like, Club? This show, The Church of What's Happening Now, would like to introduce you to PetNet. Stop worrying about feeding your pet the wrong amount of food every day. The PetNet Smart Feeder will feed the healthiest portions at the right time, every time automatically. Go to PetNet, get your PetNet Smart Feeder sorted, plus free shipping when you go to petnet.com/Joey. That's petnet.com/Joey, petnet.com/Joey. The show is also brought to you by Onnit.com. Go to Onnit.com and use code CHURCH to save 10% on all of the optimization products like Alpha Brain, Stronghold, New Certificate, and Stream Text. Oh shit. The Church of What's Happening Now, bitches. Kick that mule lead. Monday, October 17th, the day the devil was buried at sea. Lisa Ann, Ralphie May, Uncle Joey, Little Michael Schenker, oh shit, break out those fucking bazookas. Uncle Joey's in your living room tonight. What's happening, beautiful people? I missed you, cocksuckers. Ralphie May and
Hey, everybody. How are you?
The same old fucked up crew. It's a Monday night, October 17th. I hope your weekend was fucking tremendous. We had a great weekend. I want to thank Chicago for letting me take my special in a beautiful fucking city, which I've always loved. That I finally got Leo that turned them on to a beef fucking combo with the sausage, with the fucking green peppers and the onions. Just forget about it. That's what it's like the hot beef with the sausage combo. It's the combo. That's it. Oh my god, they're so crazy.
Which one do you go to?
They got Al.
Strong.
It was close to the day. With the World Series.
Yeah, right. You don't want to go up
They
there.
didn't want to go all the way down. It was not like fucking around. It would take for that to do shit in the afternoon, both days. So we just kept it light, like Lee and myself. I gotta tell you, we didn't keep our time. It was just crazy. It was crazy. It's the reason why I picked that city.
That's amazing. It's such a great town.
Really.
They're great audiences. They're like blue collar but smart. It's a rare thing. They're not shocked by shit. Chicago. Fuck you. Fuck yeah. That's Chicago, man.
You got up. You saw me. You got up. And you're not having a restaurant.
rainbow. Well, the rock and roll, right? With the human sandwiches. I left it downstairs. That night, they all made my room. Yeah, we have the upstairs. That's great. Great. Listen, Chicago. You know, I mean, listen, man. Chicago's one of those places that once you get to the suburbs, it's a little last curve.
Yeah, man.
Really deep.
I hate that the whole city painted as like the whole Wild West. You know, I mean, everybody's dying and shot and shit like that. That's only certain parts of Chicago. There's nobody gets it. Yeah, man.
There's parts of Chicago that are really bad. There's parts of Houston.
Oh my God, so that, yeah.
You could help it more to Houston.
Oh shit.
Those areas where we used to go. Probably
Yeah, no way.
You know, this is going on across the country. Anyway, this is Kansas City, Chicago.
Chicago's a great example.
Chicago's a scary place that would happen last year in St. Louis.
Oh my God, yeah.
Tensions is still like on the verge.
You know, that's so crazy because I used to go to St. Louis as a kid, and man, I remember in like '84, they had this whole 4th of July down there. Okay, I mean, for every white guy, there was 2 black guys. Okay, we're all listening to Cool in the Gang, eating fucking hot dogs like Americans. All right, fireworks, everybody was having a blast. I can't believe that town went to what shit is today. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like I've never seen more people having more fun and no racial BS bullshit anywhere than at that fucking 4th of July. It was fucking outstanding. Cool in the Gang, you shit. Clarksville, Arkansas.
That was the big city for my wife.
Yeah.
That's the team who watched.
Oh yeah. Paducah, right?
No, that's Kentucky. She grew up in Black Island.
Oh my God. That's like Jackson.
That's like Jackson, yeah. A couple of miles out.
Yeah. We go to St. Louis to watch the games, and then we go to Memphis to watch wrestling, and we go to Hot Springs to go to the horse races. My grandfather would get them once.
I'm not gonna what type of wrestling was there.
Oh shit.
Was it the guy you saw on TV?
Fuck no! When we saw him on local TV, I mean, that's where I first met Dick Murdoch, fucking the Funk Brothers, okay? Man, Jerry Lawler, I saw Jerry Lawler and Kaufman fucking wrestle. And then, like, 2 weeks later, I saw Kaufman get beat by a woman. One of these big bitches from Tennessee. I mean, she's big, probably Mississippi, North Mississippi. Okay, this big bitch whipped his ass. Okay, I saw that one.
WWE wrestling.
It's 3rd tier, but it's legendary. You know, I mean, it was Mid-South and something else. I forget the name of the other one, but I mean, dude, I went to so much wrestling. I saw Ric Flair win the heavy metal belt from Harley Race, and it was his 2nd world championship. And then I saw Dusty Rhodes beat him, and then he beat Dusty Rhodes again for his 3rd championship. It was tremendous. Blood was everywhere. It was fantastic. That wrestling was so fucking good, dude. I remember as a kid spitting on fucking Abdullah the Butcher. I spit on him. You dirty motherfucker. Okay, I spit on him. Who else I spit on? What was her name? Oh yeah, man. All the kids are down there. We were fucked up on suicide cup. That's what you ever have a suicide?
I don't think so.
Okay, it's when you take a coat, all right? You tell them the little ice, and then you hit every type of coke. Oh yeah, I'm the fucking thing. Yeah, that's the suicide. Getting all fucking hopped up on that suicide. Like Coke, Dr. Pepper, okay, for the orange, orange Sprite, yeah. That's what we call it. Oh, man. Oh, that's a suicide. Oh, the hot garbage. Cough syrup. Cough syrup, like the red night cool. Not even the fucking ghetto one, the green one.
I used to work at the movie theater, like at good ones, because we had like access to the ices.
Oh, yeah.
So we would make up drinks. We had like the white icy with Sprite or something. We had a creamsicle with the white icy with orange soda. Oh, so good.
Man, that fucking sounds so good right now. I'm fucking icy. That volume is deadly, by the way. I just want you to know. I was cruising on nothing, and then fucking one hit of that nothing. It kicks.
The same 3 times. that's pretty bad. 1985.
Yeah.
Yeah, my first bomb. And I put my work to the mid-level.
Yeah, right. I like the plastic with the fucking pistol grip and on the car. I like that.
This was, because there was glass and there was plastic, like the plexiglass.
Yeah.
But then some jerk off in 1985 or 86 decides to make a model that's purple with like dark purple hinges. And it had like a car, like the bottom was flat, but it was like this. She had a black surface there, which I called down at the bottom. That's all you can try to tell. Not plexiglass, it was like plexiglass. Okay, so I get this fucking bomb. I use it when she gives it to me for Christmas. I use it from like Christmas to like March. Then the bomb is this way needs it's maybe up to here. This bomb is what is it, maybe a foot, guys? Maybe 12 inches high. This bomb, maybe. Yeah, maybe. This
you think I bet against it?
No. This bomb had to be maybe 18 inches. Okay. So I used the bomb from my mom. She gave it to me 85 for Christmas. And I used the bomb maybe till March 86. Well, somehow I was clean and sober. I was smoking dope when I was clean, and I was drinking compared to what I was doing. I was fucking clean and sober. I mean, I'm talking about what we do now times 10, but to the fact that you didn't know what you were getting yourself. And this was clean and sober for you? This was clean and sober. I gotta say. There's people in my family who think I need an intervention. No. Okay. So,
you want a number 2 in rehab? I got one.
Okay, so. Sure, yeah, right. I was so from, okay, let's take this from here to
nobody can read with your fucking eye.
I was trying to figure out how I read. I don't have the master scoreboard. That's like,
yeah, right.
We'll have the scoreboard over here so people can see. From 80 to 85, it was always a something. You know, say that much. Back, I was not embarrassed to say it was no, because it went from.
When did your mama pass?
My mama passed no back when I was 79. But before that, I was already a scammer. I don't know how you think that. All this shit already I was doing. I was
you
already
were dancing for money at the bar at 6.
No, but I had already by that time she died, I was already doing acid.
Oh shit.
Sold acid that whole summer. I was making a living off of acid, a living off of microdot acid. I had it down to a science route. I had it down to such a science. I had a couple friend of mine in on it. And the real one was black jeans. I was getting
those are the Oilers, right?
The Ups.
Oh, okay.
You would get 1,000 for $45, but I would sell 100 for $35. And then you sold one for $1. But yeah, you made profit. Wow. You sold 40 of them. You already got your money back. Right. And you still had 960 of them to do it. There was no, you could only a loser could lose money on that. Yeah. And I would sell those to wrestlers.
No, wait, I could check out an Adderall.
Right. Not getting the numbers I was getting.
No.
Shop for those numbers.
Walgreens don't give them those numbers.
But these black beauties were fucking solid. I wasn't getting these from I was getting these from those two chemists that were getting down in fucking in a college in Pennsylvania, East Stroudsburg. And I remember towards the end, I was opening them up. I was opening them up and just going to leave 2 capsules. So you figure, I still had to leave a lot. So I had to go home and I had to think about drug shit. And I know on one particular night when I was selling purple microdot acid, I probably had when you sell it, so remember, you build your resistance. So I might sell you one, and you might be one to get fucked up. I mean, I got 4. And I'd be walking around, I'd be going into people, what's up? That's what we sell to it. So we do it's $4 a piece. You know, they cost me $1.80. Not even they were $90 for 100 each. So we go out into the place, fucked up, and be like, give me one emails. No, I do. You could walk in the bars, our kids. We were walking the streets. We were walking on side streets so we avoid the cops on Kennedy Boulevard. You talk to people fucking Guttenberg, almost farther away. But the people locally, we would be on those streets. We moved into a kid from St. Joe's, West New York. And I'm talking to him. He's Lord, it's pipe. And he goes, "That dude, it's the best one. I forget this. He wanted to do it. He goes, get one of those hands and crush it up and put it in a pipe and smoke it." And I almost thought my head flew above my lip. I go, I've been thinking about this for a year. You just said it. That means I got a partner. That's all. We smoked that fucking acid. And I got a headache like one of those in between. He freaked out. I was freaking out on the fucking acid already. What? I mean, I was really sure it was dead. When I go out in those days, you really didn't know what was going to happen. Right? All you knew was that you had $42, Ralph, you had 64, and I had 80. We were going to go to a party with a few drinks, and maybe the doctor would show up, and maybe a Quaalude would show up, maybe a would show up. You know, and it was like,
that's what I wanted about it. Quaalude.
Like I went from living this fucking, going to the bar on a Monday night, okay, like tonight, what's time? Monday, yeah. Meet me at Sharp Wolf's at 8 o'clock. I'm going to pick you up for nice. So let's have 3 people to come get their work from 8 o'clock. And Joey, I can't miss it. It's the last time I went out here on Thursday. I missed fucking work. We can't get up at 8 o'clock. I'm going to get my story to a blow. We can't do blows, right? My girlfriend gets mad when I do blow. Dog, you tell me this before we leave the house, like 8 times. And you'll agree with me when we do the blow? No, what I'm saying is I'm going to do blow. If I want to do blow, yeah, like this good people finding it tastes good with tap, you know what I'm saying? Also, some people walk in, dog, I got these fucking Quaaludes, oh my god. The guy fucking up on the chemicals. He made a bunch of them, but he had made it that way, so all the chemicals were in the fucking bottom of the Quaalude. So the ones on this side is the one he sold us at like 3 straight. And next thing you know, he's like, "He's fucking Christ, okay, I'll spend it with you. Because I gotta get some sleep. I'm leaving here in 1 hour. You see my clock?" Like, I remember people saying it to me, like, "You see that clock? In 1 hour from now, I'm gonna be the fuck out of here." And I would just sit there and go, this is when I become the Nero in the casino with Ricky Rickles. Remember when the plane broke? With the plane broke, and now they got you. That's me. At that point,
that's fucking goddammit, what's his name? John Rickles.
Ricky Rickles. At that point, Lee, that's when you come back and do that. I gotta leave here in 1 hour, Joey, okay? I ate the half of the Quaalude, that's it. No, I'm not gonna have another drink. What are you gonna have? Ralph, you just want fucking round. You gotta have another fucking drink. In that meantime, some skinny fuck with a missing tooth walks in and goes, "No, hey man, you want to buy a gram of blow for $75? Give me 25 and I'll give you 50 next week." And you're sitting there going, it's Monday fucking night. What else can happen? And all of a sudden, fire walks in. This kid fire. Joe Lucci's cousin. And he walks in.
The light bulb says Harold Fire.
And all of a sudden, he walks in with fucking value for the visa. You know, this was a constant. And now,
Never had anyone come up to ask me that.
they don't even ask you. They just get a drink. You know, so they wave. Next thing you go to the bathroom to me. And then they got to the bathroom. No, you want to buy this? $10 a piece. I can keep the 7. I need the money. I want to go to New York. Get my next one. What are you going to do? Pass out some good bills. Let's get it. I don't pass on the bill. We give it crazy. Give me fucking 20. Never pass. We give it fucking 20. Let's get the 6 bills. All right? Cut this shit. And that's it. That's how quick it happens. You went out and you were and a hamburger once again. And you're going home. It's jacked to the gills at 5. Waiting for the gram of blow in your pocket. The 6 Quaaludes you had 1.
Your dick's mysteriously wet.
$20. I gave you 3 of the Quaaludes to hold. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That was a hold. Because I don't want to be in hell.
Oh man, George would be holding it, didn't even know it. He didn't check the inside pocket.
Oh, that was tough. You know what I'm saying?
Like some people carry it sometimes.
Listen, not the cold. Always went home with fucking beer. Don't get me wrong. There was no one away. There was people that said, "Oh yeah, why last me a year?" I know 2 lines and come away. That's great. Once I stopped, it ain't stopped. Just like Eminem, it's like
pardon me. Coco did a quarter ounce of mushrooms. He smoked nearly an ounce of my weed, drank beers all day long, and then went down and did the comedy store and copped. Okay, and that was a lot of evil. Oh, and acid. Acid too. He had 4 hits of acid. What? He ate a quarter ounce of mushrooms. I swear to God. Okay? A quarter ounce of it. Alright? And then 4 hits of acid. Smoked at least an ounce of my weed. Drank all my fucking orange juice. Okay? I had to call the candy store twice to come up and bring more orange juice. Oh, dude.
Are they still there?
Yeah.
How about the sandwiches?
Okay, I get them to set up fucking chicken salad on toast. Stop. Chicken salad, yeah, avocado and tomato. Damn, like that was fucking straight Jew food.
We went to that place. You took that place. There was no ants. And your sandwich, and you sent it back, and she still gave you a bill for half the sandwich.
Oh, yeah.
Because she said that there was only ants on the one side.
On one side.
No,
oh my God, where the fuck is that spot?
The place next to the Laugh Factory.
Oh my God, yeah. Yeah, green blast. Give me green blast. Get me some chocolate for having a sandwich with that ant on it.
Listen, I saw a well.
Oh my God.
Really small. And I go around there, why do you have ants? And he looked at the sandwich, and he put the plate. He lifted the sandwich, and it was like 3 ants.
Yeah.
Also, he put the sandwich down. The waitress over, he killed like 3 ants, because that was in that. Which side was it?
Which side was it?
She fucking picked it up and came back with the half and the bill. The bill was wrong. It was the most ridiculous fucking thing.
They must hire the dumbest fucking people too. I went there at the time before that, and I got a fucking salami and egg sandwich. Okay, that's a strong move. Okay, late at night, boom, had a couple of pops and stoned as a bone. Boom, that's great. And they fucking fried up the salami, and the goddamn thing left the plastic on the outside, so it burned. It's all toxic. I'm like, what the fuck? Okay, just send this back. Fuck it, I don't want to eat anything here. And I got high with you. We fucking went back to that fucking place. Oh my God, nobody gives a shit.
No, you always used to make fun of me because I would get pepperoni. The reason I haven't got pepperoni in a few months is because they would always leave the plastic on. I'd be eating it, the plastic would come off on everybody.
Oh my God.
For my house. No. I would make sandwiches.
Oh my God, really?
And every bite would have the ring around it, so I'd have to tell them, like, throw the time it happened and dip it in my house.
Let's get back to this.
Yes, I made pepperoni sandwiches.
No, I'm not making pepperoni sandwiches. So as you're reading the string of stuff,
Yeah.
I don't think LA's problem is it's like an airport. You know,
they cut it this way, right?
Yeah, it's like
So it's like a wrap.
It's the plastic.
There's a difference between the wrap and the casing. I'm used to that.
Oh, the case was like, what is the case?
Yeah, no, but it was like you can't take casing like around it. It's like I've had pepperoni, trust me, I've had pepperoni before. There's not that. And I've told them, and when you tell them that, you can see a difference. But that's why I don't go to the place. I did something really weird today.
What did you do?
I left my card at Ralph's. I got pissed off. They didn't have what I wanted. Like the deli counter was full, like way full. I was looking down my cards. No, Magnolia.
Magnolia across from
The
barbecue.
DX has a it's right across, right past like a shop. Going back. Oh, yeah, I got one.
That's the worst one. That's why you get shitty coconuts. They don't have the coconuts there.
They don't?
No.
Where do you go?
To the rouse off by fucking cold water and the other rouse, but that one, they don't have a slice, they give it to you.
No, they have a slicer.
Yeah, but they give those shit to you.
Yeah, most of the time.
No, they don't have to do coconuts. You can't go there. You gotta go to Vineland.
Oh, that's right.
Like, yeah.
No, Vineland and
You said across the street from the barbecue.
Yeah.
That dome is a dome. Okay, that's where the Jack there's something there. Yeah, there's a costume. Yeah, that's why you go. That's a subway too. That's why you go. That's why it's not something. You don't think I know, but I know. Okay, I think that. No, you can't go to that. You can't go to one like that. It's all red island. Underground park is very nice. I'm a friend. You can cook yourself at home.
That is.
You know the worst. The worst. No, there's a worst one. There's one before Canyon and Victory where they don't have a deli counter. That one's scary. That was the one. It's the scariest place you go to. What's the one?
It used to be John's.
Oh, I live near that too.
John's. Scary. All Russian-y.
I'm quite a person.
For that? Oh, yeah. I wanted to go in there with fucking, like, get a bunch of newspapers, like I'm about to get shanked in the yard. Oh, my God. Right?
The parking was scary. It was scary. All the funny jokes about that place is funny. It was fruitfulness. It's the only place you go in this drug deal is the optics. I mean, it's like this. It is a fucking.
How many spoons? I don't
Just shot a CD in San Jose. DVD in San Jose, whatever, a special.
It's fucking funny, man.
Some great guys doing a great podcast with.
What's all I gotta get in on?
With my brother Simon Bob. We're gonna get in. You have to do this podcast.
Oh, fuck yeah.
We're doing it for you. We're doing it for you. This podcast has been so busy the last 2 fucking months. So, listen, we're still right here, Rabbi. I just had Willie with me. Rogan's doing his thing.
Man, Joe's doing it big, man.
And Cook is working.
Fuck yeah.
Duncan's working. Ari's working. We're still here. I guarantee that nobody begged us to be here.
No way.
Josh Wolf was in Syracuse this week. He's working.
I like Q's. Q's in the house, oh my God. Q's in the house, oh my God.
We said there was a the original Sunsetters.
Yeah, man.
Me, Wolf, Dougie,
yeah.
Mitch Hedberg, Nick
Oh, man. Dude, I just hung out with Dougie. He came and stayed with me. And Andy Andrews and fucking Junior Stopka. Alright, they all came and hung out at my house. Fucking hilarious. Those motherfuckers. Oh my God. If anybody out there is in entertainment, put a camera on those motherfuckers. They're all degenerates. They're all fucking weird, and they're extremely goddamn funny. And they brought over these singers, Bird Cloud, which are fucking hilarious. Google "Washing My Big Old Pussy." Okay, yeah, that's a real song. And they passed. One of them passed out on my couch, and my dog Biscuits went up on Facebook and like, hey, something wrong with your lipstick. Let me touch it up. He had his little pinky out. He's awesome.
You were there when I was talking about it. This is what baffles me, okay? It baffles me. When you go on the road, you watch TV, when you're on the road,
Yeah.
you come back in 2 cents, you sit there, you go to the box, and you put the fucking ESPN on, you go to the channels, there's the movie, there's the usual, movie on TNT, you got something on USA, you got access to some strand or something, and then basically you have the 3 networks, you have the main network, HBO, Showtime, whatever. Then you have a bunch of ESPN. You have more ESPN channels than ever, and more Fox Sports than ever. And you're going through these things. And at that time, from 12, 11:30 to fucking 2, there's these talk shows and these sports shows and whatever. And you look at this, you watch them, and you try to, you watch them, you listen to the topic, you look at the 2 people doing it, then you step inside yourself and you go, I'm not even talking about myself or
Oh, yeah.
It's like a brutal.
Oh, it's so goddamn funny, though.
It's like it's so funny. It's just the shit he's doing out there. So yeah, you know, you're not at home right now, and your phone rings in the private way. You know, I would never bother you. Like, sir, this is Joey B. How you doing? Joey, what's going on? Listen, I'll make you one of this again. I'll get Rabbi Stevens and leave it out Periscope. I've been aware of it. Like, watching the what's the fucking show on there? You should watch this Rabbi Stevens. What would it cost you to put him on FX 92?
Yeah.
A new outbound channel. That's just fucking millennials and crazy people.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Brody be great.
All with Brody Stevens, off of Brody, 7 to 8.
Yeah.
Think about it. How bad can it be? Listen to this podcast. I know this for a fact. You know this too. The full benefits. Didn't post TV.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
And I think what I was asking what I learned. I think what I've seen, and everyone on the like sports radio, sports podcasts, especially podcasts, they're not legitimate, but they're not. The thing they don't have is personality and entertainment. And I think the big people on ESPN and Fox Sports don't really want that. They want it to a degree, but not really, because comedians have taken over podcasts. It's not even close. It's not even, and some of them are bad. There are a lot of bad ones, but the good ones are good. That's why Jay Moore is good, because he's a comedian. He's entertaining, and there are people on those sports talk shows that you're talking about that are just awful, and they have the ESPN voice, which is annoying to listen to. So it's like almost like the athletes when they have those athlete interviews, and like, oh, we're just on to the next team, whatever they're like saying.
What would it cost to put a league with Toronto Blue? Okay. What would it cost? What would it cost ESPN to put leagues around so far? Give me some Jason
Tebow, you could have works the soccer. Like there's a lot of comedians who have.
It's just my fun.
It's just a waste of time.
I'm not talking about Joey. I'm not talking about Rabbi. I'm not talking about my friends. I'm talking about I'm watching something that's unfucking watchable. There was one guy there with Derrick Rose, the white guy.
Yeah.
Oh my God, the white guy is terrible. Derrick Rose. I thought he was hanging out with Don Goodman. You know, he's fucked up. It's not happening. I love all that shit. I watch that shit cheer for it. There's one show with 3 black guys, one of them had dreads. Unwatchable. You know, totally into it. They don't have it for the Smash Brothers. The Smash Brothers on the show with a video show with a video camera. This is the shit I want to see.
Yeah.
That's why these channels just gonna open up. Watch somebody's like, oh, you know what? What's it watch this for the streaming fucking thing?
Yeah.
Put 3 fucking shows on it. I can stream them on YouTube. Brody Stevens 24/7. You wake up with Brody, you know, it's 7 to 8 with Brody in the morning, and then like 12 to 1. The last 2 stops of the night for Brody, the Comedy Store Radio, or the original where he goes to eat.
He's deadly.
He's deadly.
He's deadly because he knows so many fucking people, man. I mean, I don't think people really understand. I was at Fox, and Tom Brady walked up to Brody Stevens and was like, "Hey, Brody, how are you?" And that's fucking Tom Brady, man. Okay, and he was like, "Oh my God," and Brady was like, "Doing good, man. You know, feeling good, doing good."
Positive.
He didn't say positive. That was hilarious. I saw
this shit's real.
Hey, this is hilarious. I remember, I was reading Doug Stanhope's new book, okay? And I remember all the crazy shit we did around fucking Hollywood. I mean, everything from Doug, there was this guy, Blackjack, something, okay, that Doug would just be annoyed by, like so fucking annoyed. And I'd be over there, we'd be playing Scrabble or something, or just fucking, just me, I'd bring over coffee, fucking go over jokes and shit. And Blackjack would just show up because he knew where Doug was. Doug had his door, the screen door open on the Curson apartment. And every time he come in, Doug would just nonchalantly slide a videotape of outdoor anal fucking gangbang. Okay, this girl had 2 dicks. Okay, all these coms and shit in there. Oh my god, it was horrible. It's like a blizzard, you can turn it upside down. Like, and while mouth was a game, okay, alright, okay, just gurgling, it's disgusting. Alright, a fucking fly would fucking came in, alright, and that fly was there on the inside of her asshole. When the next dick came in, and you could see it going in and out with the fly and the puddle of comes on the end of that guy's dick. Alright, and we'd just be drinking our coffee, and Doug would tell me whatever you do. Don't go there, don't discuss it. Alright, just I don't care what he asks you. 98?
So I got here January 29th of 1997.
Coco. Okay.
I'm here a year before you.
Yeah, a year. But bro, okay, you gotta understand. Alright?
We're all disciples.
We're all disciples.
All disciples.
Everybody who's really been on the road fucking knows Doug Stanhope is fucking the best rock in the day.
So when I get here, he's a big shot.
Yeah.
The guy from Vegas that was part-time bodyguard. That's a dunce. He's just a retard. He wasn't even a bodyguard.
That's a big fat guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He died. Got rest his soul. He was a dunce though. He was a fucking dumb. He was like, dunce was making big enough of his bodyguard. He had a big jacket. I like all that shit. So I get here with the broad and with this girl that's real. We get to an argument. She throws me out. I'm like, with Doug in the book, man. No. I'm living on the couch or somewhere. I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah.
Doug's dating the rest.
Oh yeah, from fucking
The TV show.
God damn it, what was that show? Head of the Class. God damn, she was hot.
With the girl with Tyson's wife.
Yeah. Yeah, she was fucking hot though. You gotta give it to me. That fucking redhead was a hot piece of ass. Alright, and Dougie was deep into that, okay? He was like all in.
We used to hang out at coaching horses.
All the time.
I can count on my hands how many times I went to coaching horses. Coaching horses was one of those bars, ladies and gentlemen, that was just real. And you felt the pain. And I had been in bars like that growing up, where there's bars where people get to in the afternoon. It's painful. And there was no light. And there were some people who were vampires. But there were some people where they thought they were cool. And that was not the place to be if you thought you were cool. They'd suck you in and spit you the fuck out. Because I did a ton of blow in that bathroom.
Yeah.
Every time I went in there, it was because I was chewing out of my fucking mind.
Dougie was the fucking best. He knew I didn't have a pot to piss in. And he would always like, hey man, I can talk to you. Alright, you're a fucking comic, let's go to the coaching horses. Alright. And we just got welcome to the coaching horses. And it was a Bud Light and a Miller Lite for Douglas. And just have a beer. And it was, I remember one night we were at the coaching horses, and this guy beside us was talking all this shit about faggots, we've got to kill all the faggots. Goddamn fucking motherfucking faggots. Alright. And Doug goes, fuck yeah, and Doug's amping him up, okay, getting him with this. And then Doug fucking grabs my head and makes out with me.
start, but sometimes towards the end, there's a mystery car.
I had to remind. I gotta tell you about this because it's so fucking funny. Because we were on the road with Douglas, okay, and I remember we were sleeping in his Oldsmobile Douglas, okay, and we fucking reeked of booze, and he was doing the porno fucking closer with the beer all over it, so he just smelled like fucking stale beer, cigarettes, alright, and it's in Houston in like April, and so when that fucking sun comes up, it's 110, okay, that's when we both fucking woke up out of our fucking stupor, sweating like pigs, and Doug goes, Rabbi, can I just fuck your titty or something like that? Alright? It's really wet. Get out of here, you fucking creep. But that's how it was. He was just fucking bananas. He was bananas. Hey, pal, that's amazing. Okay, that's deadly.
Seeing him opened up my mind.
Yeah,
guys, that movie has got me on stage. But in 1996, I saw Doug stand up now. 5 seconds before. I was a host at the program. The first time Doug came to the stable, I had just gotten separated. And Doug stayed when I was the house MC. This is my new.
wow.
And he came back 6 months later, and he had the evening at the improv. He stayed with me again, kept in touch for a while. Then we disappeared on each other's radar. And then I get to Seattle. And people are talking about this fucking Doug stand-up in San Francisco. Right, funniest guy in the country right now. And I'm like, is this a little guy with hair? It's crazy.
And by the way, hold on, man. You gotta give him his dues, because the guy who came in second place when Dougie won the San Francisco comedy competition was Dane Cook. Okay? And Dane was a motherfucker on stage. You think he's something now? Holy fuck, that kid lit it up. And I mean, every time Standing goes, I've seen Mencia get him like that. I've seen Chappelle get him like that. Sam Kinison get him like that. But fucking, I'm telling you, man, the kid's dead, dude. Okay, thank Cook. And Dougie still beat him. And it was murderous.
It was something that way. It was completely different than what was going on at that time. Like at that time, comedy for me was MTV. It was on every channel. VH1 had comedy on Sundays.
Yeah.
MTV had 2 different comedy shows. Evening at the Improv was out. The 3 shows with comics on it before Jimmy Kimmel would be 7, Letterman, and Carson. All that stuff. So you had all this comedy. And the first 2 times I saw stand-up, it was just a racy type comic. I thought it was funny, but no funny guys. That time I saw him in June of '96. It threw me fucking off. I didn't go back on stage. I just went fucking fast. It made me think about, do I want to keep doing comedy? Or do I want to get a day job? Because I don't know if I can be that good. That being that good is so completely funny.
Dude, I had that feeling when I saw Hitch for the first time. When I worked with Kinnison, and when I worked with Dougie, and when I worked with Mitch, I got the same thing. Like, what the fuck am I even doing?
Yeah, like when you do nothing, you're like, 1 second. He's that good. Do you think it's like work, or do you think some people just end up warm at a certain level? I think there's both. I think there's Dougie was seasoned. He had a certain thing of his personality that gave humanity to it that I hadn't seen before. Ryan was great. Carlin was great. I like that time with Nick DiPaolo I knew from Young Comic Specials and Judd Apatow. Bill Hicks, I didn't really know. Let me just put more hands in that real quick. Oh, yeah. By 96, I loved Hicks and Jennison. And Hicks was great for me. But when I listened to his stuff, it turned preachy. It was a little preachy towards the end.
Yeah.
And that's when there was one particular tape when, anyway, it doesn't really matter. Once I saw stand-up, it took me 3 days to realize what my next move was. 3 days to decide whether I'm going to get a day job or I got to go for this rest of the fucking girls. That boy, when he came here, he was getting banned from the improv at the time. He went to the festival where they burned victim. Those guys got involved with some shit. You know, he fucked the chicken Bill Barr's bed. And he had to write an apology. It was nonstop. Man, never met anything like that at that time. And he just walked into the improv. And the improv, you know, they're not the comedy store, they're like gangsters. They're writers and they, you know, oh my god, they're witty and shit. He walked in there and changed. There were rumors that he was walking people on Sunday nights and walking the improv and shit already. That's when, you know, he fucking created. And he realized his fucking terms. He went to war with 20,000 club owners. 20,000 of them on his terms. He got his ball shaved on stage. Oh my god. The chick never recovered. The chick was shaving his balls. She ended up getting raped with the magician cat. She lost it just for me. When I laugh about her getting raped. No. If you know this girl, it's a fucking nightmare.
It's a nightmare. That was like the 30th one, right?
Well, I just don't.
Yeah.
Something's not right there, but yeah, she really shaped the balls that night. Because they kissed that somebody else. Car accident. And yeah, this stuff, you know, whenever we got going on with Philly, you know, I know like this for comedians, sometimes they stay in a bad hotel. Like, when they stay in a bad hotel, they actually sell the stolen hotel levels. How much is that?
We signed up.
One day, and he was like, I'm going to the merchants of the hotel level.
And they love him, man. You know, they love him.
He's the real deal.
He's the real deal, man.
And you really have to appreciate that. Especially when they're here and you see all this bullshit. You see people pull up with a nice car and the ripped jeans and they got the agent whatever and the whole thing. Stanford has a fucking manager that 2 weeks ago was an assistant manager at Burger King. They just met him.
Nah, he's good, dude.
What's his name?
Taylor?
Is he? No, I don't know which one is that. You never know what the. One time the guy rolled famous and crazy. He just met him.
No, this is a different dude. He's a professional. Yeah. It cracks me up. This guy's actually got Doug fucking organized and fucking handled. It's incredible. The guy is great. Busts his ass. Immediately when he came in, he got Doug all settled in and fucking found out the ticket counts exactly. Fucking went to Denmark's, checked in 4 hours before, came back, made sure Doug was alright, had his suit pressed for him, ready to fucking rock and roll. That's how the tour manager should be. The guy's in good hands. He doesn't let him, he doesn't drink. If he gotta go anywhere, he doesn't drink. He always makes sure food's fucking awesome, everything's safe. It's a fucking, he's the cleaner, okay? He's the fucking wolf, okay? Of the Doug fucking circus, okay? This guy's wrangling up. I mean, he used to leave bitches in his wake and with glue and he did okay. And the movie just popped up like once every 3 weeks or some shit.
He disrupted a lot of comedians. He disrupted their thinking.
Yeah, man.
He took the comedy store, but that shit is born. He disrupted a lot of lineups.
Yeah.
They put him on me for you.
Because he looked like a nice guy. That's what made it so dead.
He would destroy at 8:45. I mean, destroy so deep that would ruin the show. He destroyed people. Guys ruin the show. It's over. It's over.
It's fucking over.
Comedians know it's over.
Everybody
The comedians, the comedians are back there going, how can Doug Stanhope be going up at 8:45 and fucking back?
Yeah, it was deadly.
I lived with him, and it was great. I gotta be honest with you, I used to get up early. He slept late, so I get up and leave. He had an extra car for the comedians.
Yeah.
They had to put gas in it because the gas meter was broken. So you never know where you stand. So as soon as you get the car,
that was a total scam, right?
was it?
Yeah, total scam mentality. Like when you get comedians to put gas in his car. Yeah.
Was the needle watch those out?
No, the fucking needle worked perfect. Okay, you just tell him, but let's get it. But it's broken. It's broken, but I do it. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. It was a total scam. It was a fucking dude. Well, that's on you. You should look at
That motherfucker was on the key in the disco. I go in there, I put $10. That's one of those mirrors that you go to
it was the same. It was the Oldsmobile Supreme.
that thing was busted, Jack.
Fucking made the shit.
I put like $30 on that motherfucker one time and it didn't roll, Jack. I stayed on E like
that car was in like fucking when he got rid of I think it's like 400-something thousand miles on that car. That's fucking incredible.
yeah, like I think I even slept in it one night.
Dude.
One night he locked me out, I slept in that motherfucker.
That was good. I slept in it many times. Doing CW Kindle games. Shirley Bottom, she had some good games.
I was just there.
Mark Shelley.
I don't know these gals at night. You have this fucking bloody marriage.
Oh yeah.
With fucking nothing. And somebody else. I'd have like $32 worth of cocaine in my pocket.
Yeah.
We traded vodka, smoke fucking weed.
Yeah, I never did blow.
You know, Jesus.
With your respect.
No. That was a whole fucking time.
Yeah.
It was a whole fucking time. I was a good dude.
Just rocking, man.
I don't do nothing. I might drive by. My heart stops. I don't even want to take lead out. Drink like a girl one man. I'm not ready for that yet.
Yeah, right.
If they're gonna get tamale on a Monday night and shit, so I'm gonna take Eastern Joe's pizza. He likes that one.
Yeah. I don't think I've been in shows.
It's just really weird, really bad.
The game is so much different than what it was.
Like it was in 2000. Man, you were already in the Laugh Factory.
Yeah.
You were already making it happen. You know, I was over at the store smoking spots. He was giving me spots. I was finally right home.
Yeah.
When I was there, you know, that fucking building, having
I'm working with him in December. A lot.
oh my God, there were so many people that had it. So many.
Yeah.
The other one, Gentry, you know, you just found the fucking cubby and went to sleep.
Yeah.
Thank God that was the way it was.
I had the food time for you, man.
That's why I busted. I busted.
Nah, I think I busted it, man. I think you rebusted it.
Jesus Christ.
But at least you didn't, push and turn down my bathroom. Okay, Dream, it was always forgiven. I appreciate that.
I was telling Leah ever since I got here. I still remember a fucking story. A horrible thing. I love matches. When I was a young kid, when I was about 5 or 5.5 or 6, I became a fucking match kid. I went through all these phases because I never had, I was a little confused. I would lock myself in my room, and I would take my mother's 45s, the car, it was like these little things.
Yeah, the singles.
You get to play on there, and I twist them. The niggas out of the shit catch them in the head. So when I got bored, as soon as they try to light them on fire, and they would burn like they would burn, try to put like glue on it or something. And they would burn them on the neck from the way they were. I was crazy. So when I was about 6, I lived in 205 West 8th. If you even go to West 205 West 8th, you make sure you don't park your car. You go to the end of the building, on the Amsterdam side, go towards the Broadway, it's a parking lot. Straight
I think a lot of kids do.
I just went through this phase where I just like shit. I'm fucking fired. And I would buy cigarettes. I would get cigarettes. That was a smart way. And I would just, I wouldn't smoke it. I would just light it, light it, light it. And I would breathe on it or something. And I would try to keep it alive. And I would fucking burn little things in the paper and fan it. I was just crazy. But one time I birthed one of those Snoopy dogs. And there was something going on in that fucking Snoop when I'm in the fire department. And I stayed there for about a week because they said they had witnesses and shit. They saw the kid running away. I took that jacket, I hid it under my fucking bed. That's what stopped me from lighting those fires anymore. But I lit more fires as I got older. I just lit the one time fire in Jersey. Oh yeah, we were crazy. Once that shit got out popular, I was the king of that shit. I loved all that shit. Just get a bunch of sticks lighting fires and stay there. I wouldn't light fires like the California people. These ones like this is ones in Jersey. With the beginning Murphy is they don't want to shut off. They shut off automatically. You don't say there's a Jersey one. They just shut off. The wire beneath the show.
So now again, you're fired.
That's really crazy. But it just went away. It was just a phase I was going through. But, I was telling people, I was smoking that flick the fucking ash, the joints and shit. And always have me at least one of them. Nobody thinks you can light that tree on fire. I told the story about one of the Gavin's. Gavin's at work. I'm on the phone. I'm gonna go fuck yourself. I'm arguing with this guy trying to get booked in the city, trying to get booked in the city. And, sometimes you get somebody on the phone with you on the road, smoking a cigarette, you're smoking a joint. And all it is you're on the road, you're smoking, also I'm smoking a cigarette in the back alley of 1440. So the window's open. I'm smoking cigarettes. I'm chasing joints with cigarettes. You don't mean nothing more. It's not I'm on the third joint. I'm on a pack of cigarettes and shit, Camel lights. I'm throwing these cigarettes out the window. Half of it on fire, right? All of a sudden, I did not know there was anybody out there. I go, what the fuck? And I keep hearing this. Who the fuck lit me on fire? And I'm sitting there, oh, lights up, lights up. And I go, I did. And I look at the window, there's the guy fucking smoking his shit. And the poor fucking guy. I go, I'm home. Nobody knows nothing. I get the package. 10 o'clock at night, I walk back and there's the same homeless guy with a blanket on it. You can see the whole cigarette burn. It's just all on fire and white. Get that fire!
I was right across the hall and the fire department did come by. Probably somebody just driving through that fucking alley, flicked it on. Fuck him. Get that dirty bum the fuck out of our house. It's creeping us out.
A little bit. Once I saw the blanket, I felt a little bad. You know, new blanket leads all one time. I was snorting my blanket. I had a choice. Hey, I'm blanket. What's
my food on a lot. It was good.
I had a blanket, but I can't go in the blanket.
It was maroon on one side and tan on the inside. Yeah, in my house. Yes. So I was in fucking 4 times a week.
May of 1984. That's it. It took me 5 years, but I did. I got my own apartment. I got an apartment on 48th Street, 46th Street, 44th Street. always had a blanket like a Viking. You ever see a Viking?
Yeah, man, they always got a blanket.
I had that fucking blanket.
Yeah.
I had that blanket when I was living in the fucking luggage. I would take it back to the luggage and put it on the floor and leave it there that night. Don't take the fucking blanket. When I moved into the hotel in '84, I was homeless. I got to the hotel. I went and got that blanket. And when I made 12 for 1,500, I had that blanket. I took that blanket with me. That blanket was with me. That's what got my life. That rocket ship. To 1990 fucking 9 when that fucking car got towed. From that car, that blanket came with me when I went to prison. I left it in that room and nobody fucking touched that blanket. That blanket was $9.95 in 1984. And I had that blanket for what, 15 fucking years. And that blanket was one of the warmest blankets I ever had. It was a bear. Okay, and on the inside it was the bear with brown and yellow, and on the outside it was the bear with yellow and brown. You follow me? Yeah. And then the outside of it was fucking brown. So for $9.95, it fucking came up. I bought a blanket that went through fucking hell with me. Back, Jack, our marriage, our divorce. We were married. She wanted to throw it away. I don't fucking have to throw that fucking thing away. That thing was in Miami. I slept behind the fucking McDonald's with that thing. Because in those days, I would just take the fucking clothes out of the army bag, take the fucking blanket out, put the clothes back in, use them as a pillow, and put that blanket on top of me. That was an all-purpose army bag I had. I have a water, I have a razor blade for blow, I have a fucking wrench in there, I had to break a window for a car. No, that fucking blanket was there with me. And that blanket, I would just watch it. Yeah, all that blanket wanted was my love, and I lost it when that fucking car got killed in Manhattan. It was in the trunk of that fucking blanket. That blanket was on the road with me all those years with triple lines. Whenever I got a hotel room, that blanket came into the hotel room. I threw the blanket off my head. That fucking blanket. And you look for the blanket. The same blanket. Yeah, it wouldn't be the same way. Why would I want the same blanket? It wouldn't be the same. That blanket was with me through fucking war. When I lost that car, that was the hardest thing about that tow. When I got that tow, that car got towed. I got to
Is that the car that I got my car towed to get all your shit out? It wasn't that time.
This was a car that I gave Joshua.
Yeah. I got you.
I never got my shit out.
I got my car towed to get all your shit out because they wouldn't let you in the lot.
Yeah, but they wouldn't let me. No, it was fucking crazy.
All you did was the back seat and some of the front.
Yeah, no, it was nuts. I had shot boxing gloves,
Oh, yeah.
blankets, fucking pictures when I was a kid. I had shit in that fucking car they took. And sometimes, to this day, I was just thinking of that blanket yesterday. Going, Jesus Christ, how long did I have that goddamn blanket for? I wish that that blanket, fuck, I would have taken it for the next eternity with me. That's what that was. But they outbeat that blanket. In 1985, February 1985, that blanket went in the summer on that blanket. There were crabs on that blanket. I had crabs, they gave me the blanket. Understand me? What the fuck gives crabs to that blanket? I did. Where's Tony Bennett? Give crabs you. After 400 episodes, this song still fucking hits me the same way it did. Yeah. When I was fucking 6 years old. For 1 minute, I this was after the Cleveland game at 3 in the morning. You know what I'm saying? That's how fucking we do it. But you always play the song was always on. This is the first jam to go. So I walk in there, no one's playing this fucking song. When they play this fucking song, and that gave me a song show about that lead talking about it. So I would play this song on one day. So out of respect, like you gotta have respect. Fucking like something. No, I don't need you. It's not right. You're sucking dick and drinking coffee. You gotta respect the South. You gotta light a candle. You gotta just stop. You know what I'm saying? Next thing you're sucking dick and hell. Wow. Fucking De Niro with De Niro and fucking Angel Heart. Fuck is this shit?
Someone posted the scene today from Casino when the guy was going to the, I forget the guy's name, his name, was saying like, I want my money back. He's like, you can't have your money back. And he's like, let me just tell you what I did. Like, that whole scene actually keeps showing up that kid.
The guy who played De Niro's attorney, representing him in Vegas, okay, was played by the actual attorney, okay, that went on to be the mayor of Las Vegas. And he was apparently shady as hell. I mean, you have to wonder he'd sue if it was a gross misdemeanor. I don't know. It was pretty incredible. A little shady. A little mob lawyer. I love it. That's real. I don't know. Maybe I watched the DVD extras too much. Well, I'm in town doing a benefit tomorrow. Actually, two of them. One that Wounded Warriors one at the Comedy Store and early, and then my show at 10 o'clock. Tuesday is called Rockin' the Rats, and 100% all the comedians are donating their time. And we have Dave Cook, we've got Margaret Cho, we've got Jordan Carmichael, myself, Adrian, real actual native comedian, okay? Alright, and all the money goes to pay for propane in North Dakota in these reservations where they're allowed to freeze basically every year. People see their kids die, see their old people die. You know, Indians, they keep their old people with them, okay? White folks ship them away, put them in a box, okay? Feed them them happy pills until they fucking die, you know? That's what happens. But Indians keep them close. And so every year people die, and this is keeping people warm who really need it. And so, you know, I'm happy to donate my time. And I think it's going to be a fucking great show. This weekend I'm in Oxnard. I'm at the new Levity Live in the mall, apparently. I don't know, I've never been there. It's brand spanking. I bet it is, man. They don't really fuck around. Those guys, they kind of get their shit together. You know, I mean, they're always phenomenal venues. And then when they make, like, everyone is like, let me top the last one. Okay, like, fucking Irvine was fucking amazing when they redid it. Okay, got a mommy burger in there, that's a fucking double cheeseburger, Jack. Alright, and then, boom, this one is the fourth one in Southern California, and it's the newest one. And they had to do something bigger and better than Irvine. You know, they got to step up, so they got another Copper Blues in there, which is fucking like 100 beers on tap, fucking like 300 No, but it's great. It's fun.
16 people before the show starts. He's got the new. We wasn't talking about 3 hours. After the show, they were going to be over there before they fucking leave. I'm telling you, we all fucked up. I hate those copper pills. They always got a couple of
I like it, cover band.
No, I'm on stage. I gotta get black.
Oh, yeah, fuck you.
Some fucking doing singing Black Dog and shit.
Yeah.
And I'm on the other side. There's too many things on the fucking menu. It's too big for what you have like simplicity. Anyway, I'm being nice, man. December.
Oh, yeah. Oh, phenomenal.
Yeah, person should I don't fuck around.
I know. If he gets me in town.
Yeah, no, you gotta spend time for an hour. That's the ways now. You know, these people gotta start taking plays now with fucking, what do you call those things?
A fucking 50 cal Barrett cal. It'll hang down the airplane. Oh yeah, drones are gonna bring knock the shit out of this guy. Fuck yeah, man. Why do you people anxiety now? I get me anxiety. Why is more than being fucking around with me? What do you anxiety? Well, yeah, I live near the airport, so I don't think they're gonna do that. I think they're gonna, honestly, I think they're gonna attack a comedy club. I really did. And then, like, blasphemous assholes like us, Joe Rogan, somebody gonna get shot. One of us gonna get shot on stage. I'm calling a shot. It's gonna be horrific. I hope it's me, because at least I can take 42 9mm rounds to the torso without fucking stopping. I'll get over there to fucking Johnny blow up and fucking got him with a Budweiser bottle. You're right.
That's what you need is a woman to be shot on stage and shit.
It's gonna happen. I'm telling you, man. God forbid, exactly. No, never. It's horrible. Man, what are people supposed to turn watching?
I watched this shit a couple weeks ago in New York City in Central Park. I'm like, secure. Like, if I go to a place and have a good time, if I see 10 machine guns, I was telling somebody tonight I was supposed to be in New York, but see, so I have a bunch of meetings tomorrow. I have one today, and I couldn't do it. But I was kind of relieved I couldn't do it. I can't lie to anybody. Last time I went to New York, Gotham, I had a great time. I saw my family, I saw my friends, and flowers on my mother's grave. But I'll tell you something. Maybe it's my age, maybe it's my I'm kind of a pussy to all that stuff. I haven't grown up yet to be used to going to a stadium. Once Alex Jones crazy, man, he said something. I saw him at the UFC 5 years ago. He said that in 10 years is going to be TSA and parks and balls and all this shit. And I can't see it not happening, especially if people get shot on fucking they harm people now in movie theaters.
Yeah, there's a lot of states. Tennessee got it.
I'm sure there are. When I went to work, I mean, hired security or cops for the weekend.
We're going to movie theaters when I get shot to get fucking death.
Yeah, so that's sort of it.
That was so horrible.
So what I'm trying to say, I mean, there's a bunch of realities involved here with life. Every time I sit on the fucking plane, right when I put my luggage up to the top and I sit down and put my seatbelt on, I go, whoa, what's that right now? It's a guy just running up with a grenade. You have to think that way for 2 minutes, you're prepared. Yeah, I was always wondering, how can you prepare? My couple of blindfolds, anything is better than just surprise kind of stuff.
I know people like the shit on the TSA. Maybe I'm a weird thing on me, but I kind of felt both ways. Both ways. I understand like an angle into one of the things that like it was terrible. But it happened both times. You get a boner? No.
TSA makes me relax. For 7 or 8 minutes, okay, but the reality is that it's like there's almost like a Russia right now. They can't do random, so they can't fucking smoke dope. They gotta do something on their skin also. Right? You see that shit on that Geo. They show these people with their skin goes off right now. They have to go get some gasoline or explosive. And there's always people who find a different angle. There's people that they can try to go bomb and sneak up. TSA can only be so good. They're going through the job they can do there. So you can't really, with all these attacks or whatever. Listen, man.
My guys in Nashville are so fucking cool. I mean, like, they're like, everybody says hello. We have to go do all the pat downs and stuff. And they just like, happy what's happening. I high five everybody who walked the fuck on. I mean, these guys are easy breezy. It's just easy. Those guys are the greatest things. And they just breeze you right through. I fucking love the guys in Nashville.
Listen, man, I love Burbank and stuff, but these are the real.
Burbank's a good one, dude.
watch him. I don't watch that one.
I like that guy.
Yeah, me too.
George Stephanopoulos.
Yeah, I watched him. He was in some White House.
Yeah, he was good.
Let me give some fucking quick shout out to my man. It was great seeing the little Lakers family in Chicago. I love you motherfuckers. The old man came out. He knows I love him. It was great seeing Beefy Green. It was great seeing Josh. Tech motherfucking planet. He took us over the hours and stuff. I want to really thank the club. The management, the staff. They were great all week. I want to thank my man Rabbi, Shaman, Fred Dancer, Coastal Prosto, Raymond Mayer, Garrett Mahuga, Nikolai Zappa, Sean Charles, Jason Jackson. I want to thank you boys down there in Austin. Chris Thorne, my man. I'm Bobby, and I'm excited to see my boy in motherfucking Las Vegas next week. Larry, a.k.a. the Toking motherfucking Lab. All next week at the South Point Casino with my man Larry. He'll be there Friday night, fucking working, doing a little something. And I'm going to bed at 10 o'clock like I always do. I know it bothers me because their feelings are around me. How you feel about it?
I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling good.
What do you do Wednesday, man?
Wednesday, I'll wake up at radio at 7 o'clock up in Fresno. And have my coffee and just go inside and do my show. I really don't like the morning because I got that LASIK eye surgery and I have to wear sunglasses in the morning. Otherwise, it gives me a migraine headache now. It's the morning straight. And I get a fucking bad headache. And I think it's because of that surgery. And so I have to wear shades and look like a douche in front of people. And it's like, it's so annoying. I have to explain myself. And I'm kind of a good douchebag then too. It's like, just wish my eyes.
The LASIK work for the team.
Yeah, man. I've got great vision. I'm in 2010. When I got it done, I was 2020. The next day, I was 2015. And the day after that, everything was healed up, and it was 2010.
I did that like 40 something. I'm terrible. I can't see shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I can't see big either, so, now I don't know what happened. I can see little things. I know this is flow. I know this is Iris. So what the fuck you laughing about there?
I just laugh. It's like, but I know this.
I can't see Twitter, nothing like that. I can't see my Twitter feed or anything.
Oh, really?
I can't see that shit. That's craziness. But that's the reality. That's what happened.
You really post fun shit, man. I mean, you got a very eclectic taste in music, but they're always jams, like across genres. It's really fucking, you can put out good vibes. I love it.
No, when I get up in the morning, man, I get up like everybody fucking else. Get up on shirt. just sat there and let the fucking water hit me through. I couldn't take it anymore. I let the water cool off and I stretched my back. I put shorts on and went right into the thing. You can pass out. Just passed out. Quit running after you this shit. I need to go in the shower. I just go in the shower, let it run on my head. And let that hot water fucking reach out and rejuvenate my brain fucking cells and shit. And that's it. Just around there, you've done a lot of specials. And your early ones were, all of them were amazing, are great. I was like, this is Joey's first. So going back to your first, you think about like what that really looked like.
Well, I've been running those goddamn jugs for like 5 years straight. I mean, I had laughs every 4 to 5 seconds. And the album went platinum because people thought I got fucked out last time. We sold like 1.4 million. And us, it was a big deal. And it was just out of that Laugh Factory. But the feeling afterwards, like you're like, oh god, there's like, oh my god, there's like, you get to exhale, alright? And then you really take it in, and then it'll come if it hasn't already. The panic that you can't do those jokes no more because people are gonna see all that shit coming, and you're not the type, because Joey's a real comedian. He won't allow himself, and he'll beat himself up to dig deeper and go realer. Okay, and that's what this is gonna do. It's gonna act as a catalyst to spur his writing. And in a fucking year, he'll have an hour and a half. That's how it is. But for like the next part, it's gonna be a little bit of a panic. Alright, and
No panic at all.
good. Let it
No
breathe.
panic at all. I'm in the state of,
Where you at?
I'm in the state of,
Because I know the whole fucking thing.
no, I'm in the state of, it all came down to this. I enjoy doing it. I want to definitely do it. I know exactly what I want to do. I know exactly where I want to do it. I know how much time I want to take. I know I'm going to do it now.
So you're ready with a whole nother special?
I'm ready with all that special. Not another hour. No, there's no hour. Not even close. I have minus 10 minutes for the special. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? When you're at that point, I'm not worried about that. I'm going to take this week off and then start next week. Right? And then go to Vegas, take a week off, go to Boston, go back. You know, I'm still going to have. I'll get some more material put together for these tours until you start to laugh like Janet Jackson. When Janet Jackson starts a tour, she lip syncs. She's got no cardio and stuff to move and sing at the same time. So you start at 90% fucking lip syncing. By the end of the tour, you're down to 10% lip syncing because building your fucking cardio, you need somebody singing behind that same shit they heard. Yeah, that's how I'm gonna try. That's how I'm gonna try to do it right now. I'm in no rush. You know, I'm listening to us before this. There's a lot of things people always say, you think you're in a rush. I'm in no rush.
No.
Why no rush?
Not at our level. I mean, there's like, I did my special when I was 11 years in. Okay, and I hit my first special. And no, 12 years in. Yeah, 12. And so when I hit, I knew what I was doing. You know, I've been headlining all over the South for years. I had an hour and a half footed run.
You had that night and the next night. If you come tonight and tomorrow, you're gonna see 2 different fucking hours.
Yeah.
No experience takes the hand over. I'm not worried about the material. I'm not worried about any of this shit. This experience taught me that you might not have anything in the bank, right? If you keep getting on stage, right? And you keep taping your sets, and you keep pushing yourself out of that. What do you do? 3 sets, really? Yeah, you start from back and act up because you forgot there's a Dodge beat. That show that was supposed to start at fucking 9 is now going to start at fucking 10:30. So you're out there till 2 in the morning working your material for 3 fucking people. But every spot works. It's really amazing how a friend of mine went over there. Everything guys can't write fast enough. These guys can't write fast enough. You know, you get to that level, you do 80 other things, and it's not you in the fucking hole anymore.
Yeah, you're not doing bond hits with your friends and drinking coffee.
Yeah, it's all different.
It's all different.
It's all different now, so people can't adjust to that either. I was telling Lee that one of the most important things is grounding. No matter what Ralphie had around him at all times, the 6 8, the whole thing, I was always calling him on the phone, making him laugh, keeping him grounded so he wouldn't buy into the fucking bullshit. You don't buy it, they're gonna hit you with bullshit. That's it, that's it. There's a ton of bullshit that comes. You keep your friends around and keep you grounded. They don't want Ralph, that joke ain't funny. When that agent tells you that the joke is brilliant, we love it. You're up there eating dog shit. Like that poor kid on the Today Show with Corey Feldman singing that.
Oh my God, you hear that?
Back to this boy. What do
I wish one of them long boys would come and rip his fucking head off.
What do you do when you're that kid's agent? And he comes into your office and he sings that song to you. You can't sing that. True.
Somebody's lying that kid.
Well, that's tremendous. Well, get me on the show right now. Let me call in 2 minutes. Oh, I'll wait call right now. I can call you someone in my office right now. You'd love to come on today's show and sing a song. Tell them to send us a demo. They sent us a demo of that fucking song without looking at the kid. He shows up with 2 frauds, dressed up like fucking Dracula. Yeah, dressed up like fucking like Dracula. For what role? The 2 women. I know one of them probably his girlfriend, but the other one, I don't know. Those 4 girls didn't know what they were getting involved in.
Oh my God.
Those girls want to shoot themselves right now. Those girls have changed their hair color. They quit SAG and joined after. They fucking switched up with those 2 fucking girls.
Our generation had those chicks from the guy here. You like your home, bring your home. Those chicks were so fucking hot, okay? It was a good song, good singer. Basic same formula, but it's good singer, good song. Okay, if they just had a good singer and a good song, it would be great.
That was music at that time was like MTV. The video wasn't a TV to watch what you saw. It really wasn't about the music. The music was good. The visual effects of the fucking videos in 83 and 84 were fucking brilliant. Sledgehammer, Sledgehammer, Thriller, those videos, and that's what sold tickets in those times. That video of the lights are, you know what he's talking about, Lee? You know what he's talking about? Put on YouTube real quick. I'm going to give you a lesson. TV music right now.
What's that?
Put on Robert Palmer. Just put fucking YouTube on. Lee has a like, well, God damn it. Lee is a type of mushroom cap. You can make a fucking Lee, right? I mean, like, I'm only getting off a little this time to go mushroom.
I'm not doing much.
I think it's really just being Lee. Also, we're training. Oh, it's training. So what's wrong with Robert Palmer? You never saw this Lee? No.
Oh, this is tremendous. It's just,
And you know what? They've done 10 videos, 10 different things to copy this. But I think this guy was the first guy. I don't know if that's why I don't want to say for sure. This is the first guy I saw do it that really made an impact on me. Watch this. You never saw this?
you know,
You should have seen it.
oh my God, seriously?
Watch this.
I wish I could hear
Oh my God. Watch this. Get it, Lee. Watch this way, Lee. Don't watch that though. Oh shit. Look at this motherfucker.
Man, holy moly.
Look at this shit, Lisa.
Wow. That's what we're getting. Bam.
guy was fucking pulling it off. A white dude took Marvin Gaye's music and flipped it. He lifted this dude. Nobody said Jackson because it was that good. Is it the real music video?
Yeah. Apparently MTV. Yes.
No, that's weird. I figured that other shit was 84, 83. This is after they got a little bit more popularity.
Yeah.
You wanted to switch it around a little motherfucker and show people how deep this motherfucker was.
He's like a mad dude.
I'll explain this a little bit later. Really crazy now. So right now. There you go. There you go. There's what he turns up. That is some bad ass shit right there. I hate colors. I hate all that shit. When I first heard this, I looked it up for a little while. I go, you better not be doing what I think you're doing. But he sounded so good, I wanted to interview him. You know what, man? This guy is a dangerous motherfucker. I like all this type of shit. Right when a guy takes it, I think he puts a spin on it. What's always saying, ready for another Washington Derby. I said, this Monday night, it's the 17th of October. You got anything going on here? Boy, I got nothing going on here. Why does it always do it? Because it's only we only have one and a half, 300. Tell me whatever. We still have 9 months on it. Really good night's sleep. Sleep. You wake up and you get fucking do massage. It was a lot of fun. I went back to the room. I was very, I don't know, I kind of done something. That's what I felt like. I had learned a different concept of comedy that I had never learned before. I had never known and I never really thought about it because I never thought I was true. You know what I'm saying? Like I never went there with my head. I kept it simple, but I'll be honest with you. I feel the same way every Saturday night after I do a fucking show. Yeah, I'm done. I'm fucking done, man. Especially if I fuck around in the daytime and work out and stuff. I think I'm Tarzan on Saturday, we lived in over 30 to 40 minutes. I go on that fucking stage and do 2 shows. I'm not saying nothing. Everything hurts. My whole body is electric. Sometimes I only got 4 hours, so I go to the shower. Wake me up, I don't want to do that. But this week, that shit was that shower. That shit I was in. 2 weeks ago, I had a great shower. Last week in Columbus, Ohio. I went to the shower for so long. I don't think they don't feel it. You know what I'm saying?
Like a big ass dip, I sprayed out.
I didn't bring my food. Like that. Yeah, too. All that is fucking wide brown cutter. I got a scissor. But then the other side, fucking got a needle. The fucking like a somebody. I got one of those. That needle works for everything. But everything has I grow hair. So I can work on stitches, anything comes with that. And I got a toenail cutter. That's fucking huge. I can color Garuda's fucking toenail with it. Right? And the next one is like a chisel. So you pick up the nail and you go in there and deeply chisel that fucking guy out. It looks like fucking, it looks like fungus and blue cheese, but when it gets wet, you cut the nail in the hole. Tremendous.
Just shout out to Buffalo.
supposed to have some athletic that's not going to happen. So I'm just going to fucking do my thing. I don't bother nobody. Right. With a nice time or something. I don't got to get out of here, right? Nobody.
Congratulations to you.
Yeah. Like I said, how you do it. Like I said, man, it's a pleasure to see your growth. You know, I was always happy about all your success. You know, you see all these guys, you know, all came up with, and they reach success differently. You know what I'm saying? Listen, man, I don't want to sit in the fucking outside. You know us, man. We're still 82 hours in a day. The last thing we want to see is contact. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to fucking TMZ or question me or myself. I don't ever want to be one of those guys, man. I just want to be there.
Man, I get that shit so much, bro.
That's it. Even though I exist, I would never want to be in the shoes Johnson, man. I would never want to be able to see everything get so critical.
Oh, I know.
You can't be a comedian anymore when you get to that part of the time.
Because you can't develop it.
It's too rough now. It's too rough because people get offended by things.
Oh, everything.
So it's too rough to even go there. So you don't want to be in that particular spotlight. If you're going to be in that spotlight, you have to have free writers that write, you know, material that's
great.
Policy friendly. I'd rather shoot myself in the fucking head next time. What else? Not sucking talk. Just on the way, what was going on? You know, jumping jacks over at least in front of the washroom. I found some acid in under one of the albums and shit. About half a piece.
Oh my god.
Bring home like a good thing.
Believe me, that's
Green
oh my god. Alright, Lee, the sofa is a safety safe, okay? Lee, okay? If anything, if you feel anything weird, okay? We go to the safety safe, okay, Lee? Just write it out, okay? 3 hours. Lee, you want to take a shower, take a big shit. That's what it goes.
He's a soldier. Leave my little Lee alone.
I love it.
What is your before finish?
I ain't talking about it. I don't know, maybe there's something between the people. I'm gonna be in Nashville. I want to hand out real size candy bars. So everybody goes to that. Well, you know those fun size candy bars. There's nothing fun about them. Unless you just get started and it's done. Fuck that. I give whole candy bars. I go to Sam's and get fucking cases of them. But shit out there, fucking just boom, here you go, here you go. Right? Like I appreciate children. You know, don't talk back in my house. You know what I mean? I'm your man. Okay, we're down. Okay, you know you be in the neighborhood. It saves the white picket fence from getting fucked up. Okay, you know what I mean? Just pay it forward a little bit. Okay, the mom will come up. I'll hand them 3. Which one you like, Reese? Okay, well, Snickers is bomb too. Oh, you want the Milky Way? This is all caramel. Okay, that's all I got. I'm sorry. But I mean, I go through probably $300 worth of candy.
this idea. Ask Willie. Get Willie on the phone.
Wait a second. When I got back there, it was just like, please stop. So good.
You know what?
He's saying the back row. There's no back row. It was one fucking row.
I ate 3 slices in the main room. I did. I ate 3 slices.
That was later.
Yeah.
No. Somebody ate the ones in the green room.
Not me.
When I left, there was a pizza and a fucking half.
I was sitting in the table.
I just don't like No, I wasn't with you.
Ralph here.
I wasn't there. I was in Portland.
Yeah, but Ralph,
There was a whole pizza that was Willie's. And there was a pizza I took to a little
Well, I'll leave. Okay, I got you.
fucking fan pizza.
Yeah.
There's 2 little strips and go back. 2 little slices when I left. I took both of them. He ate one. I watched him. He ate a piece of chicken nugget. And he was eating and he said, "Fuck that. Triple watch the veggies."
there's no veggie. No.
Stop with the fucking veggies. And so next thing you know, I come back and there's no pizza. And he's sitting there with a grill. High as fuck. He was. And I go, "What's going on?" I'm like, "Why am I going back to the hotel?" Next thing you talk about chicken cutlet parmesan. His wife just got sick eating shit on the road. And also, he's not going to go.
Yeah, you go to
The hotel and do the fucking.
You're talking about 2 different nights. Are we talking about Saturday or Friday?
We went to go Friday night.
Friday night was a chicken party.
I went and told him French fries.
Just no pasta.
Pasta.
Yeah.
Great pasta, great more.
Just a little bit of that egg. Like,
It's a little bit.
The reason why I didn't was because of the cheese, so I couldn't eat most of it. Saturday was because I had like 2 slices. We even struck a temple.
Listen to it.
Yeah, it's on pizza.
They're so cool. Your gatherings are always good.
Yeah.
Leave us
2 3 slices. I had
3 slices. What's the 15 slices?
No,
But that's like a pound of pizza, right?
I'll get to the photographer. Ask him.
That's the whole time you're looking at your fingers.
No, it's not. You know what I'm recording?
I'm watching like, oh,
It's not even.
he's sitting there listening. Anyway, it was pizza. And then Lee was like me and he is cocaine. Cocaine landed right here. And we sit next to him, make him believe it wasn't there. I was not cocaine. That's not what I did. And I'm saying, like, Lee was sitting there. At one time, Lee had 3 fucking boxes of pizza. Sitting there like Sinatra, mingling with the boxes of pizza.
You want me all the time to eat garbage pizza. I'm finally surrounded by good people.
I didn't eat that.
I want to take them home. I'm going to take them home. You say no.
No, I didn't say no.
You did too say no.
I did not. I go, hey, I was eating pizza here.
Well, look. How much I'll have a slice of something or something?
He goes back home to the also he always likes to make your pizza.
No, I went to the front desk.
Also, the good pizza is the front.
Well, at least maybe you can say they would recommend the dish.
What was the brand? Oh, that one. Yeah.
That's what I looked to before. I got like this small one. It was so depressing.
4 years ago.
So like 8 inches. It was like,
It's so fucking just I couldn't fly off a plane the next day.
how are you? You wasn't all the way there. We had a skinny dude which one who almost jumped into the plane. Because we were floating in the back of the plane. I love flying on planes.
Yeah, that was all.
I know.
You sat like a half a bag.
So funny.
I blew this guy out the first time. My back was bothering me. I went over this way. I
actually gonna happen. So I'm saying I'm happy I go virgin. No, jump on.
That's good.
Both ways. Yeah.
Don't you have to go out to Long Beach?
No.
Oh, that's awesome. I thought that was down in Long Beach.
I haven't been with them.
Oh, okay.
But anyways, I don't check it out.
That's how you saw it.
You want to check it out, man? We got one back there. First person. Back there, check out my little nephew thing. He's got the, he's sitting back there with a smile on his face and he just hit the ladder. He's got his shoes off.
No, I don't.
His shoes off.
Yeah, my shoes are
First of all, I taught him how to fly.
Yeah.
Understand him, get through security. He's a fucking movie.
Yeah.
Get stuck as usual if you don't want just to keep going. Right, because I got the pre-check. This fucking guy's walking around like he hit the ladder. I can really speed up. Plus, he has 19 bags.
Right on that one bag.
He's gonna send me. He's gonna have a server. He's got the computer, the games in there, and God knows what other shit he's got. God knows what other shit he's got. I got two things on my travel bag. A sleep happy machine and the computer.
And you know what they throw the attacks in?
No, I don't. I don't take that little round shit to it. I'm gonna take that up to the. I haven't taken that computer out in 20 years. They always take me out of the computer, laptop, take it out. I haven't taken it out at all. That's how I run. I don't take nothing out. Leave it in there, shut your mind home. Take this, take your fucking belt off. Take the tickets out of your pocket, take your cell phone and put it in your right shoe. And take your wallet and put it in your fucking left shoe. So they can't rob you. Knock stuff instead. Get shaken down. Your shit thrown away over there. How do you understand? So guys like you with the shoe night shirt on walking around with the shoe night shirt on today. Smooth. You have to fucking do this shit for me, Rob. Because those TSA guys will rob you. Oh my God, you're blowing over the scene. Conspiracy like Trump keeps saying the beach at midnight. I love that. Oh my God. So, get to the airport, I leave from there. I was gonna wait for him. I go, what would you rather have me wait for him? Nice breakfast, wait for him. He fucking goes for security, takes him an hour, they search him, they bring the fucking blood, they put the balls, they put the donkey, everybody sniff him. I go to that fucking macaroni grilling and nice sauces, platter of eggs and potatoes and sausages. He gets out of security, gets all that food. He's got to wait for him for the fucking diet coke. Yeah, perfect. Like a fucking doctor that we are. I gave him 6 minutes to eat because we need him. We gotta get on the fucking plane first. This motherfucker don't work out us at the station. I gotta get on there first and get off that motherfucking first. So I tried to sneak him in, but I couldn't go. When he went to the back, it was cool. It was a good little flight. It was a good little fucking trip, man. I simplified travel in the way out of the other guy with a Volvo because he tried to play the weight for the Supreme game on me. He was mad